Arpedia Online is known as the best virtual reality game. It uses a specially designed capsule to trick the five senses and make the experience indistinguishable from reality. Patented scanning technology allows you to create an avatar that perfectly matches the user. All this is combined with the latest AI that makes NPCs and monsters behave as if they have real feelings. The game offers a fun, relaxing experience without any stress. Due to its popularity, people have started following the actions of top players, but one player in particular has attracted a lot of attention. This is Bars, a 50th rank warrior. There was a reason why he was being watched more closely than other high-ranking players. Creating groups in RPG Online is common sense, but he was a hardcore solo player who defeated a dragon. There were many different rumors circulating about him. Some believed he was connected to the developers. Or that he was a rich kid who had donated a fortune to the game. But in reality, his true identity was Kan Yu-han, an unemployed man. He didn't understand where all the rumors came from after defeating a weak dragon. There must have been chaos on the forums while Kang was visiting his grandmother. Now, when Kang Yu-han logged into the game, he couldn't understand what was going on. His character was naked on the street. People were staring at him and pointing, saying that he must have used cheat codes. Someone wanted to report him. They asked what the moderators were doing. Bartz was confused. He said not to report him. He would get dressed. But when Kang Yu-han entered his personal account, he was met with unfortunate news. All of his inventory was empty. He didn't understand where all his items had gone. He decided it was a bug. He looked for a button to report the bug. The biggest shock awaited him when he logged into his profile. He read that his profession was now first-level novice. Hearing his son's terrible scream, his mother rushed into the room. She asked what had happened. Could it be that thieves had broken in? Kang Yu-han, with tears in his eyes, told her that his account had been hacked. His mother angrily asked him what his game account was. Mrs. Kang became furious and yelled at him for making such a fuss over something so trivial. When he dropped out of college, he said he would figure out his life. Now he just sits at home all day. He only sleeps during breaks from school and from his government job. Where did he sort out his life? Screaming that she was about to have a heart attack, his mother stormed out of the room, slamming the door so hard that the walls shook. Kang Yu-han was left alone with his misery. He sat there whining that he had wasted so much energy on Barza. He demanded that Barfub be returned. He curled up next to his capsule and remembered how he was called a lone warrior, the best solo player, the Dragon Slayer. He decided to call the game developer. He told the operator that he thought his account had been hacked. As Yu-han explained, he had sent a request and received a response saying that everything was fine with his account. But that was impossible. The operator on the other end of the line asked for his phone number and asked him to wait while they verified his information. Kanu was told that the account had been created 4 days ago, but he explained that bars had been created during beta testing. Now his level had been reset and his items were gone. The operator replied that the character had been deleted 5 days ago. He explained that he had been at his grandmother's house at the time and had not even logged in. His account had definitely been hacked. The operator replied that their security system was top-notch. The problem could have been caused by poor management of personal data. The company recommends changing your password every week to avoid similar incidents. Kang Yu-han understood that he was to blame. The operator said that the system indicated that Mr. Kang had not followed the developer's recommendations. The company is not responsible for the leak of personal data. Kang Yu-han hung up and shouted that he understood everything. If he did not delete the character but it disappeared, then it was the work of hackers. Kang Yu-han cried out of helplessness. He said he didn't know who did it, but he wouldn't forgive them. He told them to wait a little longer. After a while, there was a knock on the door and his younger brother entered. He wanted to give Kang a message from their mother, but he found his brother in a sorry state with a bottle in his hands. Kang Yu-han offered him a drink. His brother replied that he was underage. He said that Khan had gone completely mad preparing for the civil service exam. He knew all along that he wouldn't pass. Kang Yu-han replied that today was the day he lost his soulmate. How could he think about anything else at a time like this? His brother replied that it was a pity, but he thought to himself that playing all day wasn't enough. What a loser. He said that their mother had asked Kang to bring a ladle from downstairs. Kang replied that his brother couldn't see that he was busy. He told him to go himself. However, his brother replied that he had to go to extra classes. After all, he was a student and Kana was unemployed. Kang Yu-han thought that Yu-han had no respect for his older brother. He looked down on him. There was nothing else to do. Kang Yu-han went downstairs to the store and told his father that his mother had asked him to bring a ladle. His father was surprised and asked why. Kang replied that he wasn't sure, but it seemed like the old one had broken while his mother was cooking rice. His father was very surprised. He asked what she had done to break it. Kang replied that he had no idea. All objects have their own strength, but she probably didn't care. After thinking about strength for a bit, Kang perked up and exclaimed that he had an idea. He quickly ran out of the store. His dad only had time to yell for him to close the door behind him. In RPG and Online, there's a durability system for items. Each item consumes durability when used. When the durability reaches 0, the item breaks. Therefore, players will look for blacksmiths who can repair them in advance. In this case, everything depends on the level. The more expensive and better the equipment, the better the blacksmith you can trust should be. If an excellent blacksmith appears who will repair items for next to nothing, Everyone will take their items to him. Bartz was equipped with first-class equipment. Hacker couldn't just throw it away. If he sold the equipment before deleting his character, Can would be able to find him by tracing the sales. Kang told the villain to wait. He would definitely crush him when he found him, and he went into the game. At the entrance, an NPC asked him if he wanted to enter. Can said he wanted to create a new character. The NPC suggested choosing a birthday for the character. Can said to make it random. The NPC replied that the birthday would be April 4th and asked if the name would be random. Can said he would name him himself. Kang Yuhan wanted to choose something short but powerful, like Bart's. He thought about it. Then he smiled and said that the new character would be Zik. The gate opened before him. While the character was being created, Zeke Kan Yuhan thought about how it would become the name of the best blacksmith in Arpedian. It was impossible. But when he entered the smithy, Kang heard that it was a job that required patience and endurance. And it wasn't something that any idiot could challenge. Smith Pabuchi, an NPC, said these words and told Kang to get out of his smithy. Kang Yuhan was struck as if by lightning when he heard these words. His plan was in danger of failing. In Arpedian, there are two ways to obtain a manufacturing profession, either buy a skill book or learn on the job. The second way allows you to earn money and gain experience in the profession, but everyone avoids it. The reason is that NPC craftsmen have strange personalities. Kong tried his best to avoid Pabuchi. He always got angry when he came to repair his equipment, but now he was a level 10 Zeke with no money. Kan Yuhan didn't think that the quest to change professions would be impossible to complete. He knocked on the door of the smithy. He opened the door and went inside, apologizing and saying that he wanted to become a blacksmith. Smith Pabuchi was standing by the forge. He was surprised and asked Khan if he really wanted to become a blacksmith. Khan confirmed that it was the best profession. Pabuchi replied that it was impossible. It was obvious at first glance that Kang would not be able to do it. But Kang was indignant, saying that it was unfair and demanded to be tested. The blacksmith was surprised. Kan Yuhan repeated that he should give him something to do. Then Pabuchi took Khan out into the yard. He showed him a huge wall of logs and ordered him to chop wood. He gave him 1 day to complete the task. The blacksmith Pabuchi said that he would reconsider his decision if Zik could do it. He was very surprised and asked again if he had to chop all the logs. As he left, the blacksmith said that he could refuse if he didn't want to. There was nowhere to go. So Zik got to work. The logs flew one after another. After a while, he threw down the axe and shouted why he had to do this. The others were immediately taught how to work with a hammer. A guy watching him said that he thought it was all about family ties. Zik didn't understand. He asked who he was. The guy replied that he was also a blacksmith's apprentice. He explained that the date of birth when creating a character determines the relationship with different professions. Therefore, the beginning of the leveling process could be very difficult. Zik panicked. It turned out that this was important. The guy showed him the buckets of water he was carrying and said he was stuck there for the same reason. Kang Yuhan didn't know about this. Now he wondered if he would have to create a new character. But then he would have to start leveling up from level 10 again. Better to focus on the task at hand. Zik cheered himself up by thinking that the blacksmith would teach him if he chopped wood, and he got to work. When Pabuchi came to check, he was surprised that Zik had really finished in 1 day. Zik approached the blacksmith and asked if he would now teach him, but in response he heard a resounding no. Pabuchi handed Zik a sword and told him to get 10 pieces of black coal from the Runkle mine. In the Runkle mine lived a fierce level 45 war boss, a wild boar. The recommended level for going there was 15. Zik asked him again if he really had to go there. What if he died? He was only level 10. The blacksmith replied that he should be grateful that he was being given a sword. In response to Zik's indignation, Pabuchi said that he could always refuse if he didn't like something. Zik thought about how bad his family was. Zik agreed, took the sword, and told Pabuchi to promise to make him a blacksmith if he completed the task. Pabuchi agreed. Zik headed for the mine marked by Pabuchi. His task was to extract black coal. Upon entering the mine, Zik began to chop the ore with all his might. Rocks flew in all directions. After a couple of minutes, Zik told himself to calm down. This wasn't a game where brute force would work. After catching his breath, he decided to recall the movements he used when chopping wood. Grip the handle gently. Give it momentum as if swinging a sword. This technique didn't take long to pay off. A couple of minutes later, Zik received a message that he had extracted the coal. Zik said that the 2 years had not been wasted. He decided to continue, imagining that he was swinging a sword. With a little persistence, the coal was obtained. The quest in the Runkle mine was complete. Now he had to deliver the coal to Pabuchi. The reward was increased to blacksmith. Zik was delighted that the quest to change his profession had been completed. He threatened the hated hacker, but then he noticed a boar approaching him. A message appeared saying that the Runkle mine's field boss, a ferocious boar, had appeared. What could Zik the blacksmith do? He ran as fast as he could. Zik ran and thought about the fierce boar boss that appeared in a random place once a day. Why was it appearing in front of him? Zik was counting on leveling up his crafting profession. He didn't have enough health points to survive even one hit. He managed to dodge the boar's attack. Zik realized that the boar was only targeting him, so there was no way to escape. But in Arpedian, craftsmen weren't made for combat. But playing in virtual reality means that the character is connected to the real body. The main emphasis is on realism. With combat experience or a sixth sense, it was possible to win even in unequal conditions. Zik decided to take a risk. He went on the attack. The fierce boar's weak spot was right on its forehead. No matter how weak the damage was, Zik could win if he hit it. But the boar blocked his attack. Zik's movements were very slow. He thought he would have gained some agility potions if he had known in advance. The ferocious boar was heading towards Zik again. There was no choice but to attack its weak spot. The thought of running away flashed through his mind, but Zik dismissed that option. Zik pulled himself together and wondered why he was so worried about a mere boar. After all, he was Bart's. Even if this character was no more, the experience would remain with him forever. But his confidence was shaken. A message appeared saying that Zik didn't have enough stamina. He needed to eat something. The monster was already close, but suddenly an arrow struck the boar. It cut off part of its horn. Zik saw the archer. She was confused and didn't know what to do next. She didn't think she would do so little damage. The boar went berserk and charged at the archer. She was terrified that he was aiming at her. Zik shouted for the archer to shoot the boar right in the forehead. That was its weak spot. The girl fired a powerful shot. A moment later, the system announced that the archer Sia had defeated the ferocious boar. Zik sighed. He had barely survived today. He got up and thanked the archer for her help. Sia came up close to him. She put her hand on his shoulder and asked if they had ever met before. She said that Zik looked familiar. Maybe she was mistaken. Zik thought that something was off about this girl. She was getting too close. The impatient girl patted Zik on the shoulder and asked if he could hear her. Zik started to mumble something. He broke free from Sia's grip and ran away, shouting that he had never seen her before and had to get back to his quest. He didn't have time to talk. Sia was very confused by his behavior. Looking after Zik, she said that they had definitely met somewhere before. Zik brought the coal to the blacksmith. He thought to himself that he had never seen this mineral before. Pabuchi replied that he hadn't even hoped Zik would manage it. He had surprised the blacksmith. Zik asked if he knew it was difficult, why he had sent him. Pabuchi admitted that he had been wrong about Zik. With such endurance, he could be useful, and he hired him. Zik was delighted. An NPC appeared and asked if he wanted to become a blacksmith. Zik replied, "Of course." After all, he had gone through so much for this. A message appeared congratulating Zik on becoming a blacksmith, and so began the life of Zik the blacksmith, who would one day become a legend. Zik's dreams were interrupted by Pabuchi. He shouted at him to hurry up. He ordered him to follow him quickly. Zik obeyed. Zik began his work in the smithy. He never forgot his main goal for a moment and thought about the hacker every hour. After forging his first piece, Zik was very pleased with himself. He thought he had talent, but Pabuchi said it was nonsense. He forgave him for the first time, but he told him not to bring such junk again. He wouldn't pay for it. Zik began to protest that it was his first work. Pabuchi ordered him to quickly make 30 short swords. If even one was ugly, he would be fired. When Pabuchi left, Zik whined a little that he had worked day and night, and Pabuchi only yelled at him. But then Zik pulled himself together and got back to work. He promised himself he would make the best short swords. After spending hours on his task, Zik looked at the short sword and couldn't understand what the problem was. How are good swords made? Several swords he made were cheap, short, and of poor quality. They were difficult to use because of their terrible condition. He would never defeat the bald Pabuchi like this. But Zik did not give up and continued to work hard. While sharpening the blade, he noticed some blue lines on the metal. After examining all his blanks, he noticed that the other blades also had these lines, and they were all different. Zik approached the table of another blacksmith's apprentice. He took his sword. The apprentice didn't understand what was happening. He asked him to put the sword back. Zik looked closely at the blade. It also had lines, and they were very crooked. Zik handed the sword to the apprentice and asked if he really couldn't see the blue lines on the blade. The guy got scared and shouted at him to stop. He said he couldn't see any lines, and to stop waving the sword in front of him. Zik was tired of dealing with swords. He didn't understand what was going on. He decided to do some quests for now. He opened the quests and found the blacksmith training quest. He had to repair 5 broken axes and give the repaired ones to Pabuchi. Picking up an axe and examining it, Zik noticed that this time there were red lines on the blade. Zik decided to work with a hammer. He assumed that the lines would disappear when he repaired the item. But after a few blows with the hammer, the axe in his hands fell apart into pieces. The repair was a failure. To say that Zik was very upset would be an understatement. He cried out of despair. He said that he clearly had no talent for this. After examining the axe again carefully, Zik noticed that the damage matched the direction of the lines exactly. A few days later, Pabuchi was very dissatisfied with Zik. He scolded him for promising to do the job quickly and then dawdling. Pabuchi found Zik lying at his desk. He asked him how much more time he needed for the 10 short swords. He reminded him about the repair training. Approaching Zik's table, Pabuchi was pleasantly surprised. 10 perfect short swords lay before him. After several days of work, Zik discovered the shocking truth. The blue lines were marks left by a hammer striking the metal. The shape depended on the force and distance between the blows. The quality depended on the gaps between the lines. The second thing was the red lines. These were cracks in the metal structure that appeared as a result of breakage or unsuccessful repairs. In theory, if you use this knowledge correctly, you can repair an item perfectly. Roughly speaking, it's a cheat that helps you repair equipment. Zik didn't sleep for several nights, but it was worth it. He gained an amazing ability. Pabucci said that Zik had worked very hard, and now there was nothing left to teach him. Zik was a little shocked by what he heard. Pabucci said that his skills were already at a sufficient level. The blacksmith admitted that he was very surprised. Usually such untalented guys give up quickly. Zeke asked if there were people who had completed these tasks without talent. Pabucci replied that there weren't. They lacked patience. Zik asked if they saw lines or anything like that. Pabucci replied that he had no idea what he was talking about. There was nothing like that. Zeke thought about it. There was a high chance that this ability was related to a hidden achievement. The condition for obtaining it could be promotion to blacksmith during training without having any connection to blacksmithing. He didn't remember seeing anything like this on the internet. Perhaps he was the only one who had gone through such difficulties. That meant he was the only one with this ability. When Zeke fell asleep, he saw fragments of his past in a dream. Pabucci once asked why Bars was so determined to be alone. Kang Yu-han remembered all the bullying he had to endure from his peers at school. He woke up with one obsessive thought: people cannot be trusted. Kang woke up behind the counter at the store. It was just a dream. He had fallen asleep because he hadn't gotten enough sleep. Kang Yu-han grumbled about why his father had told him to watch the store when there were no customers. Then the phone rang. Kang Yu-han had never seen this number before, but he answered it anyway. It was DreamMax support manager Yang Hosik. He confirmed that it was Mr. Kang who had contacted them about the hacker attack a few days ago. Kang hoped that they had decided to restore his character, but the manager replied that this would violate company policy. However, he offered compensation. Kang asked if they wanted to buy him off for his lost character. He refused the compensation and told them to call him when they decided to restore Bars. The manager said they wanted to offer him the latest model of a virtual reality capsule. He asked if he was really not interested. Zeke asked him to explain everything in more detail from that point. A short time later, a man sitting on a beach on a paradise island was talking on the phone. He asked him if he liked it. It was director Sun Sok-jin. The manager told him that Kang had initially wanted to refuse, but agreed after learning about the capsule. Young Hosik asked if it was worth going so far. The director bought the capsule for Kang at his own expense. Sun Seok-jin replied that Kang had been hacked and his character deleted, but he continued playing. He chose the blacksmith class, which everyone avoids. Now, Sun Seok-jin was curious to see what Kang Yu-han would do in the next game update. Meanwhile, a message appeared in the game chat saying that they were looking for participants for a group to go on a dungeon crawl. If anyone was interested, they were asked to write to Sia's private messages. The archer Sia lamented how difficult it was to find participants for the group. As soon as someone was found, they immediately refused. Sia was walking down a crowded street and thought maybe the three of them could go together. An archer, a knight, and a mage. In the crowd, she accidentally bumped into a guy with her shoulder. She apologized. But then she recognized him. It was Zik. Sia asked him if he was being chased by a boar. Zik said it was good that they had met. She started to invite him to join the group, but Zik was already running away so that she wouldn't stick to him. But Sia quickly caught up with him. She suggested they talk for a bit. Zik thought she was very fast. The girl persistently suggested they chat. Zeke stopped and asked what she wanted. Sia handed Zik a flyer. She asked if he wanted to join the group. She asked if he had been to Deborah's dungeon. It was a good place for beginners. Lots of experience and money. Zik thought that of course he had been there. The first to discover the dungeon was Bars. Sia said she was looking for people to go there, but so far only 2 had responded. With Zeke, that would make 4, just the recommended number. Zeke refused. Sia didn't give up. She said she had been thinking about why they kept running into each other. Zeke refused insistently. Sia couldn't understand why he refused. She asked him what he didn't like about the idea. Easy money and good experience. He was adamant. Soon word spread about the blacksmith who did good repairs. It took longer, but he repaired everything 100%. Zeke the blacksmith put up a sign saying he would repair equipment for only 30 gold coins. He didn't expect such a crowd. Maybe he should raise his price. But remembering the hated hacker, Zik told himself to forget about the money. He had to get revenge, and then he found a ranger's bow. It was the only piece of D-rank equipment that Bars had. Zik was already happy that he had found the hacker's trail so quickly, but no. The bow had no markings. The owner of the bow gave Zeke 30 gold coins and hurried him along. Zik thought he sounded like a boring person. The owner of the bow was discussing with another guy that he wanted to give it to his girlfriend, that you need to invest a little money in a girl to get her. Zik felt a little disgusted by these words. He thought he wasn't playing a dating simulator. The guys continued to discuss how they would help the girl in the dungeon and give her the bow. After that, she wouldn't be able to refuse to meet them in real life. One of the guys said that if the girl backed out, they would write all kinds of things about her on a public forum. They would pressure her to drink with them. Zik began to dislike the guys who were threatening the girl. He felt sorry for the girl they were targeting. While Zeke was repairing the bow, the guys decided to remind the girl about themselves so she wouldn't forget them. One of them forgot her nickname. The second one reminded her of the name Sia. Zik was about to give the bow to the customer, but when he heard the name Sia, he suddenly remembered that his recent acquaintance had the same name. Nicknames in the game are unique. The customer grabbed the bow, but Zik wouldn't let go. He started complaining that the blacksmith wanted extra money. Zik realized that these guys were talking about Sia. He let go of the bow and the customer fell. His friend asked how Xeris was feeling. Xeris got up. He thought this blacksmith was strange. He grabbed Zeke by the collar and asked if he wanted to fight. Xeris demanded that Zeke apologize immediately, otherwise he threatened to make him delete the game. A man from the queue came to the blacksmith's defense. He said that the repair was finished and asked him to move away, enough delaying the others. It was Storm Guilford, the leader of one of the strongest groups of Red Tiger mercenaries, a well-known ranker in 45th place on the server. And now he was standing in line at the blacksmith's with his sword. He had many fond memories associated with that blade. Guilford had already visited several blacksmiths who claimed they could repair the weapon in any condition, but they all refused. The sword had only 10% of its strength left. Guilford thought that if they couldn't help him here, he would have to look for Girion. Standing in line, Guilford was annoyed that the guys were holding up others when they had already finished their repairs. A scatterbrained guy was very surprised when he saw who had called out to him. He recognized Guilford. He wondered where the rancor had come from. The guys said they were already leaving. They apologized for chatting a little too long. Wishing them a good day, they rushed away. Approaching Zeke, Guilford thoughtfully remarked that they had been polite. Guilford handed Zeke his sword and said it was his favorite sword from when he was a novice. He asked if he could repair it. Zeke replied that nothing was impossible and asked the customer to wait a minute. Guilford was surprised. Although a blacksmith is capable of repairing low-level equipment, a 99% success rate is astonishing. He must have a hidden skill. While working, Zeke tried to concentrate. He told himself not to worry if it didn't concern him. But memories of the archer Sia who saved him from the boar kept spinning in his head, and the conversation between the two nasty guys. Guilford stood waiting for his sword, thinking that he would have to stop by the guild when the repairs were finished. But then the irreparable happened. The repair had failed. The double-bladed sword was now unusable. Guilford picked up the remains of the sword. He began to lament how this could have happened. The sword was broken. Suddenly, Zik disappeared. The system reported that Mr. Zik had left the game. Guilford was furious. He shouted where the blacksmith had gone. He demanded that he return immediately. Meanwhile, Sia and her two new acquaintances were already standing at the entrance to Deborah's dungeon. The entrance indicated that the dungeon had been discovered by bars. Sia was very surprised to see the scale of the dungeon. Her companions began to tell her that this was the lair of the witch Deborah, who had plunged the kingdom into chaos. But there was no need to be afraid. They had cleared it out many times before. The guys called Sia to enter the dungeon. Then they heard someone asking them to wait. Zik ran over and was glad he made it in time. Zik smiled and asked if this was the team sent to clear Deborah's dungeon. Sia smiled too. She recognized him and said that he was the ungrateful blacksmith. Zik started to get angry, asking who was ungrateful here. Sia replied that she had saved him, but all he did was run away. Sia suggested that he had decided to join them in clearing the dungeon since he had come. She held out her hand and introduced herself. Zik scratched his head. He introduced himself and asked them to take care of him. Sia explained to her companions that this was the blacksmith she had invited to join the group. She introduced Mr. Alden and Mr. Xeris. She recommended them as experienced players with a level of around 70. The guys exchanged glances and began whispering that this was the blacksmith they were looking for. Xeris said that the blacksmith had no combat skills. He asked if he would be okay. Sia replied that everything was fine. The blacksmith was very strong. She had seen it herself. Xeris thought that this was the first time he had heard a blacksmith described as strong. He said that even if that was the case, a craft profession was not really suited to such expeditions. Zik replied that it was a coincidence. These were the same guys he had met during the repairs. Zik approached Xeris. He apologized for what had happened earlier and asked him to take care of him. Zik whispered that he wouldn't say anything unnecessary and would be their loyal dog. Breaking free from Zek's grip, Xeris said they needed to go inside. They had wasted so much time. Alden whispered to Xeris, asking if Zeke would say anything unnecessary. Xeris assured him that everything was fine. Xeris said that if Zik opened his mouth, they would stage an accident. It was better not to try to chase him away so that Sia wouldn't suspect anything. In the dungeon, the guys encountered an army of zombies. Alden used his spinning fire. Xeris used a circular slash. The techniques used by the guys impressed Sia. Xeris decided that she had already fallen in love with his magnificence. But suddenly, Xeris noticed that Sia wasn't looking at him. She asked Zik how he did it, watching him fight the zombies. While destroying another monster, Zik replied that the weak spot of skeletons was their temples. Zik understood that he had no combat skills. It would be problematic to get surrounded by monsters. Therefore, he needed to clear everything as quickly as possible. Zeke knew that the weak spot of a wooden soldier and the source of its strength was its heart, and he went on the attack. But to his disappointment, the system again wrote that he didn't have enough stamina and needed to eat something. It was a good thing he had brought cookies with him. Meanwhile, Sia expressed her admiration. She told Xeris that Zeke was destroying enemies with a single blow. She also said that he was strong. Xeris became very angry. He wondered how this noob dared to behave so insolently. He wanted to be lenient and let him tag along, but he changed his mind. Xeris decided that he had to get rid of Zeke right away. A skeleton archer appeared from the depths of the cave. Xeris thought this was perfect. He deflected the arrow with his sword so that it hit Zeke. Xeris rejoiced. This was his new hidden skill. Zik would be in pain because it doubled the damage. Sia asked Zik if he was okay. He replied that it was just one arrow. Everything was fine. The system reported that he was paralyzed for 10 minutes. Inside, Zeke was screaming. He had never been in so much pain. He had just turned the sensors up to maximum. Zirus sneered that Zeke looked tired. His strength was gone. What else could be expected from a craftsman? Alden said that Zeke was already embarrassed. He suggested that Zeke stay there and wait for the paralysis to pass. After all, they couldn't carry him. Sia stood up for Zeke. She shouted that they couldn't leave him there. But Zeke winked and said he would stay here. He would catch up with them after a short rest. Zirus said that Zeke was right. They knew each other's locations because they were in the same group. There was nothing to worry about. Sia reluctantly agreed. But she asked Zeke to write to her when he was free from paralysis, and they went on their way. Left alone, Zeke took a simple antidote that removed the effects of the paralysis. Smiling, he said it was time to get started. Walking through the dungeon, the guys praised the bow they had given Sia. They said it was light and matched her equipment. Sia asked if the bow was cheap. Alden replied that it was normal for their level. There was no need to worry, especially since they weren't archers. It would be more useful to her. After thinking for a moment, Sia agreed to borrow it for the time they were hunting in the dungeon. The guys smiled slyly, watching how happy Sia was with her new bow. Suddenly, Alden dropped his staff with the glowing stone. It became very dark around them. Zirus cursed at him to turn the stone back on. When Alden managed to find the staff and light the stone, a horde of zombies appeared around their group. But the guys didn't see Sia nearby. They started shouting where Sia was and fighting off the monsters. In the darkness, someone grabbed Sia by her bow and dragged her away. She was frightened and screamed, asking who he was. She begged him to let her go. A torch lit up and Sia saw Zika. He calmed her down and told her not to be afraid. Sia was confused. She didn't understand where they were going. She said they needed to help the two fight the monsters. Zik replied that there was no need to worry. Sia said that their level was around 70. This dungeon was recommended by players of level 45. Therefore, they would be able to handle it themselves. He told her to move on. Meanwhile, the guys managed to defeat all the monsters. They were pretty exhausted. Zirus began to wonder who could have gathered all these monsters in one place. Looking around, Zirus pointed out to Alden that there were many items of medium rarity here. Alden asked if such items dropped in this dungeon. Zirus said it didn't matter and ordered them to gather them quickly. The wealth they had obtained dazzled the guys. They imagined how much money it was. They said that destroying so many mobs was worth it. But then someone demanded that they stop. He said he couldn't believe they had decided to take everything for themselves. The newcomer asked if they were the same worthless Zirus and Alden from the forum. Zirus shouted at him, asking why a low-level nobody was talking to him like that. Out of the darkness, a group led by Wang Cholsu, level 100, came out to meet them. He said that these were their things. He had come here on purpose as the main character. Zirus and Alden were known on the forum for bullying girls in the game. They convinced some girls to meet them in real life. No one knows what happened at these meetings, but these girls never logged into the game again, so it's unlikely that anything good happened. The problem was that others couldn't do anything because it was impossible to contact their victims in the game. So Zika came up with a plan. He decided that he had to get this trash out of the game for good. His plan was simple, especially for him who knew all the ins and outs of Deborah's dungeon. He deliberately set one group up to be attacked by mobs. Zik took the items that were supposed to be the group's reward. Their leader promised to come back as the main character and take revenge. Attacking in the dungeon was a popular tactic in the past that everyone hated. Zeke made it look like Zirus and Alden had attacked that group. Now their enemies are closing in on them and asking if they are ready for the consequences. Zirus and Alden insisted that they had done nothing. They were victims too. But the other guys admitted that they had personal belongings that had been taken from them yesterday. Zeke understood that they would be forced to leave the game forever for this. Sia saw that the guys had logged out. She assumed they were dead. Zeke replied that they had sent private messages saying they had urgent business to attend to. Sia wondered why they hadn't told her anything. Zeke suggested asking them next time they were online, but he knew they would never show up. Sia, who was only at level 42, sighed and said that they should go back. Zeke, who was level 38, agreed. It would be too difficult for them to go any further. Watching Sia leave, Zeke thought that his goal had been achieved. It was time to return to blacksmithing. Approaching the door, Sia said she was very sorry. She wanted to clear the dungeon because she wouldn't be able to play anymore. Well, there was nothing to be done. Zik was very surprised to hear that Sia could no longer play. Sia said they had to go back. Zik stopped her. He said that since they were already there, why not go further? He suggested defeating the boss. Surprisingly, Sia said she understood his difficult situation. Remembering how his mother had forbidden him to play games, Zik decided that he had to give Sia memories she would never forget. Sia replied that she didn't know what Zik was trying to say. She asked if he was suggesting they hunt the boss. Zik told Sia to trust him. A moment later, Sia was already standing in the doorway calling for Zeke. He didn't understand how she had managed to get there so quickly. The doors began to close. Zik ran after her, shouting for her to wait for him. He made it just in time. Sia asked if 2 people would be enough to defeat the boss. Zik replied that he was at the red golem level, so anything was possible. Zik assured her that they wouldn't have any problems with him. He knew Deborah's dungeon like the back of his hand. Bartz had cleared this dungeon hundreds of times. Therefore, Zeke couldn't make a mistake even if he wanted to. Zeke thought about how he could help Sia. Level up, 2 birds with 1 stone. Sia was a little surprised that the dungeon was quiet. She asked why nothing was happening. Zeke said that the boss would appear soon. He suggested waiting. He thought to himself that the stone golem usually took the form of a boulder. When Zeke sat down on the ground, a hamster was underneath him. He almost crushed it. Sia asked if it was also a monster. It was so cute. Zeke remembered that this hamster was sitting on the golem, so it must be somewhere nearby. Zeke poked the hamster's cheek with his finger and told it to call its friend. Everything around them began to shake. The floor started to move. Zeke shouted that they needed to get away. The boss spawned right beneath them. And then a huge monster that looked like a rock formed out of stones in front of the guys. A giant stone golem of level 60, the guardian of the dungeon, Deborah. Sia asked if they were sure they could handle it. Zik replied that they could as long as they followed the strategy. Zik went on the attack. Sia shouted that she would cover him and drew her bowstring. Sia's arrow hit the stone giant's arm, but it only caused minor damage, only 40 points. However, this wound greatly angered the monster. It roared so loudly that Sia was thrown several meters away. Zik came to the rescue. He shouted at the stone giant to look at him. His attack did not damage the monster. On the contrary, after Zik's attack, he lost 15 points. He couldn't understand why he had taken damage. With things like this, the situation got out of control. Something had to be done. The stone giant was already closing in on Zeke. Zik dodged the giant's fist. He hit the ground. Zeke was surprised that his jump was so low. His stats were much worse than he thought. Zeke understood that to defeat the golem, he had to climb onto its head. But how could he do that in such a situation? Then Zik noticed something sticking out of the monster's hand. He thought it would work. Sia came to Zik's aid, but he shouted for her not to come closer. Zik shouted for Sia to shoot the golem's joints from a distance. She obeyed. After a series of shots, Zeke said that he could clearly see the path from the bottom to the top of the monster's head. He drank some potion to replenish his strength. Zik knew that the golem's weak spot was its core. The cunning developers had hidden it at the very top of its head. Zeke managed to climb up the golem's head using the arrows as a ladder and deliver a precise blow. Zik was already thinking about what reward he would get. But then the monster jerked suddenly and Zik flew down. He fell right into Sia's arms. Sia asked Zik if he was okay. He replied that he was fine thanks to Sia. She told Zik to hide and heal himself. Zik asked what she meant. They had already defeated the golem, but then everything went wrong again. The system reported that the golem was in a state caused by damage to its core. It could no longer be controlled. Its strength and speed had increased. The stone golem, now in a new, frenzied state, attacked the group again. After somehow taking cover from the enemy, Zik thought that this couldn't be happening. He had taken this dungeon too lightly. He had cleared this place hundreds of times. Zik couldn't understand what had caused such changes. The fact was that Zik had never seen this pattern before, but bars. And then it became clear to Zik that he was no longer bars. After another failed attack, Zik's sword couldn't hold out and broke. To protect her comrade, Sia fired a powerful shot. Then she grabbed Zik by the arm and led him away. Sia said that they had low health points. They needed to hide and rest. They had to run faster. The group hid behind a huge boulder. Sia said she had already checked the door and it wouldn't open. It seemed they had to deal with the boss first. Sia said she had also tried to get to the core, but nothing worked. Zik was frozen in place. Coming to his senses, Zik said that they couldn't win. It was some kind of hidden pattern. They could overwhelm it with damage or figure out an attack strategy, but their levels were too low. To Sia's surprise, Zeke said they needed to find a way to die with the least amount of pain. Zik explained that there was no way their level was high enough to figure out the new attack pattern. Sia replied that that couldn't be true. Sia replied that if they didn't know, they would find out. Since defeat was inevitable, wouldn't it be better to fight to the end? Zik objected that with their levels, it was impossible. But Sia was already attacking and shouted that she was level 42 and he was level 38. Together, they were level 80. Zik continued to say that it was pointless. But Sia insisted that if they worked together, they would find a way out. Sia ran out from behind a boulder and shouted for Zik to hurry after her. She would wait. Kang Yuhan remembered how he felt when he dropped out of school. His brother came up and said that their mother was crying. He asked what they should do if he didn't say a word. Kang Yuhan sat down next to him and asked if Yuhan remembered how he had beaten up the boys who had bullied him. Yuhan was lying under a blanket, beaten up. He listened as Hyun said that Han was bigger and they couldn't do anything. But now everything had changed. Now he was skinny, hunched over, and a little creepy. He was bad at school and always playing games. Kang Yuhan crawled out from under the blanket and shouted that his brother was trying to tell him something. Yuhan replied that he should pay attention to the people around him. He didn't know what had happened to Han. He could tell him everything or tell his friends. Then he added that he had no friends. Hyeon turned around and walked to the door. Yuhan said, "You're so small." He replied that he might not believe it, but there are many things that can never be done alone. Already out the door, Hen called Han to come eat, saying that his mom made kimchi. He was waiting for him. He hurried him along. And now Sia was waiting for him to help her. She used a gust of wind and dealt 97 damage. But then, one after another, messages appeared saying that she didn't have enough OZ and OM. She needed to rest, she didn't have enough stamina, and needed to eat something. Saya winked. She said it looked like she had reached her limit. But then the stone monster attacked her. Zik pushed Sia away from under the golem's huge paw. He thanked her for buying them some time. He restored his health and stamina points. He said that Sia was right. They were going to die anyway, so they might as well put up a fight. All or nothing. Zik picked up the pickaxe and deflected the golem's attack. He was surprised that it worked. She had no attack power in the system, so what was that? He swung and tried to hit it with the pickaxe again and again, but it didn't work. He thought it was a bug, but the messages said it missed. It must be built into the game. Then what are the conditions for use? Sia shouted for him to be careful. The giant attacked from above. Watching the stone fist loom over him, Zik remembered the words of the blacksmith Pabuchi that ori is a combination of different materials. Even though it becomes a single entity under high pressure, gaps remain between the different materials. At Zik's level, they cannot be seen. But if he hits these gaps directly, he will be able to extract something incredible. Zik swung his pickaxe again and, saying that this was his prize, struck the stone fist. This time, everything worked out. Now he understood the golem's weak spot. Now, repeating the command loot, Zik struck the stone giant with his pickaxe again and again, and it crumbled under his blows. The monster screamed. The system displayed a message saying that the loot had been successfully obtained. Zik obtained 10 pieces of marble. His looting skill increased by 30. Sia was amazed. She said it was incredible to destroy a boss with a crafting skill. Zik swung his pickaxe at her, and then the system wrote that Zik and Sia had defeated the ferocious giant monster. Looking at the golem's fragments, Zik thought that the ability to see lines was also useful for mining ore. When he tried to look at them before, it didn't work. Zik chuckled quietly. After all, he had managed to defeat the golem. It was absolutely amazing. Sia ran up to Zik. She started patting him on the shoulders. She said that Zik had defeated the boss with his production skill. How was that possible? She was very curious about how he did it, but Zik smiled and said it was a company secret. He couldn't just tell her. A moment later, the guys teleported. They found themselves in an unfamiliar place. Zik explained that after defeating the boss, there was a room with rewards. But looking around, Zik realized that they were somewhere else. The reward room in Deborah's dungeon looked different. Saya said it felt like they were making mobs here. Zik replied, could this be Deborah's laboratory from the rumors? While Sia looked around, Zik wondered if they had been thrown here because of their victory over the frenzied golem. He had never seen such devices before. Saya discovered a chest in the room. Zik said that it was indeed a trophy room. Inside the chest were a pair of protective goggles called Eagle Eyes, an artifact created by a witch. Zik ran over, saying that it was a rare item. He wanted to take a look, but Sia wouldn't let him. She said they were her glasses. Zik calmed down and said that there must be 2 chests. He found the second one. The second chest contained a common artifact, a pair of witch's gloves. Zik was a little disappointed, but he put them on and said they were better than nothing. He also found a drawing of a guard. Once he finished the drawing, he could create the black iron that Deborah had been trying to develop. Zik was very happy to see the blueprint for the robot. Could he really make it now? After reviewing the conditions for creation, Zik did not reveal his admiration and said that it was just a piece of paper, hiding it in his pocket. In the chest, there was also Carvin's Hero's Guide. These were the notes of the hero who defeated Deborah. If the blacksmith reads them, he will gain the skill to understand the structure of weapons. The conditions for understanding the structure of the skill were worst relationship with blacksmithing, completed quest in the dungeon, and 6th rank production skill. The conditions for the weapon destruction skill are the skill of obtaining the weapon, defeating a giant stone golem, and a 7th rank skill in understanding structure. After comparing all his skills, Zik said that he could already use the skill of understanding structure. What is it for? Zik began to read that the hero heard an idea from the blacksmith that all ores are made from a combination of materials. That is why there are gaps. This helped defeat the golem. The hero developed the ability to see the boundaries of all materials. He developed a skill that allowed him to take his ability to a new level. The more the hero developed his skill of understanding structure, the easier it was to extract ore and break equipment. That's how he learned to destroy weapons. Zik read carefully. It said that the battle with the witch was not over. She would definitely return and bring a powerful army with her. That's why the hero didn't destroy her cave. He hoped that those who came after him would figure out how to fight the witch's golems and defeat her army. Zik thought about it. It turned out that the battle with the witch was not over yet, and the skill of the hero cavern could only be learned by a blacksmith. His thoughts were interrupted by Sia. She approached and asked Zik if he didn't like the reward. He replied that the reward was good. For Zik, the reward was indeed very good. He had gained a hidden skill. Sia called him to the exit. She said she had looked in the other places but found nothing else. When the group left the cave, Sia stretched and said that she felt as if she hadn't seen the sky in forever. Zik replied that they had spent the whole day there. In real life, 8 hours had passed. Sia was surprised that it had been so long. She told him they needed to leave quickly. While Zik was searching for the right words, Sia asked him how old he was. Zik replied that he was 20. Sia held out her hand. She said they were about the same age and suggested they be friends. Zik shook her hand. Sia said she had added him to her messenger app. She told him she would write to him after her exams. Zik was surprised to hear about the exams. Sia explained that her exams were starting. She would be back in 2 weeks. She wanted to finish clearing the dungeon before her exams. They had a good time. Zik remembered Sia's words that she wanted to clear the dungeon because she wouldn't be able to play anymore. Now he understood what she meant. Sia asked Zik not to be sad. It was as if they were saying goodbye forever. It was only 2 weeks. They would fly by quickly. Sia wanted to give Zik a friendly pat on the shoulder, but she missed and hit him on the head. The blow was hard. Zik disappeared. The system said that Zik had died. Sia had killed a player. She screamed that this couldn't be happening. As he disappeared, Zik managed to tell Sia to take his items. She started to panic because her name had turned red. Zik repeated that she should take the items. A week passed since the hunt for the stone golem. Kan Yu-han was brought a new capsule. All this time, he had been leveling up his skill in understanding structures. Thanks to this, his item creation and repair skills now had a 100% chance of success, and the quality of the equipment was impressive. In just a week, he became a renowned master in Bolden. Everything felt even more realistic than before. A crowd gathered around Zik's smithy, wanting him to repair their items, but Zik replied that he had a quest today and couldn't take on any work. The customers were disappointed. People surrounded him and begged him to repair at least one weapon. But suddenly, someone in the crowd read the news that the Slime King had appeared on the Urk Plains. They had to hurry there. The crowd was excited. The Slime King was a super rare mob. Everyone rushed there instantly. Zik and the stranger who had told him the news remained in the square. Zik thought that the Slime King couldn't have appeared on the Urk Plains. The stranger approached and said that now he could talk to Mr. Zik in peace. He had come to hire him. In real life, Kang Yu-han attended classes at the Civil Service Academy. He impressed his classmates by quickly writing something down in his notebook, but all his activity was unrelated to his studies. A month had passed since Barz's hacking. Zik had become famous but had not found the criminal. Most of the equipment was high quality. Therefore, Zik's level needed to be raised. Kang began looking for a way to do this quickly. For this, Kang Yu-han chose the Nosarka trade route quest. If it was completed successfully and the trade route stabilized, big changes would come to Arpedio. They would lead to an update of the game, and Kang Yu-han couldn't miss out on such fun. Recently, a quest from King Barkus was announced. In it, you must travel with a delegation along a new trade route to the gnome country of Nosark. The quest was given by the king himself, so many expect that the amount of experience and rewards will be high. Nosark is the land of blacksmiths and gnomes. Zik couldn't pass up such an opportunity. Sitting in class, Kang Yu-han pondered the problem of his low reputation. If he applied, he would be guaranteed to fail. His deskmate watched as Kang started pulling his hair out. He thought to himself that Kang was definitely an unusual person. And now in the game, Dylan, the head of the Bolden branch of the Golden Fever Trade Association, approached Zik and introduced himself. He said he had come to invite the man who had become known as the Bolden Repair King to join their guild. Dylan was confident that he could offer favorable terms and invited him to come with him. Zeke wondered if he should apply. Dylan interrupted Zeke's thoughts, asking if he was listening. Zeke admitted honestly that he hadn't been listening. Dylan asked him to listen to him at least this once. Zeke said he wasn't interested in guilds. Dylan shouldn't waste his time. But Dylan laughed and said it seemed like Master Zik didn't know about the gold rush. Zik replied skeptically that he knew about it. It was the merchant guild that always came in second place. Dylan laughed again and said that second place was a very high position, and soon they planned to take first place. Dylan asked what Zik thought. Would he like to help them become leaders in Arpedian? He could offer a special bonus. But Zik didn't listen and simply replied that he didn't want to. At first, Dylan didn't understand his answer and wanted to explain the steps to join. But then he was surprised. Zik explained how they would treat a regular blacksmith. He wouldn't even be able to participate in group hunts. Trade guilds always make their members work hard for them, and they pay for items at the cost of materials. He asked if they were any different. Dylan laughed again and replied that such guilds also exist. He asked Zik about the position of a partner. Zik was surprised. Dylan said that this was usually offered to high-level players. Zik wouldn't have to do anything special. He could register on the guild's page. The Golden Fever Trade Association is an alliance of 3 large trade guilds that have serious influence in Arpedian. It welcomes all users. Dylan would become his manager. All he had to do was keep in touch from time to time. There would be no obligations to each other like there were for full guild members. They can repay you with money or information for creating and repairing equipment. They will start with that. If Zik likes the work, he can always become a full member of the guild. If not, he will inform them of his refusal after 6 months. Zik thought for a few minutes. After weighing the pros and cons, he accepted Dylan's offer, but he said he had one request. On the way to the guild, Dylan received a call. The caller was surprised to hear about his partner's location. He asked if his intuition was right. Was he sure that Zik would become famous? Dylan confidently told the caller that it wasn't a hunch, but experience. He had already seen a low-level player who had surprised everyone with his crafting and repair skills. They were talking about Girion. The caller asked if he was the best on the server. Dylan replied that he was the greatest master of items that sold for millions. His companion agreed to wait for Zick's results. He asked Dylan why he had brought back most of the bonus money. What had happened? Dylan said that Zick had asked for something else. That's why he took 90,000, a merchant's habit. When the list of people for the first expedition was posted in the square, Zick approached it warily, but when he saw his name, he was very happy. There wasn't much time, but the big guild didn't disappoint him. They even gave him 10,000 as a bonus. And then a thought crept into Zeke's mind that Dylan would start giving him strange requests. Shaking off the strange thoughts, Zeke decided it was time to prepare for the quest. In the eastern square of Bolden, in Joe's bakery, Storm Guilford stood waiting for his turn. This surprised those around him. And when it was his turn, Guilford was told that all the cookies were sold out. The previous customer had taken everything. Maybe he could ask him. Those around him were very surprised that the kid had filled his inventory with cookies. Where did all that greed come from? Guilford rushed after him and managed to grab the guy by his shirt to stop him. It turned out to be Zeke. Guilford recognized his sadly familiar blacksmith and started yelling at him. Zeke didn't know who he was and asked him to remind him where they had met. Stormy Guilford boiled over with rage. He started yelling that it was him who destroyed his precious sword. Guilford was already swinging to defeat Zeke when he suddenly disappeared. A message appeared saying that he had left the game. Everyone present wondered where he had gone. At that moment, a scandal was breaking out at Guilford's house. His wife was scolding him for talking but not doing anything. She told him to leave the dishes for her. She went out to buy groceries. Guilford was playing the whole time. He started to justify himself, saying that his wife was right, but there was no need to pull the cord. However, his wife started a fight with him. Their daughter was listening to all this in the next room. She smiled and said she had asked them to be quiet because she was studying. She had 1 more week left. Meanwhile, in Arpedian, the gates of Barcus Castle were the gathering place for a group of explorers. The regular players noticed that the Red Tigers were also participating. Noticing Guilford, they said that the rumors were true. Then the quest would be very simple. But Guilford ordered his subordinates to look very carefully for someone. He said that since he had bought a lot of provisions, he was definitely participating in the quest. Meanwhile, Zeke was passing by a shop selling essential items. The shopkeeper was trying to lure him in, saying that her goods were inexpensive. She asked the blacksmith not to pass by. She asked him to pay a little attention to her goods. She asked if he had ever been suddenly attacked by monsters on the road. When he answered in the affirmative, she said she always thought that people in manufacturing professions should have a guarantee of survival. Zick was skeptical of merchants. He thought it would be better to end the conversation and leave quickly. But then the merchant offered him a magic ring with a teleportation function for only 10,000. The offer was very tempting. Zick began to hesitate whether to buy it, but it was still a large sum. He decided to weigh whether the ring would really be useful to him, but his hand seemed to move on its own and handed the merchant a bag of coins. The satisfied woman wished Zick good luck. He walked away, thinking that he could always resell the ring and come out ahead. Walking away, Zick read the sign. The ring had a teleportation function. The user would be transported 20 meters away. The ring would destroy itself in 4 seconds. Meanwhile, the merchant was already gathering her junk. Her sales had been excellent. She had thought so, as this place was full of simpletons who knew nothing about such things. Zick ran up to her, called her a fraud, and demanded his money back. The merchant started yelling at him and calling him a beggar. Zick continued to insist. He asked her if she was pretending not to know anything. Zick was furious and shouted at her, asking how she dared to sell such a worthless thing. The woman stood her ground. She asked if it was really a ring with a teleportation function. Zick clarified that she meant normal teleportation. "You're a fraud." The saleswoman replied that she had a glamorous name, Lizzie. Zick was already ready to fight, shouting that it was the perfect name for a con artist. A knight approached and asked what was going on. The knight informed them that the caravan was about to leave and they needed to get ready. Zick started saying that she was a con artist. Lizzie pushed him away and hid behind the knight's back, saying pitifully that she would tell everything. She discreetly slipped a bag of money into the knight's hand and said that she was engaged in private business. And this man suddenly attacked her. The knight pointed his spear at Zick and shouted that he was a pathetic criminal. How dare he slander an innocent lady? Zick began to protest, but the knight ordered him to be quiet. He ordered Zick to quickly apologize to the lady. He said he would pull her card as punishment, otherwise he would be expelled from the expedition. Zick had no choice but to obey. Lizzie, a level 55 merchant, rejoiced. Storm Guilford was looking for Zick here. A guy in a cloak watched what was happening. Then he wrote a note and sent it by attaching it to an eagle's paw. The bird flew to the treasury of the kingdom of Brolin. Seeing it, the man there said that the event they had been dreading had already begun. Burning the note, the unknown man said that the kingdom of Barcus had sent an expeditionary group. Half of this country's income comes from trade. The old man said that this was very bad news, but they had friendly relations with the kingdom of Barcus. They couldn't stop them openly. The old man asked the man in the room if he understood what he was talking about. It was Kira, rank 89. Profession, assassin. He replied that of course he understood. Meanwhile, Zik was tired of pulling the cart and fell to the ground. He wondered how he had ended up like this. Lizzie was indignant and demanded that the slave set up the tent. Lizzie said she needed to log out for a while. In the meantime, Zik had to set up the tent and prepare food. Zeke got up from the ground. Lizzie asked if her slave understood her. He replied that she had gone too far by making him a slave. Zeke got angry and shouted that he couldn't take it anymore. In response, Lizzie started calling for the guards. Zik went to choose a place for the tent. Lizzie said that he should have behaved like that from the beginning. She reminded him again to prepare everything while she was gone. Zik grumbled that if it weren't for the quest, he wouldn't have obeyed. After preparing dinner, he thought about how he had caught a fraud. Why was he being punished like this? Zeke was called over. A group of knights approached him. One of them said he had heard that he was the best repairman around. He asked him to fix his belongings. Finishing his portion of noodles, Zik learned that it was one of the red tigers. He wondered where they had come from so suddenly. The knight replied that Zika was known as the king of repairs, but he looked unsure. He thought he would pick on him and take him to the commander. Putting his plate aside and muttering to himself about his meal, Zik said, "Okay," and got up from the ground. Zik used his special skill, Structure. He restored the broken Twilight Dagger to 90% of its original strength. The knights were amazed at the perfect condition of the blade. They discussed how the rumors were true. One of them said it was strange that he had heard that Zeke had destroyed the commander's sword. Opening his book, Zik said that the old men could leave if they didn't want to stay. He was trying to read. His client was angered by the expression, old men. They were almost the same age. He shouted that Zik was behaving shamelessly after breaking the commander's sword. Zik asked, as if thinking out loud, what the old man was talking about. The knight shouted that he wasn't an old man. He ordered them to follow him before they got beaten up. Closing the book, Zeke said he remembered the old man he saw in the bakery. He asked if he was acting like that because he took all the cookies. The knight shouted back, asking if Zik really thought that red tigers could be provoked by some cookies. Zik picked up his sword and replied that he didn't care. He just wanted to let off some steam. He told the knight to attack. A short time later, he was sitting bound in front of Guilford. Zik shouted that it was unfair to attack him with a crowd. Guilford approached and said that if Zik apologized immediately, he would forgive him. But Zik didn't understand what he was apologizing for. He said that he had waited in line honestly. He bought everything with his own money. He had nothing to apologize for. Guilford replied that he wasn't talking about the cookies. Zeke asked what the problem was. He hadn't hurt anyone while playing that character. Guilford was outraged by Zik's words that he hadn't hurt anyone. He said that wouldn't do and ordered his guys to untie him. Zeke was glad to be let go, but the next moment he saw that Guilford was attacking him. Zeke dodged. Zik saw an event item in Guilford's hands with an attack power of 1, the love stick. He thought that couldn't be possible. Guilford said that he would have to teach Zeke some manners and headed toward him. Guilford said it was time to start the lesson in discipline and began to act. Zeke shouted that he should stop taking his anger out on him. Zeke was knocked into the ground by the blow. Guilford said he hadn't tried to hit him hard. He called it a lesson, but the difference in their levels was too great. Then Guilford suggested changing the conditions. If Zeke could touch him, he would let him go. Getting up, Zeke said that he was a stubborn old man. He decided that a low-level blacksmith couldn't beat him. Everyone looked down on him. Gathering his strength, Zeke went on the attack against Guilford. The fight began. Guilford thought it wasn't bad for a beginner. He had fighting talent. However, talent alone cannot overcome such a difference in levels, and Guilford went on the attack again. But Zik had weapon destruction in reserve. This skill helps find weaknesses in weapons or ore to destroy them. The prerequisite for using it was to level up Structure Understanding to rank 7. And today, Zeke's Structure Understanding had risen to rank 7. He now had access to the weapon destruction skill. He had finally learned it. And now, while fighting Guilford, Zik used weapon destruction and broke his stick. Zik saw surprise in his eyes. He wondered if he was a high-ranking fighter, but he was sure that this was the first time he had seen such a skill. Zik rushed at Guilford with his bare hands. He wanted to hit him with his head, but Guilford managed to dodge far away. The blow didn't land. It turned out to be something like a kiss. Embarrassed in front of everyone, Guilford went berserk. He shouted that he would destroy the blacksmith. Zik said it was his first kiss. The knights held their commander back, saying he had to keep his promise. One of the knights went to the exhausted Zeke and gave him a gift, a large elixir that restores health points. He said who would have thought that Zeke would defeat the commander. He asked what kind of skill that was. It was the first time he had seen a weapon broken like that. It was the blacksmith's trick. Sipping the elixir, Zik replied that he could not reveal any details. The knight asked if Zik had already joined the guild. He thought the commander would like him. He asked if he wanted to join their guild. Zik replied that they had beaten him up 5 minutes ago. They weren't ashamed at all. The knight agreed that they had behaved immaturely, but Zik had broken the commander's sword and run away. He should forget the offense. He asked not to be called old man. After thinking for a moment, Zeke said he didn't remember breaking anyone's equipment, but a moment later the broken sword came back to him. He shouted that he had broken it. Zik shook the knight's hand. He asked him to forget all the negative things and called him his older brother. Guilford, still held back by his companions, shouted that he hadn't given permission to call him that. Zik waved at him and apologized for the incident. Guilford shouted that that wasn't the point. It was his. Before he could finish, a howl rang out over the forest. The next day, two guys were sitting in the forest eating soup. One grumbled that it tasted awful. The second replied that he needed to turn down his taste buds before eating. They had nothing to restore their stamina. They had to make do with what they had. A merchant named Lizzie approached the guys. She asked if they had spent all their supplies. She offered them a golden apple, a very expensive item. She said she would lower the price from 10 to 1,000 just for them. The hungry guys rushed to the merchant to ask her to give them four of them. Within seconds, a crowd gathered around the merchant, eager to purchase the magical apple. Returning to her tent, Lizzie was satisfied. Zeke, who was painting apples, asked if it was really worth going so far to earn money. He called her wicked. Lizzie replied that he was too young to understand that everything in the world was driven by money. It was not necessary to increase one's level and skills, but rather one's wallet and inventory. As she left, Lizzie told Zeke to take care of the rest. She would no longer give him orders. It was time for her to look for some herbs. Watching Lizzie walk away, Zeke wondered why she was so obsessed with money. He couldn't understand it at all. Zeke drew a face on an apple. He said he would call it Wilson. It would be his companion until they reached Nasarka. Out of nowhere, a knife flew toward Zeke. He managed to catch it with the apple. He heard Guilford's voice. He was shouting about an attack. He ordered all the fighters to take up defensive positions. A warrior in a dark hood was spotted above the camp. He was skillfully throwing blades. The artifact of the player's death fell in front of Guilford. While he was distracted by the object behind him, the warrior crept up. But Zeke noticed this and managed to use his weapon destruction skill. He saved Guilford's life. He said that the old man would owe him. Guilford replied that such an attack would not have left a scratch. He was terrified that the enemy had been behind him, and he hadn't even noticed. High-level stealth skills. The disarmed warrior jumped onto a boulder. Guilford asked who he was. The enemy replied that he was the best among the assassins. A curved blade glinted in his hand. The enemy introduced himself as a man leading the Black Crescent. Everyone knew that the Black Crescent was a famous guild of mercenary assassins. Could he really be talking about them? The warrior replied that he meant exactly that guild. He introduced himself as Kira, rank 89. Their guild had a mandatory quest to attack an expeditionary group. Someone had hired assassins to disrupt trade between Barkas and Nosark. Hearing Kira's name, the knights began to whisper that it couldn't be true. He was the same ranker. Maybe he was lying. Kira took up the assassin's fighting stance. Those present knew that it had no weak points. They would all die. Kira replied that he wasn't there to destroy them. His task was simply to delay the group and earn the title of Patriot in the shadows. He suggested that they surrender so that he wouldn't have to get his hands dirty. He asked what they thought, if they agreed. Before he could finish, a guy stepped out of the crowd and shouted that he wasn't joking. The guy yelled that Kira had no idea how much he had spent on this quest. He asked if he would get his money back. Who would reimburse his investment? Kira replied that the guy obviously didn't understand. This wasn't a negotiation, but a mere formality. And an arrow flew at the guy. Kira said that the expedition was surrounded by hundreds of his followers. If those present did not surrender, they would be destroyed. Now they understood the situation. Guilford didn't sense the presence of hundreds. Kira was bluffing. He knew there were many enemies in the forest. If the NPCs died, the expedition would be in trouble. Behind Guilford stood the mage Hensock. Guilford gestured to him to provoke Kira and distract his attention. Hensock's task was to block the view from the forest with magic. Guilford had already started the countdown with gestures. Zeke intervened. He began to say that this was not the best assassin, but a petty thief. Guilford signaled to retreat. Zeke approached Kira and said that what kind of assassin would reveal himself and lecture his victims? He should have destroyed everyone before they noticed him. He said that if he was a ranker, he should fight one-on-one like a man. He surrounded himself with followers and was going to win with dirty tricks. Kira said that his cockroach voice was annoying. He was lucky to have broken his weapon, and now he was pretending to be tough. He called him a noob. Kira pointed at Zeke and ordered his followers to destroy him. Arrows and spears flew at Zeke. Zeke was able to deflect some of the weapons with his skill. He even began to taunt them for attacking him at such a low level. But soon so many weapons flew at their group that he couldn't handle them all by himself. At that moment, Guilford ordered Hensock to act now, and he used magic to create a wall of ice. Kira, enraged by such resistance, ordered his men to destroy everyone, leave no one alive. Guilford was outraged by the words, "kill them all." He said that only they would die today, and he went on the attack, activating Berserk mode. With a swing of his huge sword, the ground beneath Kira's feet began to crack. He managed to dodge the attack. Kira said sarcastically that it was an honor, but Guilford was just a little too slow. After such a fierce blow, the system reported that Guilford's stats were too low. Berserk mode was cancelled. The Hydra's blood effect was activated. At that moment, Zeke thought he was a genius. A second before his death, he took out his log armor. It protects the entire body, but is heavy and prevents the user from moving. After sitting in his log and hoping that the red tigers would sort everything out themselves, Zeke decided it was time to come out. Getting out of his armor, Zeke was very surprised by what he saw. He asked how they managed to lose. Immediately, the system displayed a message stating that Zeke had received the Hydra's blood effect. His health and stats were reduced by 50%. Hydra's blood is an item that drops from the Hydra boss in the Cadria dungeon. It is a powerful poison that instantly reduces health and stats. Zeke thought about it. Could their breakfast have been poisoned? but the food had tasted good to him. Then Zik saw that Guilford was still fighting the warriors who had attacked the camp. Looking at Guilford, Kira thought he was a monster. He was still at that level even after being poisoned. Kara's attacks weren't working. Guilford himself thought that they were at a disadvantage. He had to get the NPCs out of there, and he started to move. At that moment, Zik was already running along the forest path. 2 people were chasing him. He managed to dodge their attacks, but they would catch him soon. Zik needed to find somewhere to hide. He decided to run into the forest. The 2 were close behind, but Zik and Guilford weren't the only ones who decided to move deeper into the forest. A cart belonging to the merchant Lizzie was rushing along one of the paths. Having returned from the forest a little earlier, she saw the remains of the camp being looted. The enemies were searching through the bags of the expedition members. Kira ordered the Black Crescent to prepare to move out. They would immediately chase after the fugitives when the reconnaissance group returned. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound in the bushes. Kira noticed it and said he heard a noise. It was Lizzie returning to the camp. Kira was approaching the tree behind which Lizzie was hiding when he was distracted by a warrior. He reported that the reconnaissance group had returned. They were heading for Roking Bridge Canyon. Kira ordered the Black Crescent to move toward the canyon. He said they should get there first and attack when the others arrived. All the Black Crescent warriors followed their commander's orders. Lizzie sat frightened under the tree and heard everything. Now Lizzie was rushing, wondering if this was the same guild, because judging by the number of items and bodies, more than half of the expedition had been killed. If the rest fell into another ambush, the game would be over. She hurried to warn them. And just then, a huge yellow ogre appeared in her path. It was moving straight toward Lizzie. She ran away from him as fast as she could. She wondered where the yellow ogre had come from. In her haste, she didn't notice a rock under her feet and tripped and fell. The monster was already very close. And then Lizzie, in her real life as Chisu, remembered how her boss had given her a bonus to buy something for herself. Chisu decided that she could start her studies if she added this money to her savings. After gathering all her savings, Chisu set off for the piano academy. But as soon as Chisu stepped through the academy's doors, the phone rang. She was told that something had happened to her father. A large sum of money was needed. Chisu said it was okay. Money comes and goes. She paid for the treatment. After that, when filling out a career questionnaire instead of Seoul University of the Arts, she had to list Yonsei University with a major in business administration. These memories made her stand up. Armed with a stone, she said she had worked so hard to earn that money. Lizzie screamed, "Does the ogre even know how much money went into this quest?" She wouldn't give up anymore. With a frenzied scream, Lizzie began throwing stones at the monster. She shouted that she would destroy it. When her courage was at 0 and tears were streaming from her eyes, Zik appeared behind the monster. He jumped and managed to hit the ogre before it could attack Lizzie. Exhausted, she fell to her knees. Satisfied with himself, Zeke began to say that he would finally get his reward. But then he noticed Lizzie. He asked her what she was doing. 30 minutes earlier, Zeke's pursuers had lost sight of him. He had used his log shield again. They had passed by. Zeke sighed that he had barely escaped. Now his task was to find a proper antidote. And then he encountered a yellow ogre. This is a rare mob that appears near the Nemesis Mountains. The yellow ogre has a high attack for its level, therefore battles with it are avoided. However, they drop a large amount of antidote. Zik decided that an experienced fighter could handle it. Zik knew that no matter how great the attack power was, it was useless if he couldn't hit it. Grabbing a vine, Zik dodged the ogre's attacks, periodically dealing small amounts of damage. The monster began to run away, and Zik gave chase. Zeke's plan worked. Now he had a large antidote that combined the effects of other antidotes, healing abnormal conditions. Lizzie was indignant. She said that Zeke was a liar. She wanted to say that he had destroyed the ogre himself. Zeke asked her if she couldn't see, and the system wrote that Zeke was the Ogre Slayer, the title of the one who strikes fear into the hearts of ogres. Zeke explained that his attack power was low, but for an ogre, it was enough to beat it until victory. Lizzie was angry that a blacksmith could defeat an ogre. Watching Zek's joy, Lizzie thought that it didn't matter anymore. It would have been difficult for her alone, but now there was a chance. Lizzie suggested that Zeke work with her. After all, he also wanted to complete this quest. She had a plan to get rid of the Black Crescent. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the expedition approached the bridge. One of the knights asked the commander if they were almost there. Looking at the bridge, Guilford sighed and replied that no, it wasn't over yet. Suddenly, Guilford activated his berserk mode and went on the attack. He noticed Kira. Dodging the attack and realizing he had been spotted, Kira said he was impressed. He asked how Guilford knew he was there. Guilford replied that it was the experience of adults. He called Kira a nobody. Kira replied that Guilford talks a lot but will ultimately be destroyed by this small fry. And from the tips of his fingers, arrows and spears flew toward the group. But to the surprise of everyone present, as they approached the expedition, all the weapons began to break apart in mid-air. Guilford again ordered the mage Hensock to activate the ice wall, but in the next second, he was destroyed by one of the Black Crescent. Immediately, Kira attacked Guilford and knocked him off his feet with his attack. Looking at the fallen warrior, Kira said that it seemed Storm Guilford's reputation was exaggerated. One blow remained until his end, but Kira was distracted by a wheelbarrow rushing towards him. Zik rolled it and shouted to the petty thief that it was a gift for him. With one blow of his sword, Kira destroyed the cart. He said he heard the blacksmith had run away, but now he had returned. It seemed he really wanted to die. Kira was distracted by a strange smell coming from the remains of the cart. Zeke shouted, "Here's your bonus," and threw a bottle of flammable liquid at him. The bottle shattered at Kira's feet, causing an explosion. Kira screamed, cursing the blacksmith. The merchant Lizzie watched what was happening. Her plan, Explosive Spirit, had succeeded. She had bought the barrels to sell because gnomes love this stuff. You can tell how strong it is just by the smell. Lizzie showed Zika that even a few drops explode on contact with fire. She said that if they could pour it all on Kira and then set it on fire, there would be an explosion. Lizzie said even a rancor would die from that. He's an assassin after all. It wasn't such a bad plan. Zeke hesitated. Suppose they got rid of Kira, but what about the other assassins? Lizzie replied that they could blow them all up along with Kira. Zeke doubted that this turkey would stand next to the group. Zeke was sure that Kira would make his way to the most visible spot while the others hid. Lizzie started to say that if they got rid of Kira, then Zeke cut her off and said that this wasn't a problem that could be solved by destroying the leader. There were too many of them. Lizzie asked what he suggested instead. Surely Zeke had better ideas. Zeke replied that they needed to think about where the group could hide before the attack. Zeke's plan was simple. Blow up all possible hiding places, and this time, everything worked as he said it would. Zeke showed them the places where the explosions would cause the canyon to collapse. When he gave the signal, all the barrels were detonated. After the successful plan, Lizzie couldn't believe that Zeke had come up with the idea of blowing up the canyon. And he defeated the ogre. Who was he? Watching everything around him burn and rocks fall, Zeke thought he had doubts, but everything worked out. Zeke thought that the more he learned about the structure skills, the more fun it became. He needed to do more research when he finished the quest. But then a fiery figure appeared behind Zeke. She asked where the blacksmith was going. In the next moment, a burning Kira attacked Zeke. Zeke managed to dodge. Zeke was amazed that Kira had survived such an explosion. He said that he was a typical rancor. Among them, there were only monsters. Burning with rage, Kira told Zeke that he would regret angering him. He then drew 2 blades. Those who remained in the expedition hurried to cross the bridge over the canyon. They let the NPCs and newbies go first. Guilford told his subordinate Jackal that he didn't know what caused the explosion, but thanks to that he survived. They had to leave quickly before the Black Crescent caught up with them. Suddenly, Lizzie ran up from nowhere. She was screaming and calling for Mr. Guilford. She reported that they had gained some time. They had to hurry to get to the other side. Guilford asked Lizzie in confusion if she meant that she had caused the explosion. She replied that she had done it together with the blacksmith Zeke. Holding up the weakened commander, the knight said that the others had already crossed the bridge. They needed to go. Guilford told his men that he would wait for the blacksmith Zeke here. His subordinate said that Kira would come here sooner or later. Guilford would be better off leaving, but he replied that the blacksmith had saved him twice and he didn't want to remain indebted to him. He couldn't leave without him. At that moment, Kira and Zeke were fighting in the flames. The blacksmith used weapon destruction. Kira said that it was the same skill Zeke had used before. He thought he could defeat him with such tricks. Zeke replied that this was said by a man who couldn't straighten his back because of fire damage. All he does is bark. Then Zeke's entire body seemed to be wrapped in a sharp steel rope. He couldn't understand where this sudden damage came from. Kira explained that the skill was called Residual Trace Attack. Was Zeke really going to keep dodging and using pathetic attacks? Kira said that Zeke should know his place. He was going to destroy him like a bug. In response, Zeke just shouted, "Now!" Kira thought for a moment. Had they really not used all their bombs? Taking advantage of Kira's confusion, Zeke managed to escape. He shouted, asking who was the fool now. He had fallen for such a simple trick. Kira pursued Zeke. He hid in the cave of Mount Nemesis. Kira said he almost caught him and went inside. Kira was so angry at Zeke that he said he wanted to beat him up in real life. Something flew out of the darkness of the cave toward Kira. He didn't understand at first, but then he was very surprised. They were cookies. Zeke let out an ominous cry and rushed at Kira. He thought he had hit him and rejoiced. But it turned out to be a shadow decoy, a hidden skill of the assassin. It summons a clone that moves like the main body. It disappears after taking damage, but Kira hit him right on target. He attacked Zeke from behind. He said he had to admit that Zeke was tough to deal with, maybe even tougher than Guilford. Looking at Zeke lying on the ground, Kira said that the game was over, it was the end. But then Kira felt something wrap around his legs. He asked what was happening this time. Sitting on the ground, Zeke replied that there were no monsters or items in this cave. But there was one interesting plant here. Kira shouldn't struggle. There was no way to escape. It was a cave vine. It grabbed any nearby objects. It disappeared when the capture time ended. Zeke thought the stakes were high, but it worked. He told Kira to watch where he was stepping. Kira started cursing that he was using his skills to the very end. He asked what Zeke would do without combat skills or weapons. Zeke replied that he didn't need them. He showed him the pickaxe and said he had destroyed the stone golem with it. He asked Kira if he had heard of the frenzied mode. Kira laughed that Zeke's hidden weapon was just a pickaxe. He asked him not to make him laugh. Gathering momentum for an attack, Zeke shouted that now Kira would see if she was normal or not. Kira closed his eyes, but a moment later Zeke struck not at him, but at the stone wall. Kira laughed, called Zeke a fool, and said that he couldn't even hit a stationary target. Zeke replied that he had hit the very center of the cave wall. Lightning bolts shot out of the stone wall of the cave. Zik explained that he had destroyed the core and that the cave would soon collapse. Kira didn't believe that such a thing could cause a collapse. But the cave suddenly began to shake. Kira thought he had never heard of such a skill. It must be a bluff. Perhaps it was some kind of mind control. He was just a simple blacksmith. It didn't make any sense. It seemed that the cave was really collapsing. Was Zik really going to take Kira down with him? Kira began to panic. He tried to break free, but the system said he was trapped and couldn't move for 10 seconds. Kira screamed that he was a rancor. They think some blacksmith can defeat him. A rockfall began. The system reported that the quest to attack the expedition group had failed. All the assassins were destroyed. The Black Crescent awaited punishment for their failure. Meanwhile, the knights were convincing their commander that they had to go. It would be easier to admit that Zeke was dead. Guilford said that Zik didn't look like a man who could die so easily. The knight agreed. He hoped that the boy would come. Then the knights heard a familiar voice telling them to keep a closer eye on the owls. Everyone saw Zik. He said he was still alive, right there. Guilford was surprised that Zeke had returned unharmed. The blacksmith sarcastically asked where he looked unharmed. Looking at the teleportation ring, Zik said that without it, he would have certainly died. While in the cave, Zeke realized that he had only one chance. He wouldn't be able to run out of the cave in time. But with this ring, he was able to save himself. Looking at the ring, Zik said that it wasn't worth the money anyway. But thanks to the swindler. Lizzie thought he had a defective, useless item. But he found a use for it and survived against the rancor. You don't meet guys like that very often. She had to find a way to make him her slave. She approached him and said that he should be grateful to her older sister Lizzie. Zeke replied that she hadn't even mentioned her age. Guilford said it was surprising that Zeke had defeated Kira. Zeke replied that unlike some shaggy old man who just talks, he gets things done. The old man said he had his own problems. Everyone present laughed a little after a hard day. Zeke said they had to move on to Nosark. The expedition group made their way along the snow-covered road and arrived at a huge fortress. A gnome at the gate announced that a group of merchants from the kingdom of Barkas had arrived. He ordered the gates to be opened. The huge gates opened. The system wrote that the quest to create a trade route was complete. Of the 80 adventurers, 28 survived. These people would receive gifts from the king himself. Upon entering the city, the players received 3,000 experience points and 700 prestige points. Zik reached level 55. He gained access to creating and repairing S-rank equipment. As a gift from the king, Zik received the Shield of Videk, a royal treasure gifted by King Barkas. It blocks 1 attack per day. At that time, there was a discussion about the character Zeke in the developer's office. A month had passed since the creation and selection of the blacksmith profession. Previously, this user was a ranked character named Bars. After Zik was created, he showed signs of unusual gameplay. Zik defeated a ferocious stone golem, which triggers a hidden event. He moved to Nosark, where the next trigger for this event is located. The development team believes that this user has a high chance of triggering the event in Methenia. One of those present said that a level 55 blacksmith would be able to activate the event. Why should the update be delayed? In response, he heard that this event could change the entire Arpedian world. If it coincides with the release of the update, users may become confused. The interlocutor turned to the head of the department, Kim. He said that his words made no sense. It took almost 3 years for the golem to appear. And now they were telling him to delay the update because of a low-level blacksmith. Was he willing to take responsibility for the negative consequences of the postponement? Kim replied that if you look at the long term, he would take responsibility. Director Sun Sok-jin entered the office. He apologized for being late. He said he was so busy preparing for the meeting that he forgot about it. The chairman asked him to sit down. He asked what the director meant by those words. Sun Sok-jin said he would take responsibility. The update would have to be postponed. The other guy asked if he also believed that the blacksmith would start the event. Sun Sok-jin replied that it was a minor detail. In fact, he would like to add some things to this update. He asked for some time to implement them. This is a large-scale expansion of item creation capabilities. Sun asked what they thought about it. The schedule would have to be shifted slightly to finalize the changes. If they don't achieve the expected growth rates, Sun Sok-jin would be held responsible. Department head Kim asked them to wait a moment. He said that even if they forgot that it wasn't related to the original topic, the update would take 2 years. Sun Seok-jin replied that he had done most of the work while on vacation. The development team had one last push to go. Department head Kim was a little confused to hear that the director had done everything himself. Director Sun Seok-jin asked the board of directors what they thought. Aren't they curious about how Arpedia will change in the future? Meanwhile, Kang Yuhan was sleeping after a long game. He dreamed that he had found the hacker. His brother Hen came in to call him to the table, but Yuhan was talking excitedly in his sleep about how he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. When Kang Yuhan came down to the table, his mother asked where his brother was. He replied that he seemed to have been playing all night again. He was still asleep. His mother became very angry. She shouted that Yuhan had said he would study, but he was still playing. His father asked what was wrong with that. The father said he thought it would be better if he did what he liked, especially compared to the past. His mother grumbled that it was because of his father's behavior that Yuhan had grown up like this, and that he couldn't earn a living. His father replied that it wasn't a problem. He would manage their store. His father hoped that his son would find happiness. Yuhan had already come downstairs. He heard his father say that they couldn't help him when times were tough. He should be allowed to do what he wanted. Yuhan said how inspiring his father's words were. He suggested that he should remember this wisdom and skip school today. His mother scolded him. Kang Yuhan quietly went outside. He sat at the bus stop and thought about what he had heard at home. Yuhan thought his parents were worrying too much. He hadn't been bothered by that incident for a long time. When Kang Yuhan was in his second year of high school, he found a rat in his plate during one of the school lunches. He posted a photo of it online. Sometime later, Kim Pil-chun, who had transferred from Youngwon Middle School, burst into Han's classroom. He was looking for Kang Yuhan. People said that Kim Pil-chun was crazy. They said that you couldn't look at him. He could hit you for no reason. Kim Pil-chun approached Kang Yuhan, who was sleeping on his desk, and began to wake him up. Kang Yuhan couldn't wake up. Kim Pil-chun hit him while he was half asleep and he fell to the floor. Kim said that he was finished. When Kim Yuhan returned home, his mother asked him what had happened to his face. Her son replied that he had fallen down the stairs. His mother asked if he was in a lot of pain and offered to take him to the hospital, but he replied that he was fine. In reality, however, he was anything but fine. From that day on, his school life turned into a living hell. Kim Pil-chun constantly looked for him to attack him. His friends gradually began to distance themselves from Han. He found himself isolated. Every day he was beaten and bullied, and it was endless. One day, Kang Yu-hyun couldn't take the humiliation anymore and asked why they were doing this to him. The boys mocked him and said he thought he was some tragic character. They said that if a friend asks a question, you have to answer it. Kang Yu-han saw John Hyun-il, the president of the student council, in the crowd. He was the guy who always came first. John Hyun-il approached Kang Yu-han and asked him why he was always being beaten up. He said he would explain. He approached and replied that it was just because. There was no reason to hit him. It turned out that they simply did not like Kang Yu-han. Now, sitting at the bus stop, Kang Yu-han remembered it all with pain in his heart. He cursed Cheon Hyun-il. He stood up and threw a few punches. He said that if Il crossed his path, he would beat him up with the same fighting spirit he had in the game. Suddenly, a napkin hit Kang Yu-han's face, and he couldn't see anything and bumped into a guy passing by. Yu-han fell to the ground. The guy said that he had pushed him and asked if he wanted to apologize. Kang Yu-han started to mumble an apology, but then he recognized the passerby as Kim Pil-chun. Kim Pil-chun kicked him in the leg and asked again if he was going to apologize. Pil-chun was already annoyed and rudely asked if he had heard what he said. Yu-han wondered where he had come from. Suddenly, Kim Pil-chun's phone rang. He left Kang Yu-han alone and told him he was lucky. He warned him to watch where he was going next time. Kim Pil-chun hurried to one of the city's night districts. There was a conversation about raising taxes. They would bring up the issue at the next meeting. His interlocutor asked him if he knew that a trade route had recently been opened from Barkas to Nosark. Because of this, Lord Borodin's treasury was in a deplorable state. His companion explained that the tribute from Namaran had always been too small. Kim Pil-chun was indignant that it was too much to double it right away. The interlocutor turned out to be John Haeon-il. He asked Pil-chun what his answer was. Pil-chun bowed his head and said he understood. The next morning, Kang Yu-han arrived at the gym where the Great Korean Dojo was taught. Yu-han thought he had been fine for a long time. Now he was no longer afraid of other people or of leaving the house. He decided that he would become a stronger version of himself. He would improve his physical condition. Then his mental strength would follow. Feeling determined, Kang Yu-han opened the door, greeted everyone from the doorway, and shouted that he had come to learn martial arts. But his confidence quickly melted away when he saw the training in the hall. He saw the beginners flying under the blows of experienced fighters. Kang Yu-han immediately retreated. He said he was unemployed and didn't have any extra money for training. The coach noticed him and asked if he had come to sign up for their dojo. A new participant. Yu-han moved toward the exit, trying to explain that he had come in by mistake. At the door, he accidentally bumped into a tall, muscular man. And then something strange happened. He was recognized. The man at the door shouted that he was the blacksmith. The man he had bumped into was Guilford. Seated on a small sofa in the lounge area, Kang Yu-han thought hard about how this could be possible. How did this club turn out to be the Red Tiger's base? The coach said it was now clear why Kim's gait seemed familiar to him. He asked if, judging by his clothes, he also practiced martial arts. Kang Yu-han replied that he didn't. He explained that he just wanted to do some sports. The coach asked if that was why he had come to sign up for their section. Kang Yu-han insisted that it wasn't. He didn't have the money to sign up. Guilford told him not to worry. He had a special offer for Yu-han, a year's membership fee waiver. To Kang Yu-han's surprise, the coach told him he should join. As they say, coincidences are not coincidences. Yu-han wondered why they were pushing him so hard. Guilford had a cunning plan. He thought he would knock some sense into the boy and teach him some manners. Yu-han thought he had nothing to lose. Maybe he should give it a try after all. He replied that he hoped they would get along. When filling out the paperwork, they asked for his name. Kang Yu-han introduced himself. Guilford thought about it. He had heard that name somewhere before. He remembered that the son of the owner of a store he used to frequent had the same name. He said he was also friends with his daughter. Guilford dismissed the idea of bringing up the past. Kang Yu-han apologized and asked if he could find out his name. Guilford was surprised that he hadn't introduced himself yet. He replied that his name was Sun Tae-soo. Kang asked what his daughter's name was. Tai-soo replied, Cherin. He asked why he wanted to know her name. Kang Yoo-han also remembered this man. He laughed and said that he hadn't seen his uncle in a long time. Sun Tai-soo asked what he meant by long time. Could this guy really be Yoo-han? During the 30-minute training session, Kang Yoo-han felt as if his HP was approaching 0. His endurance level was low. Sun Tai-soo said that it could be considered fate that they had met again. He would personally train him. After class, Kang Yoo-han dragged his exhausted body home. He went to Arpadi. He thought he would get a quest from the gnomes and level up after completing it. Maybe he would master a hidden skill. But that wasn't the case. The gnomes quickly kicked Zika out of their forge. He knew, of course, that gnomes were a very closed race. But he had been told that humans could be useful. He wanted to be thanked for his help. Let him shut his mouth. The gnomes decided that Zik actually wanted to steal their trade secret. Zik thought, who knew they would turn out to be so wild? If he had asked more insistently, he felt they would have chased him with knives. The system said that Zik didn't have enough endurance. He urgently needed something to eat. When he entered the store, Zik was shocked. He shouted, "Why does raw potato cost 1,200 gold coins? And it's kept under glass? This is a joke. It's just a regular potato." The salesperson replied that Zik was the one joking. This store was considered the cheapest in the entire village. Zik thought that direct trade had started recently. Apparently, prices had not yet normalized. He said he understood the salesman and asked for one potato. But an unpleasant surprise awaited Zik. He had spent all his money on iron in the gold rush. He thought he would soon be able to get a job at the smithy. He hesitated a little and asked if the seller could give him a discount of 400 gold coins, but the seller kicked him out of the store. And now Zika was lying on the street, thinking about how long it had been since he had eaten. Maybe he would just die. If he died, his endurance would be at its maximum after he was revived. Zik began to cry. He couldn't die. He had put so much effort and energy into raising his level. He would have to sell Videk's shield to save his life. But Zik really liked this special skill. It would be a shame to sell it. But it was an A-rank shield and he couldn't use it. Besides, he would hardly be able to earn money repairing weapons in this village. A dwarf passed by and noticed Ziku's shield. He asked if the man would sell it. Zik thought about how he had found a buyer so quickly. He must be lucky. He began to talk about how dear the shield was to him. The dwarf replied that if he valued it so much, he could give Zik 5 large gold coins. That was all he could afford. Zik was stunned, thinking that he would get 5 million gold coins for the shield. He handed it to the dwarf. The dwarf said that the shield was a bit expensive. Oh well, never mind. The dwarf poured 500 gold coins into Zik's hand. Zik was very surprised and asked what it was. But the dwarf had already gotten on his quad bike and, saying goodbye, sped off with the shield. Zik shouted after him to return the shield. Zik ran to the house where the dwarf lived. He started banging on the door. He demanded that the dwarf come out. He threatened to spend the rest of his life under the door. The dwarf had already broken the shield and taken all the stones out of it. He wondered if these stones were connected to that. Zik had a snack near the dwarf's house. He thought to himself, "Damn dwarf. He thinks he can get rid of me. Zik is ready to destroy him. Let him come out quickly." Nearby, Zik heard voices. Approaching closer, he saw some young gnomes. 3 kids were standing next to the house of the gnome Zik was guarding, planning something. A moment later, the kids got down to business. They started painting swear words on the wall of the house. Zik approached them and called out to the kids. They were frightened and began to make excuses. Zik took one of the brushes and said that what they were doing could hardly be called drawing. If they wanted to draw, they should do it properly. He waved the brush. Meanwhile, the gnome was putting the pieces of the shield into a bag. He compared the stones and said that the magical waves didn't match. What a waste of money. After putting everything in the bag, the dwarf said there was nothing to be done. Maybe he should go to the ice palace. Climbing the stairs, the dwarf thought that he would probably have to fight someone in the palace. And he didn't like that. Leaving the house, the dwarf thought it would be nice if someone went there instead of him. At the door, the dwarf met Zik. He started shouting, "Did he really come out?" He rushed towards the dwarf and shouted for him to return the shield. Zik said that he had to go through so much to get the shield, and the dwarf cheated him, giving him only 500 gold coins. And Zik believed him about the 5 large gold coins. He shouted that large gold coins were worth 1 million or more, in case the gnome didn't know. Zik grabbed the dwarf by the chest and asked if he could hear him. The dwarf looked around and asked if Zik had painted his house. Zik admitted that he had. He said it was just child's play compared to what the dwarf had done. The dwarf thought that the scribbles looked like the drawings of a 5-year-old child. On one of them, he had tried to depict a broken arm. Judging by his clothes, Zik was a human blacksmith. Not bad. Maybe he would ask him to do it. The children ran away. Zik continued to demand that his shield be returned. The dwarf replied that he would return the shield if he would let him go. Zik let the dwarf go. The dwarf opened his bag and told Zik to take the shield. But instead of the shield, Zik saw metal plates, a handle, and a grenade filled with magical power. Zik asked what it was. The dwarf said that he had carefully dismantled the shield. Zik would have to reassemble it, and it would be exactly the same as before. The dwarf said that Zik was a blacksmith, so assembling the shield would not be a problem for him. Zik asked the dwarf if he had torn his shield apart. The dwarf replied in the affirmative. Zik sighed deeply. But suddenly an idea struck Zik. He took the dwarf by the shoulders and asked him to tell him how he did it. Standard skills possessed by blacksmiths include the creation and repair of weapons. To make a weapon from expensive materials, you need to follow the instructions. A mistake in manufacturing can result in losses. But what if the failed weapon can be dismantled? The used materials could be recycled and new tools that no one knows about could be created. Items with unusual characteristics could be created. Zik dreamed that he could change all the items he had however he wanted. He needed to learn this skill urgently. The shield was not the most important thing right now. Zik asked the gnome to teach him. The gnome agreed and asked if the man was ready to become his apprentice. Zik replied that he knew the philosophy of the gnomes, that they must keep their skills secret from other races. The dwarf led Zik to the basement. It smelled strongly of mold. The dwarf told Zik to follow him. As they descended, the gnome asked Zik if he knew anything about Andurus. He replied that he did. Andurus was a legendary monster that lived in the northeast of Nosarka. He loved jewels, and the dwarves appeased him with stones and handicrafts. Zik thought that, except for the fact that he looked like a thief, he was actually a normal, docile dragon. He was just very envious that he had so many jewels from the gnomes. The dwarf said that there were fools from the east who brought this lizard handmade crafts and precious stones, but he wasn't like that. The dwarf planned to destroy the lizard, take over the gold mines in the north, and get rich. Zik thought that the dwarf wouldn't send him to destroy Andurus. The dwarf opened a room in the basement and said that he had created it to carry out his grand plan. Showing off his device, the dwarf said it was his life's masterpiece, the Dragon Mecha. Zik asked what it was. It moves. The dwarf replied that it was a stupid question. Of course it didn't move. If it could move, he wouldn't have left it there. His workshop was too small for that. Zik said he didn't understand anything. Then it's just a big tin can. The gnome advised him not to jump to conclusions. All the parts were correctly selected and performed their functions. He needed to find a suitable energy source for the mana power turbine. It's not easy to get such a system. He came up with the idea of using artificial mana power, but there could be overloads causing polarity errors. Taking apart, Zik thought he could try to make a weapon out of it. The gnome kicked him. He said he needed to focus. From this moment on, the most important part begins. Zik asked him to continue the story. The gnome replied that they would get straight to the point. Zik had to go to the Ice Palace. The Ice Palace was a restless place. There, warriors were fighting skeletons, and now the fire mage and the archer Sia, who were in the center of the battle, concluded that the rumors about this hidden dungeon being Dauber's were true, and the monsters were familiar. Irene was also on the team. She commanded lightning bolts, but she wasn't very good at it yet. Irene asked how the dungeon appeared if there had been no updates yet. The fire mage thought for a moment. He said that there were many opinions about this on the forum. Someone had explained its appearance 2 weeks ago. The archer Sia thought that about 2 weeks ago she had defended Deborah's dungeon. Then Sia remembered that she had added Zika to her messenger. She had been so busy leveling up that she had completely forgotten to write to him. Sia decided that she would definitely write to Zika about how the dungeon went, and then another member of their team appeared before her. Sia asked what had happened to Loki. The mage asked Loki if he had been fighting monsters all this time. He said he would heal him now. Loki signaled that someone was approaching them. The group assumed it was a monster. Sia loaded her bow. It was Zik, who couldn't see anything because of the thick fog. He thought he needed to wait for it to clear up. Zik walked and grumbled about why the fog was so thick, and then he saw Sia. She recognized him and asked how he ended up there. Zik remembered how the gnome had told him that the Ice Palace was a dungeon that had appeared about 2 weeks ago at the end of the northern Ice Valley. The gnome showed him a picture of the monsters that lived in the dungeon. Zik recognized them as Deborah's tree soldiers. The gnome replied that if you looked closely, they'd looked a little different. He thought it might be Deborah's secret development, and this creature can carry that can, as Zeke said. Zeke asked if it was a tree soldier. The gnome replied that if Zek didn't know, Deborah was a genius in magical engineering. Despite its small size, the soldier's heart possessed powerful energy. If the gnome could study the heart of the new tree soldier, he could create a source of energy to revive his dragon. If Zik wanted to become the gnome's apprentice, he would have to bring 30 hearts from the new type of wooden soldiers. Sia asked if that meant Zik had come here to complete a quest. Zik replied that he was going through difficult times. That's why he had to. Zik thought the gnome was talking as if he would simply take him as an apprentice, but he himself was interested in exploring the dungeon. Sia smiled and asked if Zik wanted to join their guild. The others supported the suggestion. They said it wasn't a coincidence that they had met. They would help him complete the quest, and he would help them clear the dungeon. Zeke thought about it. The number of people in the group was a little overwhelming for him, and clearing the dungeon wasn't his goal. Then Irene from the group began to lament how useful a blacksmith could be to them. But Sia quickly cut her off, asking if Irene had something against Zeke. She replied that she didn't. After thinking for a moment, Zeke replied that everything was fine. He could handle it himself. But Sia seemed not to hear him. She grabbed his arm and said, "Come on, hurry up." Working together, the group easily defeated the monsters in the dungeon. During the dungeon cleanup, they managed to obtain the heart of a new type of wooden soldier. Zik received a message about the progress of the galley trial quest. 30 out of 30 new wooden soldier hearts had been collected. Zik thought that he got along well with the guild members. If they continued, they would be able to clear the dungeon in no time. But the unknown nature of the dungeon worried him. Irene turned to Zik and asked if he could do anything. She said he was being selfish, just collecting items. Sia replied that Irene was wrong. Zik was conserving his energy. If he showed her his skills, she would definitely be shocked. Sia asked Zik if that was true. He replied that it was, realizing that he needed to do something now. The fire mage clapped his hands and said to stop talking. They approached the boss's room. They needed to use the necessary items, grab their weapons, and go. Irene shouted that she would go first and ran ahead. Sia warned her that it was dangerous to go. But the restless girl didn't listen. Running into the room, Irene saw a woman crying. She approached her and asked if she was okay. The others shouted at Irene not to touch her, but the girl's hand was already reaching out to the woman. The woman grabbed her and said she had been caught. It was the monster hiding behind her. He cast a stone cloud spell, but the boys dodged it. The monster said that humans only know how to run fast. But Loki remained in the room. The monster asked what about him. He was slow, so he couldn't escape. Under the guise of a poor woman, the monster asked Loki to tell him where his friends had gone, leaving the poor thing here alone. If he told him, he would spare his life. Loki used a technique to defend himself against provocation. The monster became angry. He said that if Loki wanted to die, he would do as he wished. Irene, who had been pulled out of the room by her friends, asked what had happened. The mage replied that it was Medusa, the most vicious and unpleasant monster in Arpedion. He said that there had been talk on the forum that Medusa was the main boss of the Ice Palace. He should have warned the others. He apologized. Irene replied that the mage was not to blame and that he did not need to apologize. She had run there herself. Irina looked at Zik, who was frozen in place, and said that it was her fault he had become like that. He had frozen for 10 minutes while saving Irene. Saya asked her not to interrupt. Just apologize to Zik when they are done with Medusa. Arin replied that despite her fear, she would try to pull herself together. Sia thought for a moment and said she didn't know how to fight a monster whose attacks turned people to stone. The mage told her not to worry about it. He took out and showed that he had brought a magic mirror capable of reflecting anything just in case. Meanwhile, Loki tried to fight off Medusa's attacks. The shield protected him, but the monster noticed that the warrior's strength was running out. But then the rest of the guys arrived. They used a healing light shield and a light cannon. Irene unleashed a huge flame. Sia supported the attack with a series of shots. The guys asked Loki if he had to wait long for them. He was fine. Loki replied that he was fine. Irene said she was fine too. She suggested they move on to the counterattack. The mage said they were following the plan. Irene needed to supply Loki with a health and ability booster. Loki needed to continue defending. The mage turned to Sia and said they would go together. He was counting on her long-range attacks. She agreed. The fire mage commanded everyone to attack. Irene shouted good luck to them. The battle began. Meanwhile, Ziku still had to remain frozen for 7 minutes and 17 seconds. Medusa used her poisonous strike. The mage shouted for Irene to stay behind Loki. Saya used her arrows. She fired a triple powerful shot straight at Medusa's face. While the monster was fending off the arrows, Loki joined the battle and struck. Medusa fell to the floor and grumbled that those damn humans wanted to make her angry. The mage shouted that this was the second petrification attack. He ordered everyone to hide behind the columns. He asked Loki to make a provoking strike. He took out a mirror and headed toward Medusa, who was beginning her attack, a stone hurricane. With the help of the mirror, the mage reflected the monster's poisonous blow. He held the mirror steady despite his HP rapidly decreasing. After a few minutes of reflecting Medusa's attacks, stone fragments began to fly around the room. There was an explosion. The boys ran up to the exhausted mage, shouting, "Hooray!" They asked if their plan had worked. Medusa was dead. The mage replied that Medusa was not dead, but the petrification attack had been reflected by the magic mirror. She would not be able to free herself anymore. One could say that she was almost dead. All that remained was to deliver the final blow. But then the kids heard a strange sound. It sounded like stones falling, and they heard Medusa's voice asking what he was saying. The stone in which Medusa was imprisoned crumbled. She was free again. She said that the worthless humans had seriously thought they could defeat her. Saya screamed about what had happened. The mage had said that the monster couldn't break free from the petrification. The mage replied that he didn't know how it had happened. He ordered everyone to prepare for battle again. Medusa cast a new spell, Lifesteal. All the guys' HP dropped to almost 0. Only the mage managed to activate his passive skill, Wizard's Spirit, and resistance to stun. He wondered why Medusa didn't have the Lifesteal ability, and why she was freed from petrification again. He had no choice but to use the magic mirror again, but it was already cracked. Medusa unleashed her stone hurricane again. Now all the guys were petrified. The petrification state would remain active as long as the spellcaster was alive. Medusa approached and took the mirror from Ma's hands. She said she hadn't seen it in a long time. This vile mirror was her only weakness. But that was before Medusa met Deborah. Now, these childish tricks won't work on her. Deborah had given her the power of Deborah's blessing. It activates when health is below half. This allows her to use Deborah's magic. Medusa became many times stronger after receiving power from the legendary witch Deborah. Medusa rejoiced, shouting that she had become all-powerful. The mage understood that this Medusa was different from the Medusas of other dungeons. Medusa told the others to consider themselves lucky. Finally, she used Deborah's magic on them and opened the dark gate. The mage panicked, thinking that this was the end, but then someone flashed by. It was Zeke. Waking up from his petrification, Zeke made his way to Medusa and cut off her head with one blow. The guys came to their senses. The system wrote that they were freed from petrification. The system reported that Zeke had defeated Medusa, but for some reason he looked sad. It was all because of the sword he had used to defeat the monster. After the blow, he lost his power. Before heading to the Ice Palace, Zeke asked the gnome for permission to use the forge. The gnome asked what he wanted to do. Zeke said he wanted to make a weapon for himself from the remains of the shield, just in case. Everyone called Zeke the Repair King of Bolden, but his skills in making weapons were just as good. Of course, due to his low level, he would not be able to recreate Videk's A-rank shield. But instead, using the shield's components, Zeke could make a weapon suitable for himself. Zeke created the Mimun Sword, a C-rank item exclusively for blacksmiths. It can deliver a 100% successful strike, but only once. The problem is that this special skill is one-time use only. In other words, this weapon can only be used to make one successful attack. The sword was very dear to him, and Zeke wanted to use it in case of extreme necessity. In the end, he wasted it on some Medusa. Zeke regretted what he had done. He wondered if he really needed it more than anyone else, but then he felt someone grab him. The guys grabbed him and started tossing him up in the air, cheering and shouting, "Hooray!" They were amazed at how he had defeated Medusa with a single blow. They said he was incredible. Zeke felt uncomfortable with all the attention. He started shouting for them to stop. What were they doing? But Sia told him not to play modest. Irene chirped that it was so cool, just awesome. She didn't expect that from a blacksmith. She was in shock. Zeke was still trying to justify himself, saying he wasn't like that. Saya, beaming with joy, exclaimed that she had told them Zeke was incredible. During the celebration, the kids were teleported to a secret room in the Ice Palace. Looking around, Irene said, "What the heck is this? It seems like we've been tricked." The guys searched the library room where the game had taken them, but there was nothing there. The mage asked if it wasn't the room with the rewards, since it was called Secret. He said that it was strange that no one had managed to get through the dungeon yet. Perhaps Medusa wasn't the main boss. Zeke said he didn't think so. The jellyfish was on the list of boss characters. She had hidden abilities. He thought there was a secret hidden in this room. Zeke leaned on the edge of the table. It suddenly broke under his weight, and Zeke fell backward. The guys started asking if he was okay. Zeke started laughing. Those around him were puzzled. They asked what was wrong with him. Zeke, satisfied, approached Sia and began to explain that it was lime. She agreed but did not understand what he was talking about. Zeke looked at the guys and repeated that it was smeared all over the table. Couldn't they understand? The magician replied that he understood. The mage said that there was definitely a reason why lime had been smeared on the stone table. Zeke replied that this was true. He approached the table and, using his structure skill, struck the tabletop. Zeke tapped pieces of lime off the table, fragment by fragment. He said that the secret was hidden inside. Irene said admiringly that her uncle was incredible. She knew she could trust him. Sia asked how he found it. When he finished hammering, Zeke said that it was simple overall. Sia replied that what he found looked like a fresco. The kids looked at the drawings. There was something else written there, but the letters were strange. The mage said he would read it now. He took out his wizard's glasses with a special ability to decipher runes. Ancient Mycenaean civilization. Imitators of the god will be exterminated for their arrogance. The time of destruction of the air fortress is 7 hours and 28 minutes. Stop time and go back to the past. And then the clock showed the specified time. Bells rang. The floor began to glow and a magical teleportation circle appeared on it. Meanwhile, at the development company, director Sun Sok Chin reported to his superiors that they had discovered the air fortress in just 2 weeks. The boss said that everything was going according to plan. It was good that they had postponed the update after all. He said that if everything continued to go according to plan, it would be written about everywhere. Sun Sok Chin replied that he understood. They would continue to work according to their plan. The guys saw a message that their guild had completed the Ice Palace. They were transported to the air fortress of Makeen. It was their first discovery. All guild members were given 2,000 reputation points and the title of Discoverer of the Air Fortress. The mage thought for a moment and said that he understood. The discovery of the air fortress of Mycenae was the reward for completing the ice fortress. A man-goat appeared from the castle gates. He asked if they were the family of Sia Guild. He said he had come out to meet them. This creature led the group to the royal palace. Before the throne room, he reported to His Highness that guests had arrived. The king asked to let them in. The huge doors opened and the guests were welcome. Sitting on the throne was Ivan III, the only king of the kingdom of Mycenae. The system indicated his level as 120. He was the spirit of an ancient king. The girls from the guild were a little nervous that there was a ghost in front of them, but the mage reassured them that it was not a ghost, but a spirit. He explained that it was a spirit that couldn't pass into oblivion because of its attachment to this world. Saya panicked a little. She said it was a ghostly monster. Irene was right, it was a ghost. Irene told Sia not to worry, that she would quickly send it to the afterlife. She was about to launch a lightning bolt, but the mage stopped her. The king said that it had been 300 years since he had last had guests. He asked them to calm down and listen to him. Their kingdom of Mycenae had flourished for thousands of years. Their magical technologies brought income to the whole world. Using it as a foundation, they ruled the kingdom peacefully, but the problem was that this technology was too advanced. Mycenae was accused of invading divine lands. The king and a few survivors fled to this air fortress. In the end, the king found himself trapped underground and became a spirit. This is the story of the Chimeras. They were punished for their creation, but he does not regret what he has done. If the desire to learn and explore is a sin, then isn't God, who created humans to be curious, also to blame? The king was sad that the knowledge of magic his people had gathered and the truth of history were disappearing. The king turned to the boys. He said that this air fortress was the only legacy of their kingdom. He wanted to restore this fortress and tell future generations about the exploits of Macedonia. He asked the young people if they could fulfill his request. A message appeared about a quest to rebuild the air fortress. The goal was to tell people about the existence of Macedonia and free the ghosts. While the mage was thinking about what to do, Irene shouted that she agreed. She felt sorry for the old king. Sia replied that even though she didn't like ghosts, she would participate in the quest. After thinking for a moment, Zik said he was in too. After all, hidden quests were rare in the game. Zik understood that the peculiarity of Arpedian was that refusing a quest could lead to a fight, and in a battle with these creatures, defeat was certain. Zik decided that if the reward wasn't that great, they could always quit during the quest. For now, the entire guild accepted the quest. After registering for the quest, each participant was given appropriate personal tasks. Zik had to start the fortress's air reactor. To do this, he had to repair the broken parts. This required a 6th level precision assembly skill. Zik was annoyed by the difficulty of the conditions. How long would it take to learn 6th level precision assembly? At the moment, he had not yet learned this skill. Saya asked the others what their tasks were. She had to go to the elven forest and bring back a certain stone. The mage had to draw a floating magic circle at the base of the fortress. Apparently, he would have to go to Norton's tower to study levitation spells. Irene reported that she had been tasked with collecting holy water in Ramna. She had no idea where that was. Loki's task was to track down Deborah's whereabouts. Hearing this, Zik thought that his task seemed more or less the same. The Chimeras brought gifts especially for the kids. They said that the king hoped they would do their best to restore the air fortress. The kids received epic-level items. They were amazed that they hadn't even completed the quest yet and were being given all this. Zik got a C-rank sacred rune jacket. It was an item only for craftsmen. It was a coat worn by ancient masters. It increased skill and endurance. Ziku was thrilled. A jacket that fully restores stamina, and that's before the quest even started. He thinks this is the most ambitious quest in history. The mage turned to the king and asked if he could ask him a question. Ivan III allowed him to ask. The mage asked if the king had said that they were the first guests in 300 years. It turned out that 300 years ago, they had a witch named Deborah as a guest. The king replied with annoyance that this ungrateful woman had promised to restore the fortress, but she learned the secrets of Mycenae and fled. Now the magician understood why the ice palace was connected to this place. Zik said that he also had a question. The king asked what question. Zik asked where to go to get to the ground. The king replied that he did not know. He had never tried to leave. Meanwhile, more players were approaching the ice palace. They discussed that they had not heard anything about its passage for 2 weeks. Looking at the grandeur of the castle, the players wondered how difficult it would be to pass through it. Then the merchant Lizzie appeared before the group. She asked the adventurers if they had brought the magic mirror with them. The guy asked why they needed a mirror. Lizzie laughed that he hadn't read the information in the chat. Rumor had it that Medusa was there. He wondered how Medusa could be here. The guy was upset that he didn't have a mirror. If he turned into stone, what would he do? Then Lizzie set up her stall in front of the guys. She invited them to come closer and not be shy. She had magic mirrors for sale at a bargain price. Suddenly, the icy wall behind Lizzie cracked, and the Sia family guild spilled out onto the merchant. Zik said, "See, I told you. I said if we dug in the direction of the wind, we'd find them. I just couldn't figure out where they were." The Sia family guild was surrounded by players who were heading to the ice fortress. They saw an inscription saying that they were the first to discover the air fortress. The guys started asking what the air fortress was. The mage explained that another new dungeon had appeared. Someone immediately read the news that a guild had appeared that had passed through the ice palace. The pioneers were called the Sea Family. When he woke up in the morning, Kan Yu Han was in a panic. He walked around muttering that he was in trouble. He grabbed his head. Yesterday, when the entire guild was knocked out by the ice wall, there was a commotion. There hadn't been such a fuss even when the zombies appeared. They couldn't calmly discuss the quest. The mage said there was nothing they could do. He suggested discussing everything in real life. The others agreed. But Kang Yuhan was against it. Now he was panicking and thought he was doomed. He has a very cool image in the game. He was worried that if the guys saw him in real life, they would be disappointed. He considered not going to the meeting. Meanwhile, news was posted on the game's website. The game's nun, Terry, greeted everyone and promised to share the hottest information. She was joined by Pan, who reported on the incident that had stirred up the forum. Reporters said that a new territory had suddenly appeared in Arpedian. It was the fallen air tower. According to eyewitnesses, this air fortress is connected to the ice palace that was recently discovered in Nosarka. What does the air fortress have to do with the ice palace? And does it have anything to do with Deborah? Everyone is eager to find out. People think that the first explorers know the way to solve the mystery. The report showed everyone the Sia family guild. The guild members watched the report. The mage sighed that they had brought trouble upon themselves. Irene grumbled about why they were forbidden to enter the game. After all, everyone wants to see them. The mage explained that this was the problem. Too much attention was focused on them. People would chase after them to get information, and the obsessed ones could destroy them. Irene got angry in Yuha's life. She said let everyone attack them. She would teach them a lesson. Sia calmed her down. The mage asked where Zeke was. It had been a long time since they had met, but he was still nowhere to be found. Then a guy walked into the cafe and apologized for being a little late. Yuha said it couldn't be him. She insisted that this guy was the same uncle from the game. He didn't look anything like him. Sia agreed that Zik in the game was not at all like him in real life. Yuhan didn't know what to say. Mag said that Zik was weak in the game but buff in real life. Kang thought about how his body had improved since he started going to the gym. Was it really that noticeable? Irene shouted, suggesting that everyone get to know each other. Her name was So Yu-ha. She was in 11th grade. She had joined the game after Che-rin, but now her level was higher. Kang Yu-han looked at So Yu-ha and wondered if she was really in 11th grade. She definitely wasn't in 8th grade. The mage's name was Kim Jun-soo. He was 25 years old. He was a fourth-year law student. He was in the same university club as Sia. Loki is Bo Jae-hoon. He is 26 years old. He is a mixed martial artist. He goes to the same gym as Kang Yu-han. Kang Yu-han was surprised. He asked if he meant the dojo. Jae-hoon replied that it was the Che-rin family's gym. Sia, who is also Che-rin, asked Kang Yu-han in surprise if he also goes to her father's gym. Yu-han was surprised to hear about her father. Che-rin laughed. She said what a small world it was. She was shocked, but Kang Yu-han was even more shocked. Yu-han asked Che-rin if her father's name was Sun Tai-soo. She confirmed that it was her father's name. Kang Yu-han introduced himself. He told Che-rin that he was the eldest son of the owner of the Hanbok supermarket. She was very surprised and remembered her childhood. Kim Jun-soo said that they were childhood friends. Ju-hoon already knew about this. Che-rin asked why he hadn't told her. Che-rin hit herself on the head. She said how could she not have recognized him right away? Now she understood why he seemed so familiar. Che-rin said that she was late in greeting him. She held out her hand and said that it had been a long time since she had seen Yu-han. She was glad to see him again. Kan responded to the handshake. Yu-han couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Let's get to the point. We're here to discuss the quest." The others agreed. 2 hours of conversation flew by unnoticed. Kang Yu-han had worried for nothing. At 7:30, the group left the cafe. Kang Yu-han said he lived on the other side of town. He said goodbye to everyone. Che-rin asked him to wait. Kang Yu-han was taken aback. All the guys held out their phones for him to write down their numbers. Yu-ha shouted that a girl shouldn't ask a guy for his number first. Left alone, Kang Yu-han looked through his phone. It was unusual to see so many numbers in it. It had been a long time since he had exchanged contact information with anyone. Kang Yu-han thought about calling someone, but couldn't bring himself to do it. They agreed to call each other after completing the quest. Just then, Yu-han's phone rang. The call startled him. He thought it might be one of the guys. However, the number was unknown, but Kang Yu-han decided to answer the call anyway. An unfamiliar voice on the other end said, "Hi, Bars," although now he should be called Zeke. Yu-han got nervous and asked who it was. The stranger asked Kang Yu-han if he wanted to know who he was. He was the one who deleted his bars. The stranger asked Yu-han how he was leveling up his new character. Yu-han shouted that the caller was making fun of him. Kang shouted that he wanted his account back. He had hacked it and was gloating over him. The voice asked why he was so angry. He had been very nice to him in the game. Kang Yu-han was shocked. He asked if they had met in the game. He shouted, "Who are you sicko?" Everyone around looked at Khan, who was shouting into the phone. The voice asked him to calm down. He said he didn't call to argue. Kang Yu-han pulled himself together, sat down on a bench, and asked the stranger what he wanted. He suggested making a bet. The stranger had already mentioned that he played Arpeggio. He was doing it to get rid of all the hacked items. So while he was sorting through the items, he suggested they play hide and seek. If Kana managed to catch the stranger, he would return Barza to him. The voice asked what he thought. The stranger was an advanced hacker. It would not be difficult for him to return one character. Kang Yu-han asked what would happen if he couldn't catch the hacker. The stranger thought about it and replied that he would delete his blacksmith as well. Yu-han replied that it was a deal. Kang Yu-han shouted into the phone that if he caught the hacker, he would destroy him without hesitation. But the phone was already hanging up. Kang Yu-han went to the cybersecurity department. There, an employee tried to help him, but said that he couldn't track the hacker down. He advised Yu-han to give up. The hacker was very careful and cunning. Even the National Intelligence Service would be unlikely to track him down. Kang Yuhan sighed and wandered home. He understood that cybersecurity wouldn't help him, but it was worth a try. Kang Yuhan remembered the stranger's words that he had been very nice to him in the game. He began to think about everyone he had met in the game. This situation was starting to drive him crazy. He took a deep breath, trying to calm down. You can't suspect people without proof. There was no need to give in to meaningless tricks. In any case, he decided to stick to his plan. Kang Yuhan decided to improve the blacksmith's reputation and track the route of the weapon's movement and sale. He went to the dwarf galley. He gave him 30 hearts of the new model wooden soldiers. Zeke said that now it was the gnome's turn to teach him how to disassemble items, as the galley trial quest was complete. Gnome Galley was delighted. He said that Zik had finally come. Now he could finish working on the dragon mecha. Taking the bag of hearts, the gnome said he needed to check if they were suitable. Zeke stopped him. He said that the gnome had promised to take him as an apprentice. He shouldn't say he had forgotten. Galley replied that he had forgotten. He asked for a moment and went to look for his boxes. After rummaging around in the corners of the workshop, the dwarf pulled out a book, some tools, and several cards, and handed them to Zeke on a tray. Zik didn't understand what it was. The dwarf grumbled something. It was Galley's blacksmith training kit. Galley explained that this book contained all the basics of the craft. He needed to read it carefully and learn. If he needed more materials, the gnome would bring some more. Zik sat down at the table and laid out the training kit. He said, "What kind of setup is this?" And the gnome calls this training. Picking up the book, he decided to study the skill book. Opening the page, Zeke realized that it was Galley's training diary. After reading a little, Zeke realized that this was a miracle book. Everything was written here, even the skill of precise assembly. It was just what Zeke needed to complete the quest in Makenia. Zeke apologized to Galley for underestimating him. It was the best book ever. Zeke decided to study all the techniques described in it. But after a while, Zeke was overcome with panic. Even using his understanding of the structures, he couldn't get anything to work. This iron board is very fragile. The book said that damage must be inflicted to disassemble it, but the object was very fragile. Zik was already panicking. If he couldn't take it apart, it was scary to think about putting it back together. Even the structures weren't helping. Zik remembered the words of the gnome galley. Looking at Zik's failures, he asked if he should just give up. Zik understood that if he gave up, he wouldn't have to go through this nerve-wracking experience. At moments like this, Zik remembered the words of the stranger who had deleted bars. And then rage overwhelmed Zik. He shouted that he would not give up for anything. He would keep trying until he succeeded. Meanwhile, in one of the local pubs, the merchant Lizzie was drowning her sorrows. Her business had failed. She blamed Zik for everything. Then she cried and said she should have stuck with him and followed him. What luck. Gold quest in the ancient city. She wants that too. Lizzie figured that this crazy guy smelled like money. Then someone in the pub caught everyone's attention. One player was calling everyone over. He said someone was leaving and giving away all his items. Lizzie was intrigued by the situation. She said it was even cooler and asked what was going on. But that wasn't all the news. At that moment, a dragon appeared in the city center. Meanwhile, Zeke was finally starting to get the hang of things after endless training. He started learning the disassembly skill. The system said that as his rank increased, material losses would decrease. Zeke tried to assemble something from the elements he had obtained, and then he got lucky. He successfully assembled a clock mechanism. He was happy that he had finally managed to put everything together. Zik thought that this momentous occasion should be captured. He activated the camera mode. But his photo shoot did not go as planned. In the next second, a dragon burst out of Galley's basement, and the camera captured it. Watching the dragon flying in the sky, Dylan asked if it was another inventory item. Unbelievable. Dylan said he'd like to join in, but he was busy right now. First, he had to find Zeke. Zeke had ordered so much iron from him, and now he wasn't responding to his messages. But suddenly, everything went wrong. The dragon grabbed Dylan with its iron paw. The system reported that he had died. Panic broke out among the people. They shouted that the boss of the village had risen up. Some asked for the gnomes to be saved. Others claimed that he would be captured. Merchant Lizzie watched as people died because of the dragon that had suddenly appeared. Lizzie decided she was very lucky. She began to collect the items of the dead and put them in her cart. She wondered how much it all was worth. Lizzie rushed through the ruined streets and rejoiced. An epic item was lying on the ground. You couldn't even get it at an auction. And that unicorn cloak. As she sorted her loot into bags, Lizzie said she had done the right thing by coming to Nosark. But suddenly a dragon landed next to Lizzie. She didn't understand what it was doing there. The dragon wanted to breathe fire, but then the wooden soldier's heart inside his body couldn't withstand the strain and exploded. Soon, a trial was held in Nosark's court. Zeke protested, saying he had nothing to do with the metal thing that destroyed the village. Zeke claimed that he was just a tourist visiting the area. Galley confirmed that they were not colleagues with this guy. Hearing these words, Zeke was moved. Could Galley really want him to be released? The gnome continued that this talentless guy couldn't be a colleague. He was just a boy running errands. He shouldn't have been trusted. If it weren't for him, the dragon would be fine. Right in the courtroom, Zeke got into a fight with Galley, shouting that the little fly was talking nonsense. The gnome called him monkey-like. The judge asked the defendant, Gally, if he admitted that by joining forces with a human, he had created a dragon that had caused enormous damage to Nosark. The gnome shouted, "What damage?" If the Alliance had accepted his proposal to develop the dragon together, there would have been no damage. The Union ignored him. Now everyone had a chance to see the dragon. When Gally presented the project, everyone laughed and said that it wouldn't even be able to crawl. The dwarf shouted about what had happened. Despite limited materials and terrible working conditions, he had made the dragon mech. If instead of laughing they had listened to Gally and accepted his proposal, everything would have been fine. Zack looked at Gally and said that he had completely lost his mind. If he continued in the same vein, they would get life imprisonment. Zeke understood that he was so weak that he wouldn't even be able to escape from prison. He thought it would be better to be destroyed with the possibility of being reborn. But then people started talking in the hall, saying that Gally was right. After all, the dragon's breath had broken even the Great Wall. After all, the Great Wall was built to hold back the dragon's fire. If it had been built properly, he might have been able to defeat Andurus. The judge asked for silence and announced that the court found Gally not guilty of what had happened. Zik was shocked by this decision. The judge said that they had caused enormous damage to Nosark. They would be provided with the necessary materials. Within a month, they must create a weapon that can defeat Andurus. This will cover all the damage. But if the dwarf Gally and the human Zik fail to do so, they will be sentenced to life imprisonment. When Zik and Gally returned to the workshop, Zik began to lament why he had brought all this nonsense upon himself. Why should he also have to rot in prison because of a dwarf? Gally replied that he had told them all this for a reason. Zik was delighted that the dwarf had some kind of plan. Gally took Zik by the shoulder and said that he would have to go to the fiery mountain. The gnome said that the dragon must have gone wild because of the large amount of energy, but it was the opposite. As a result of the involuntary increase in mana, the mana pump overloaded, generating such energy in a short period of time. Zik ran away, but Gally stopped him and said he was just getting to the point. Zik shouted for the dwarf to let him go. He thought he had nowhere else to go, but Gally asked Zik not to worry. He would not leave him without a reward. Zik became interested. Gally showed him a glove. With it, one could create steel wire that never broke thanks to its special properties. Zeke tried on the glove. Gally promised that if he completed the task, he would not only give him the glove, but also tell him the secrets of the gnomes. Zeke asked what he had to do. Gally said he was glad they could come to an agreement. The task was not difficult. He had to go to the mountain and retrieve the dragon's heart. A quest appeared before Zik: search for the dragon's heart. In order for the dragon Maka to have enough power, he needed to find the dragon's resting place and obtain its heart. The dragon's heart is the source of the dragon's life and the energy of mages. It is a very rare item. It is impossible to obtain it by hunting the dragon. You need to find the dragon's resting place. Zik thought hard. He didn't have a dragon heart even when he was Bars. Gally told him that when he was in the elf village, he heard something. A dragon who was friends with the elf chief chose Flame Mountain as his final resting place. The dwarf Gally was sure that somewhere on Flame Mountain, Zik would be able to find the dragon's heart. Zik thought about it. It seemed he had to trust the rumors and go so far away. But distance wasn't the most important thing. To go hunting there, he needed to be level 80. And there, Zeke would encounter the smell of sulfur gas, super cool monsters, and warm lava. Zik said he would do whatever it took. If he was unlucky, he would just run away. He got into a hot air balloon and set off for Flame Mountain. During the flight, Zik practiced his precision assembly skill, but someone was watching his journey. Suddenly, the balloon swayed as if it had been hit. Zik didn't understand what had happened. He even thought that the balloon had burst, but then he noticed that someone was clinging to his balloon and dangling below on a rope. Looking closer, Zik shouted, "What is this imposter doing here?" She replied that he should call her Miss Lizzie. Zeke yelled that whether she was a lady or the devil in a skirt, she had to get off his ball, but Lizzie replied that he was making too much noise. She ordered him to lift her up quickly. After dragging Lizzie into the basket, Zik began to curse that he almost fell because of her. His whole life flashed before his eyes. Zeke said he had lifted her as she had asked, but now Lizzie had to get off his ball. Lizzie clung to Zeke's arm and said she would never let go of him. He thinks she doesn't know. She decided that Zeke was flying off to complete the Air Fortress quest. She asked if this time it was an ancient civilization or a diamond dungeon guarded by a golem. 3 days later, Lizzie was not thrilled to see where they had landed. Zeke was happy that they had gotten there so quickly. Lizzie started whining and screaming about what this was. Zeke replied that he had a lot to do. He said goodbye to Lizzie. But Lizzie grabbed him and started asking why he had come here. She asked him to explain why he had come here. Lizzie complained that Flame Mountain stank. It was terribly uncomfortable here. There could even be an eruption. Everything would explode and they would all die. Besides, the scorpions that live here are all level 80. And then sure enough, a scorpion appeared behind her. It was an 80th level soldier scorpion. They live in a cave under the volcanic zone. It is an insect-like monster and has no intelligence. Seeing the monster, Lizzie panicked. She screamed, asking why this was happening to her. Lizzie hid behind Zik's back and screamed for the blacksmith to do something quickly. Zik replied that there was nothing he could do. Had she forgotten that he was a craftsman? Zeke thought there was only one scorpion. He decided he could handle one. He took out his sword. But then hordes of scorpions began to crawl out of the cave. Zeke realized they were trapped. Zeke sat down on the ground and began to beg for his life. Lizzie shouted at him to stop whining and start fighting them faster. Suddenly, a spear flew into the scorpion that was about to attack Zeke and Lizzie. The kids saw a man-lizard. It was a level 58 chimera, a reptilian man with intelligence. Its weapon was a spear. An entire army of lizard men appeared behind him and destroyed all the scorpions. Zeke approached the human lizard. He said that they had helped him. He couldn't imagine that something like this would happen to him and that monsters would save him. Zeke smiled, thinking that the lizard men understood human speech. He thanked them for their help. But when the scorpions were defeated, the lizard people tied up Zeke and Lizzie. The leader of the level 72 chimeras announced that humans had invaded their territory. Now they would sacrifice them. On the orders of their leader, the lizard people dragged Lizzie and Zeke away. Zeke screamed, demanding that they untie him, but they didn't answer him. Zeke wondered where they were taking them. Even when he was bars, he had never encountered the lizard people. He didn't know what to expect from them. Lizzie continued to scream for them to be released. She said she wasn't tasty, that they should only eat Zeke. The lizard man shouted for the people to be quiet. They were knocked unconscious. Zeke only woke up when they were lowered on a rope into the mouth of a volcano. He shouted to ask what was happening. Zeke yelled that if this continued, he would lose all his belongings. He asked Lizzie if she had any suitable magical trinkets, such as a ring. Lizzie, thinking that the game was terrible and she couldn't take it anymore, passed out. Zeke even thought she was dead. Zeke yelled at the lizard people, asking why they had saved the humans. They could have left them there to die. They replied that they had to make a sacrifice. Zeke shouted that they were going to sacrifice them. What nonsense they were talking about. At that moment, the tips of his feet touched the lava. Zeke began to dodge in every direction. He shouted at Lizzie not to relax or she would burn. The strongest of the lizard people was indignant at how noisy this man was. He told him to calmly accept his fate and allow himself to be sacrificed. But then the leader of the lizard people, the chief of the 57th level, arrived. He ordered them to release the humans. He said they were messengers of the Great Spirit. The strongest of the lizard people said he did not understand how these reptiles could be messengers of the Great Spirit. The chief explained that there was no need to understand their will. They just had to obey. The chief said that the Great Spirit had spoken to them and told them to seek help from the humans. Zeke noted that he spoke their language well. The leader of the warriors replied that they did not need the help of humans, they were strong on their own. Zeke began to grumble, saying that they were strong but had been defeated by their numbers. Besides, many of the lizard people had fallen in battle. The leader of the lizard warriors shouted for the man to be quiet. Zeke began to complain to the chief that he was being insulted. The chief asked everyone to calm down. He ordered the warriors to take the messengers to prison first. So Zeke and Lizzie found themselves behind bars. Zeke shouted that they themselves had told them about the envoys of the Great Spirit. Lizzie supported him, remembering that they needed the help of the humans. Meanwhile, the leader of the warriors argued with the chief that the rules said all invaders must be destroyed. The chief replied that these rules had been created by the Great Spirit, and now he was ordering them to seek help from the people. Shouldn't they obey the spirit? They couldn't defeat the power of the shamans with force alone. The army leader replied that the Great Spirit was right. They did not have enough warriors. But he did not like these people. The chief replied that the Great Spirit was never wrong, and the leader knew what to do. He ordered the people to be released. But Zeke used his destructive powers to break the prison bars. He said it was easier than he thought. Lizzie grumbled skeptically that he had destroyed some piece of junk and now he was acting like some kind of hero. Zeke replied that he would leave her there and go. Lizzie immediately changed her mind and said that he was cool and the best. At that moment, the leader of the warriors entered the dungeon. The kids ran away. The lizard ran after them, shouting that he had something to tell them. Lizzie shouted that the lizard man was crazy. He would have stopped in their situation. The leader said that was why he hated humans. They were disobedient. He whistled and a wall of guards appeared in front of the kids. There was nowhere to run. The leader of the warriors caught up with them. He told everyone to stop. He needed to talk to the people. All the exits were blocked anyway, and there was nowhere to run. Zeke rummaged through his inventory. He thought he had to do something. If they were caught this time, they would definitely be thrown into a pit of lava. He used the pickaxe. Armed with the pickaxe, Zeke shouted that if there was no way out, they would have to break through, and he began to bang on the wall. The leader of the lizardmen shouted for the man to stop. They couldn't break the wall there. At that moment, a group of players was searching for something outside. A player with the clairvoyance skill said he had found something to the west. It was easy to spot thanks to the crumbling wall. A warrior standing next to him said, "That's what clairvoyance means. It's not for nothing that it's a hidden S-level skill." He looked back at the rest of the group. He asked if everyone had heard, then moved forward. Zeke and Lizzie had already run out of the hole in the cave wall. The humanoid lizards were chasing after them. The leader asked what the humans were doing. Zeke replied that he couldn't see. He made a small window to let some air in. The lizard shouted that the situation had worsened. The humans didn't know about it. Zeke replied that the lizard knew how much it cost to install windows. Lizzie pulled him and shouted from behind. Zeke asked what was going on behind them. Looking back, he saw a fireball flying straight at them. Zeke and Lizzie barely dodged the fire. The invaders rushed at the lizard people. The leader of the lizard people ordered his men to capture the invaders, but he was already being attacked from behind. The attacking warrior shouted that the hunt for the lizards was starting right now. He ordered them to kill or capture everyone. Zeke didn't understand what was happening. Where had all these people come from? And most of them were stronger than what was needed to get through the mountain. The leader of the lizardmen shouted that the humans had returned. He ordered his warriors to fight and guard their refuge. Watching, Zeke wondered what he was saying. Could the lizards really not see the difference in strength? They couldn't win. The best way for them to survive was to flee. Otherwise, the humans would destroy them all. Then the lizardman leader stood next to Zik. The leader shouted for everyone to run. If they continued to fight, they would die. He ordered them to flee to the Seren Desert. But Yuna the warrior did not want to let a single lizard escape. She shouted at the vile reptiles, asking where they were going. The leader of the human lizard creatures repelled his attack. He told the man to stop. The lizards scattered. Yuna finished off the leader. Her people called her to go into the cave. Sankamag said to leave her. In such a state of combat, she couldn't hear anything anyway. Yuna waved her sword at the lizard man and told him to come to his senses and apologize for his rudeness. The leader came to his senses and replied that he would not do so. It would be better for the human to destroy him. Yuna said that would not happen. She would leave him alive and torture him. To start with, she would wound him in the eye. But Yuna couldn't hurt the leader. Her sword was knocked away by an arrow. Sia appeared. She said that the quest didn't say anything about torturing the lizard men. Yuna shouted at her, asking who she was to tell her what to do. Sia replied that she wasn't telling her what to do. Yuna was furious. She shouted at Sia to shut up. If she wanted to give orders, she had to pay money or fight her one-on-one. But then a man-lizard bit Yuna on the leg. She screamed in pain and grabbed the sore spot. The leader ran away. Enraged, Yuna shouted after him to stop the vile lizard. Sia watched what was happening. Unconscious, the leader of the humanoid lizards woke up in one of the caves of the Saren Desert. Chief Zik and Lizzie were nearby. He asked where he was. The chief said he was just about to explain to the people what was happening. Zik said he didn't know all the details, but he understood that it was because he had broken the wall in the cave that the lizard people had attacked. He apologized. The leader of the lizard people was furious. He shouted that apologies alone would not suffice. Zeke replied that he understood that several hundred warriors had died. The lizard said that Zeke was stupid. Fighting leads to death. There was nothing that could be done about it. The real problem was the discovery of the cave. Because of him, the lizard people couldn't protect their heritage. He shouted that it was all the humans' fault. Zik shouted that the lizard had completely lost his mind. Lizzie said that no matter how terrifying a monster he was, he had a strange perception of the world. After all, his comrades had died. The leader shouted that she had no right to say that. The honor of the lizards did not lie in life. The chief asked everyone to calm down and listen to him. Since ancient times, their tribe had been the guardians of the dragon's legacy. The Flaming Mountain was the place where the great dragon Hedias was buried. The lizardmen had protected his legacy for over 100 years. Zik smiled slyly. Could the dragon's heart really be here? He had found it. Meanwhile, in the cave, the invaders received their reward from the hands of the lizard woman shaman. She could use magic. As they had said, she was very rich. The players began to complain that it was a pity the quest was over, but the shaman replied that the quest was not over yet. The chief told the children about the lizard shaman. Everything had gone wrong from the moment she betrayed her kind. From childhood, this lizard was not like the others. She was forward-thinking and eloquent. In addition, she knew how to use magic. She had no flaws. The chief gave her the special title of Lizard Shaman. She lived up to the chief's expectations and was able to revive the tribe. At some point, she began to change. After reading a book, the Lizard Shaman suddenly wanted to gain control of the dragon's heart. Using this power, she wanted to subjugate the entire tribe. But she was caught while trying to steal the dragon's heart. The chief said he trusted her. He could not have imagined that her greed would lead her to steal the legacy of the Great Spirit. Such an act was unforgivable. The dragon's heart was a power created to protect Flame Mountain. The chief asked the shaman if she wanted to destroy their home. The lizards managed to capture the shaman, but she escaped. Using her witchcraft, she fled. After all that, she did not stop hunting for the dragon's heart. The lizard shaman began to use humans and attack the lizard people. The tribe fought back desperately. If the dragon's heart was lost, a great disaster would befall Flame Mountain. The chief explained that if even one heirloom from Flame Mountain was lost, it would explode due to the volcanic force that was being suppressed by the heirlooms. Lizzie jumped up at this news and shouted that they needed to get out of there. The chief replied that everything was fine for now. He hid the dragon's heart in the lava. The shaman would not be able to do anything for a while. But once a month, the humanoid lizards perform a ritual to fill the dragon's heart with power. There was only a week left until the next ritual. Meanwhile, the shamaness said that the lizard people would definitely come to the cave that week. Therefore, the human warriors would wait in the cave until then. Afterward, she promised them double the reward. Yuna rejoiced. She said that the shaman was incredibly rich. Of all the players, she liked her the most. Yuna agreed that her people would guard the cave. She asked if a week would be enough. The chief said that if the dragon's heart was not filled with power during that week, the Flaming Mountain would explode. When, in the twilight of night, the group of lizard people with Zik and Lizzie set off, Lizzie read that Zik had gone mad. Zeke asked the chief not to worry. He promised to return the dragon's heart to the lizard people. And now Lizzie was grumbling to herself about Zeke. He had seen those people, there were so many of them. Zeke looked at Lizzie and thought about how much she could take. She followed him everywhere and nagged him constantly. She asked him what he was thinking about. Did he have a plan? She asked him to give her back the flying thing and she would leave. Suddenly, Lizzie got scared and pointed to something and asked Zeke what it was. The kids were walking past a Sphinx statue. Zeke told her to calm down. The system wrote that it was a steel Sphinx, a huge statue guarding the entrance to the dungeon of the Pyramid of Another World. Zeke said he would show her his plan now. In the evening, after logging out of the game, Chaerin wrote to her guild group to ask how the guys were doing. So Yuha replied that she had reached Ramna but had not yet found the holy water. The guys wrote that things were so-so. They had been training hard. Yuha asked about Sia's progress. Chaerin remembered what had happened that day. She replied that she didn't even know. She looked at Kang Yuha's icon and thought he wasn't responding. Maybe he was asleep. But Ziku wasn't sleepy. He had succeeded in dismantling and obtained a solid iron plate. He had increased his dismantling skill to level 10. He knew that in order to finish everything on time, he would have to work all night. He dismantled the Sphinx. He hurried the lizards to carry the materials faster. The leader became angry. He shouted that what Zeke was making them do was pointless. The lizards needed to train. Zeke sighed. He said that was why they couldn't do anything. What kind of training was that? Zeke asked him why he thought the lizards had lost to the humans. The leader replied that they were still fighting and hadn't lost to anyone. Zeke said that despite the fact that the lizards had all sorts of things, the reason they were losing was because of their useless weapons. Zeke showed them their crumbling axes. With weapons like that, they couldn't win. He said he would try to upgrade their weapons to A-class. Let them consider themselves lucky. The lizard was indignant, saying that he had inherited the axe from his father. Zeke made a regretful face and said that since it was his father's inheritance, he would forgive him. The lizard was confused. He replied that it was fine. It was just a weapon. It had no meaning. Zeke began to get upset that his words made him feel even more guilty. He would repair their axes right away. Zeke got to work and promised to make it even more beautiful and reliable. All they had to do was wait a second. Zeke showed off the repaired axe. The lizard asked if he called that repairing. After examining the tool, the lizard said that it looked very strange. The broken one looked much better. Zeke was indignant that he had made it cooler. The lizard said he didn't need it. He wouldn't use it like that. Meanwhile, Lizzie looked at the chief and thought that she had been in Arpedian for a year. Her intuition told her that the pendant around his neck was definitely very expensive. She took out one of her magical items. She showed it to the chief and offered to trade it for the pendant. The chief asked her to forgive him. This pendant had been given to him personally by the greatest dragon, Hideus. Lizzie realized that this fact made the pendant worth many times more. She became obsessed with the idea of taking the pendant. Lizzie offered everything she had in exchange, but the chief apologized and said he couldn't trade the pendant for anything. He said that instead of the pendant, he could offer a desert rose, which was used to create high-level magic stones. It was very expensive. Meanwhile, in the lizard cave, Yuna was going crazy with impatience. She screamed, asking when those stupid lizards would show up. She screamed that she was dying of boredom. How long had they been waiting? Where the hell were they? When she got her hands on them, she would destroy them all. Hansan grumbled that it was starting again. He couldn't concentrate on all the noise. He went to the exit. The guy standing next to him asked where he was going. Hansan replied that if he continued listening to this, he would go crazy. He would go for a walk. When he stepped outside, Hansan saw Lizzie. He remembered seeing her before. He shouted that she was the one who ran away with the lizard people last time. Hansan asked if he could ask her a question, but Lizzie was very busy looking for a desert rose and ignored him. The lizard man chief said that although desert roses were rare, they could be easily found in the surrounding area. Hansen, outraged by her indifference, drew his sword and pointed it at Lizzie, asking if she knew where the lizard people were hiding. If she told him, Hansen promised that he would spare her. Lizzie skeptically replied that he was just another mustachioed, bearded villain. Continuing to brandish his sword, Hansen replied that she was obviously a novice and didn't know much, but she had messed with the wrong person. At that moment, Zeke arrived and, destroying the weapon, knocked the sword out of Hansen's hands. He wondered what he was doing here. Zik yelled at Lizzie, asking her what a weakling was doing here. She was outraged that he called her weak. Zik continued to scold her for wandering around Flame Mountain. He asked her what level she was. Lizzie replied that it was all his fault. He had stolen her potion. Did he know how much time it had taken her to make it? Watching the argument, Han-sun understood. So they were just more than friends for now. It didn't matter. He shouted that the connection between men and women was evil in society, and he would eradicate it. Han-sun took 2 swords and shouted for them to attack him. Zik and Lizzie stopped arguing. Zik asked what was wrong with him. Lizzie replied that she didn't know. Han-sun shouted for them to shut up and attack together. He would fight them all off. Zik asked him if he was sure he could fight them all. He warned him that he would regret it. Han-sun shouted that it wasn't his place to say that. He threatened Zeke and went on the attack. Then from the desert, an entire army of lizard people began to approach the group. The lizard shaman watched this. She told everyone to get ready. An army of lizard people was approaching. The lizard people marched in formation. They were all wearing armor and carrying new weapons. Zik smiled. He was pleased with his work. He drew his sword and shouted for the battle to begin. Sankamag scanned the surroundings and reported that the lizards were coming. Yuna replied that she could see them. She ordered a second attack on the lizards. She ordered the mages to attack first. They unleashed Mega Flame. The other players rejoiced and said that they had hit the bullseye. At this rate, they would finish them off in no time. They prepared to crush the rest. But when the dust from the attack cleared, the players saw that all the lizards were still alive. The mages didn't understand what had happened. They had used a combined attack of 5 Mega Flames. How was that possible? Zik was delighted. He said it was amazing. The armor was made by mixing magical slime. In its physical form, magical slime is weak in attack. However, it has tremendous magical defense. Zik was proud that he had not wasted all his strength searching for it. Even Lizzie wanted to know about the slime. Seeing a human among the lizards, the players wondered what was wrong with him. One of the players recognized him. He said that he was a famous player in Bolden. His name was King Zik. His companions shouted what a pathetic name that was. So he was a blacksmith. He thought he was a high-ranking player. Zik got angry. He asked who he called pathetic. He ordered the lizards to attack. He threatened to turn all their weapons to dust. The lizard men went on the attack. The players smirked. They said, "What kind of lizards are these?" After several attempts, the player was surprised that a lizard blocked his blow. He realized that they hadn't been wearing armor before. The warrior shouted to the others to be careful. These lizards had upgraded their weapons. They had become very strong. The players were surprised that the mobs had changed their equipment and returned to battle. Now the lizards could defeat the players. The players were scared. They shouted that it was time to get out of there. They couldn't defeat them. They decided to abandon the quest. But Yuna wasn't ready to retreat. She moved forward and, using a hyper strike, managed to defeat one lizard. She shouted that the players were cowards. What were they afraid of? They were just lizards. A hook to the left, a hook to the right, and they were done. After blocking the blow, Yuna asked if they had changed clothes and come back to fight. The cuties think something will change. The leader of the lizard people told her to give back their cave and attacked Yuna. Yuna was very surprised. The leader had become stronger since their last encounter. He had become faster. No, it was just that his weapon had become lighter. She thought that even if the equipment had improved, a mob was still a mob. She went on the attack using Bloody Rage. Blood Rage is a war skill. It uses all stamina except 10% of maximum health. It increases attack power. Yuna put all her rage into the blow. She shouted that creatures like them should die. After striking, Yuna said, "That's it." Shards of armor flew through the air, but when the dust settled, she saw that the lizard leader was unharmed. Before the battle, Zeke saw that the leader wasn't wearing armor. He asked why. The lizard replied that he didn't need it. It was useless. A warrior's strong body was his main weapon. But Zeke insisted. He said to stop talking nonsense and put the armor on him. The advantage of armor is that it is light and durable. He used all his skills to make it especially for him. He told the lizard to listen carefully. This armor would give them another chance at life. The lizard grumbled that there was nothing they could do to survive the battle. Zik scolded him for continuing to talk nonsense. Zik asked if the reason the lizard wanted to protect the legacy wasn't primarily to protect the lives of all the members of the tribe. Then why was he so casual about his own life? He asked the lizard to think again about what was really important. He told the lizard to answer whether he was trying to protect the legacy or the tribe. And he replied that the lives of his comrades were more important than anything else. Now the lizard was glad that the equipment had done its job. He thought that now it was his turn. He would protect the entire tribe. And Yuna died. Zeke watched the battle. He thought everything was going well. They were winning without much effort. Everything was going according to plan. Now all that remained was to steal the dragon's heart. But Zik remembered the words of the lizard chief that if the dragon's heart was removed from the fiery mountain, there would be an eruption. Zik also remembered how the lizard leader had said that thanks to him, he understood how important life was. These thoughts spun around in Zik's head. Zik thought to himself. He had forgotten what was truly important. What was truly important to him was the quest, not making equipment for free. He could still hear the leader's words in his head, telling him to trust him. The leader's words that every life was important. He decided that he had to evacuate everyone before the volcano erupted. Zik moved freely through the cave. No one paid any attention to him. He decided that now was the time to get the dragon's heart. But then an arrow struck his leg. It hurt terribly. Zik wondered what it was. He found cover and began to think. It was an attack by the shaman. No, she uses magic. Then it must be a player. They aim and shoot at the joints to block movement. But why? It would be easier to just destroy it. Zik assumed that the player was not very good at controlling the weapon, but he was hitting the joints with precision. Zik armed himself with a pickaxe. He told himself to stop thinking. He didn't care what the player's goal was. He broke through the wall and a small collapse began. He said the arrow had to be visible to shoot it. Visibility was poor due to the collapse. In the noise, Zeke went around the enemy from behind and shouted that he had him. He rushed into the attack, but the enemy was able to parry the blow. It turned out to be Sia. Zik and Sia saw each other and froze for a moment in surprise. At that moment, Lizzie was sitting in a cave shelter wondering how things were going for them. The chief said that Zik had made equipment for everyone, so they would be fine. Lizzie replied that she didn't think Zik was that skilled. The chief replied that he didn't either. He wanted to thank them again. Lizzie replied that it was not words that mattered, but actions. She asked if the chief understood her. He just sighed. He looked at Lizzie, who was lying in a pile of precious stones with the chief's crown on her head. He said it seemed like he had given her enough, but Lizzie reminded him about the pendant. She asked if it wasn't the most precious thing he had. The chief sighed and said he couldn't give it to her. This pendant was a gift from a great soul when she was still alive. If it fell into the hands of a stranger, there would be trouble. A shamaness crept up behind the chief. She said that if the necklace was untied, he would no longer be able to control the lizard people. The shaman cut the rope holding the necklace with one swift movement. It fell to the ground. She said that the chief thought he could deceive her just like he had deceived everyone else. But he was wrong. This time she had outwitted him. The shaman said that from the very beginning, her goal had been to stay alive with him. He had always hidden behind his army and never showed his face. The chief asked her what she was doing there. The shaman took the soul and spirit pendant in her hands. She said it was a convenient object that allowed her to talk to spirits. But it was also an extremely frightening thing, because it could be used to brainwash creatures with low intelligence, such as lizard people. The chief replied that it was nonsense. He started shouting, "Is anyone there?" But the shaman said it was useless to shout. She put all the servants left in the cave to sleep. She didn't think the chief would send most of his troops up the mountain. How stupid, because her real goal was this place. The chief asked her why. Why? She was surprised that he was asking now why all this was happening. The shaman grabbed the chief by the neck and screamed that he couldn't not know. Because of the rules he had made, that child was her family. The shaman said enough. She would put an end to it. An end to the tribe's foolish games of sacrifice and fighting for it. The shaman said she would put an end to everything and was about to attack the chief. But Lizzie stood in her way. She shouted for her to stop. At that moment, Sia asked Zeke what he was doing there. He replied that he was on a quest. He asked her the same question. She replied that she was also on a quest. They asked in unison what kind of quest it was. After a little haggling, Sia said she would tell first. He didn't mind. Sia explained that she was on a quest to rebuild the air fortress of Mycenae. She needed the wings of the wind. To get them, she had gone to the Valley of the Elves. There, Herundel, the elf chief, told her that Sia had come a long way. But the wings of the wind were currently being kept in the spirit world. Sia explained that she really needed them. She asked for advice on how to get them. She asked if she could get there by plane. Herunderu replied that it was impossible to reach the spiritual world by plane. Moreover, humans cannot enter the spiritual world. Harundel told her that the midnight crab guards the wings of the wind. Sia asked if the midnight crab was really that powerful. Harundel became nervous. He said he felt like they were speaking different languages. He told her about the spirit world. Spirits live there. Humans cannot get there because they do not understand the language of the spirits. If you get lost in the spirit world, you will never be able to leave. Now Sia understood. But she urgently needed the wings of the wind. What should she do now? Harundel replied that he hadn't said there were no other ways. Long ago, their ancestor had given Mr. Heedis a pendant. It was a pendant of the soul and spirit that could hear spirits. In order to find it, Sia set off for Flame Mountain. After several days of searching on Flame Mountain, Sia came to an inn in the village of Altun on the western edge of the Principality of Kiep. There, a shaman approached her and heard that Sia was looking for the pendant. She showed her a picture and asked if she was looking for it. Sia recognized the pendant. She asked where she could get it. She begged the shaman to tell her if she knew. Zik repeated the question, and the shaman was the first to start a conversation with Sia. She replied that she had heard that Sia was looking for a pendant. Sia wanted to tell her something, but then the leader of the man-lizards wounded her in the back. The lizard said that she was the last human he would destroy, and that he would return their cave. Zik started yelling at the lizard, saying that she was his friend, but the leader replied that she was a minion of the human leader. The lizard pointed his axe at Zik and said he was a traitor. Zik replied that he had betrayed no one. He was trying to understand what was going on. Zik covered Sia with his body. He asked the lizard to wait a moment, but the lizard gave Zik a choice, them or the woman. Whose ally was he? Zik didn't know what to do. If he died now, he would fail the quest. Should he give Sia to them or fight the lizards? In a one-on-one fight, they weren't that strong. Zeke thought that if he used his destruction skill in battle, there was a chance he could win. What should he do? He didn't know what to do. The lizard leader told Zik that the lives of his allies were important. He was also their ally. Therefore, the lizard asked him to step aside. Zik threw his pickaxe on the ground. He said, okay, he wouldn't fight the lizard people. He asked if the leader was satisfied. The lizard told Zik to step aside and give them the woman. Zik said no. She was also his ally. What should they do now? The leader of the lizard men became angry. He shouted that if that was the case, Zik must give them the woman. Zik replied that he didn't want to. He wouldn't fight the lizard people, but he wouldn't give up Sia either. Sia touched Zik's shoulder. She said that everything was fine. There was no need to fight. Was there any reason to fight? Sia explained that their leader was being manipulated by the lizard men's chief. This madman was deceiving everyone. Meanwhile, in the cave where Lizzie was hiding, she blocked the shaman's path to the lizard man leader and was wounded by his blade. He stabbed her in the back. A few minutes earlier, the shaman asked Lizzie if she knew the leader and why she was protecting him. Lizzie replied that she knew him a little, but she couldn't let him die. It was the first time she had met such a simple man. She couldn't lose him. Realizing she had said something wrong, she shouted at Shamanka not to touch him. He had not yet given everything. The chief had given her a golden future. The shaman told Lizzie to stop clowning around. She demanded that she step aside, otherwise she would have to destroy her too. But the cunning chief had no mercy on Lizzie, who had stood up for him. He stabbed the shaman with his knife and wounded her. The chief told the shaman that she was what she was and always would be. Her people had always been disorderly and too impulsive. She hadn't changed a bit since she decided to turn against him. She should have destroyed him along with the human without hesitation. The shaman has said that from birth she had surpassed the lizards in intelligence. Because of this, everyone was rude to her. The chief called her over. He said that it was just her and him. All the other lizard people were equally stupid. That's why they didn't know what was important and how to act. He said that only they were born wise and only they were capable of reviving the tribe. The chief believed in this little human lizard. Following him, she became a shaman. When the shaman grew up, she met her husband. They had a child. On the chief's orders, she hypnotized her companions and went into battle. The shaman told them that they must fight and protect their cave from the humans. The shaman also helped with the sacrifices. She assured the lizard people that it was a good thing. If they didn't do it, the Great Spirit would awaken the volcano. After her husband died in battle and her child was sacrificed, the shaman learned the whole truth. The shaman trembled as she said that this was how it had turned out. But there was nothing that could be done. If they had not done so, the entire tribe would have been in danger. After returning to her cave after losing her husband and child, she convinced herself that everyone would be in danger. Therefore, there was no other way out. In this state, she came across the chief's book. The shaman decided to read it. From the book, the shaman learned that the dragon's heart was a huge source and device for storing energy. If a sacrifice was offered, it would turn purple. The creature that devours the bright purple dragon's heart will be reborn and become a new dragon. The shaman was overcome with panic. She should have realized earlier that he was a mutant who was many times smarter than all the other humanoids. The shaman knew much more about magic than anyone else and should have guessed. The Great Spirit will not be angry. The Great Spirit will not blow up this damn cave. The Great Spirit does not need any sacrifices. All of this was the foolish plan of one lizard man who wanted to become a dragon. The chief saw that the shaman had taken the dragon's heart. He shouted at her to put the great dragon's legacy back where it belonged. The chief ordered the warriors to seize the shaman. She struggled and tried to tell them everything. She shouted that they were being deceived. The dragon's heart was something completely different. Their chief wanted to satisfy his own needs. The chief announced to his tribe that the shaman had read a strange book and was now talking complete nonsense. To stop her from talking rubbish, he ordered that she be thrown into the magma. The human lizards, as if hypnotized, repeated the chief's orders to capture the shaman, protect the legacy, destroy the shaman, and protect the cave. The shaman admitted that her tribesmen were very stupid. To tell the truth, the lizard people were complete fools, and she had to take revenge on the creature that had completely destroyed her life. The shaman knew that she alone could not stand up to the entire tribe. Wandering through the desert, she hid in various caves, and once in one of them she found a whole bunch of desert roses. This was her way out. The shaman headed for the people. She suggested that they attack the lizard people's cave together. The people agreed in exchange for money. Then, in a tavern, the shaman met Sia. She heard that the girl was looking for a pendant. Sia didn't really know anything about the pendant. The shaman told her that it amplified the voice of the soul. You could hear the voices of the spirits. It could brainwash people. The shaman told Sia everything. She replied that following this strategy would result in the death of many lizard people, but they had also been brainwashed. The shaman asked if that fact would change anything. As long as the chief was alive, she couldn't be stopped. Lizards were stupid to begin with, which is why they had been brainwashed. In the end, she became just like them. She considered the human lizards to be simple-minded. She ignored them. For the sake of revenge, she disregarded their lives. The shaman said it was too late. In the end, she would atone for her sins. Already on the brink of death, the shaman managed to use magic to put some kind of collar on the leader. He coughed a little. He didn't understand what it was. Magical marks remained on his neck. The chief said that since the shaman had died during the attack, surely her magic had not worked. He approached the shaman's remains, stepped on them, and shouted that she had been doing all sorts of strange things until the very end. Useless. Behind him, the chief heard Lizzie's voice. She had drunk the potion and shouted at her grandfather for what he was doing. She tried to protect him, but he stabbed her in the back with his sword. Traitor. The chief was amazed that this woman was still alive. How did she manage it? Lizzie tried to heal herself with potions. The chief thought it didn't matter. He only needed to strike her once and she would die. He told Lizzie that she had misunderstood. She said she was protecting him. In reality, she was using him. Lizzie tried to save him only to take advantage of him later, but the chief did not blame her because he was the same. He uses everyone and everything. Absolutely everything is just a stepping stone for him to climb to the top of all living thing. Pointing his sword at Lizzie, he said she should consider it an honor to have participated in the birth of a great dragon. Lizzie thought about how much it annoyed her that the chieftain confessed to all his evil deeds with such relish. He behaves this way because he thinks he has defeated everyone. But the players have a cheat called Call a Friend. Lizzie planned that after she called Zeke and summoned him, she would somehow stall for time. But when she entered the chat, Lizzie was disappointed. She had no friends. She had forgotten to add him. She panicked, realizing she was doomed. The chief threw his sword at Lizzie, and then the rocks started falling. That's when Zeke showed up. When the dust settled, Zeke said they had arrived. With him were Sia and the leader of the lizard people. Zeke asked how the imposter was doing. They had come to save her, but then he saw Lizzie's things. She was dead. Zeke checked his inscription. It hadn't faded. That meant he was alive. The man-lizard didn't understand what he was talking about. Zeke said that wasn't the problem now. The problem was who the leader really was. And then the leader emerged from under a pile of rocks. He acted as if nothing had happened and said that Zeke had come. He was worried that he hadn't shown up. He didn't think he would jump out from somewhere above. He asked if he had dealt with everyone in the cave. The leader of the man-lizards replied that they had won. The cave was theirs again. The chief said how wonderful that was. Then they had to hurry back to the cave. There was very little time left. He began to explain that if they didn't bring the sacrifice by the end of the day, there would be an explosion. The guys told the chief to wait. They asked him why he was in such a hurry. The leader of the lizard people told the chief that the day was already over. The spirit was not angry and did not blow up the cave. There was also no need to bring sacrifices or guard the legacy. Sia said his lie had come to light. They had to surrender. Zeke said how hard he had worked to make the equipment for them on time. But that was a lie. The chief laughed maliciously. The guys asked what was wrong with him. Could he really go mad after being wounded? The chief took the medallion in his hands and said that now he didn't have to pretend anymore. He ordered the warrior to destroy the people. The leader of the man-eaters swung his axe. Zeke even ducked, thinking he was going to attack them, but he attacked the chief instead. The chief was shocked. He asked what the warrior was doing. He ordered him to attack the people. Wiping sweat from his forehead, Zeke said he was scared. He thought the lizard was really going to hit him. The leader asked why he should hit Zeke. The chief showed the leader of the man-eaters the pendant again and ordered him to destroy the worthless people. The lizard disobeyed the order again and hit the chief. Zeke asked why the lizard was okay. He replied that he was always okay. Zeke asked if he could be trusted. The chief, barely getting up, wondered why he couldn't brainwash him like before. Could the pendant be broken? But suddenly the chief realized that it was all because of the mark on his neck. He didn't know what kind of magic it was, but it was blocking the brainwashing. It seemed that the spell had worked. Zeke said, "So be it. I'll listen to him." He asked if he had anything to say before they parted ways. The chief gathered a handful of stones and threw them at Zeke. Zeke asked if this was his new skill. Zeke joked about how scary it was. He asked if he would die if he was hit. He told him to attack again. But the chief seized the moment and ran away. Zeke shouted after him, asking where he was going. Running away was not fair. The chief ran to the flaming cave. He descended into the crater of the volcano. Equipped with a cloak and boots made of dragon scales, he was safe. He walked through the lava and thought that he had to endure. Now he had to hurry and return the dragon's heart. Even though the heart would no longer glow a beautiful purple color, it had absorbed life energy for a long time. Even if it wasn't perfect, if the chief ate it, he would gain incredible strength, and he would take revenge on the ungrateful warriors. Taking the container in his hands, the chief said he would make them suffer hellish pains. There was nothing in the new container. The chief said it couldn't be. He had placed the dragon's heart there with his own hands. Where had it gone? The chieftain shouted, "Where is it?" The dragon's heart to which he had devoted his entire life. And then Zeke appeared before the chief. He asked what he was looking for and showed him the dragon's heart. Zeke said he had come here a little earlier and retrieved it from the lava using Galley's glove. Then Zeke thought how good it was that he had taken it with him. He didn't think Galley's glove would come in handy. The chief rushed after Zeke. He shouted that it was his dragon heart. He demanded that Zeke give it back. Zeke asked if it was really his. Did he have any proof that it was really his? The chief shouted that the light purple color was proof. A dragon's heart only turns purple when life force is slowly poured into it. The heart was light purple. It wasn't perfectly colored, but he had achieved this color after 100 years of offerings. This was proof. Zeke was horrified. So the chieftain was filling the dragon's heart with life force by sacrificing his subjects and people. He asked if he had understood correctly. The chieftain shouted that it was all true. Therefore Zeke must give him the heart immediately. Zeke smiled and asked what he would say to that, pointing to the army of man-eaters. The army marched forward, repeating that the chieftain had deceived them. Everything was a lie. The chieftain was a liar. The chief took out the pendant and ordered the human lizard warriors to stop. They all misunderstood. But the lizard people were no longer under hypnosis. They went up to the leader and said that he had made it all up. The sacrifices and the legacy were not true. The chief shouted that he had also been deceived. He could explain everything. He said that the warriors should believe him. It was all that man's plan. The leader of the humanoids said that the chief was no longer their ally, and he dealt him a victorious blow. Zeke looked at the heart. It seemed to him that the color had become more intense. Or maybe he was mistaken. Sta ran up to Zeke and asked if he was okay. Zeke said it was nothing. But then the system reported that Zeke's endurance had been reduced due to volcanic gas poisoning. Sia held Zeke. He asked her to listen to him carefully. If he died, she had to take care of this. He was delirious. He saw a blade of grass. He thought that when the blade fell, his life would end. But then the leader of the humanoids approached. He put a bunch of grass in Zeke's mouth and said that if he ate the volcanic grass, he would feel better. Volcanic grass is a special kind of grass that grows around volcanoes. It is an antidote to poisoning. The lizard stuffed Zika's mouthful, saying that this was the antidote. Eat it, and you'll be as fresh as a cucumber. Zika grumbled that he should stop shoving all that nasty stuff into him. The system reported that the poisoning had been cured. He was healthy. The leader of the lizard people handed Sia the pendant and told her to take it. Sia took the pendant, and the system wrote that she had achieved the quest goal. Restoring the Air Fortress, Part 3, Soul and Spirit Pendant. Sia thanked the lizard. He blushed and said that she was a pretty good partner. Zik shouted, asking why he was blushing. He had almost killed him just a moment ago. A group of humanoid lizards approached Zeke and presented him with a gift. Zeke asked what it was. They said it was a weapon. They explained that they were inspired by watching Zeke make weapons, so they decided to try it too. Zeke was surprised to hear that it was a tool. He thought it was a piece of coal. The lizard people were upset. They asked if it really looked that strange, but they had tried their best. Zeke felt sorry for them and replied that, when you think about it, it did look like a tool. The lizard people were delighted that he appreciated their work. They had a chance. Zeke asked if they could read and gave the humanoid lizards Galley's textbook. He said it was better than nothing. Looking at the weapon he had been given, Zeke said he never thought he would consider a lizard cute. The leader of the lizard people buried the shaman. A subordinate approached him and said that everyone was ready. They could leave. The lizards left the nest. Not far from Flame Mountain, Zik and Sia sat in a hot air balloon. Zik grumbled that time was running out. Where was Lizzie? It seemed they would leave without her. A cloud of dust was moving toward them across the desert. The guys heard someone shout to wait for her. It was Lizzie running with her cart. Zik was very surprised and asked what she had behind her. Sia was also confused and replied that she didn't know. When Lizzie approached, Zeke asked her what it was. She replied that she had found a desert rose near the respawn point yesterday. It was a jackpot. She asked if they knew how much a rose was worth. The balloon began to rise into the air. Lizzie screamed, "What is that? Where did they go?" Zeke shouted that she said there was no room. She left all his equipment behind. Now he'll have to put it in his inventory or carry it in his hands. Lizzie ran after the balloon and shouted that she had no room in her inventory. Sia reached out her hand and shouted for her to grab it. At the last moment, Lizzie managed to jump into the balloon, but she pulled the rope attached to the bag with her. The balloon gained altitude and the girls attacked Zeke, shouting that he was being insolent. It was too much. Then, Sia and Lizzie started getting to know each other. Sia said that she and Zeke had become friends in the game. Lizzie said that since she was Zeke's friend, she would be happy to be friends with her too. The girls chatted. Zeke sat there thinking that they had only just met but were already inseparable. Hearing a noise downstairs, the kids looked out of the ball and saw that the tribe of lizard people had come to see them off. Zeke shouted thank you. Sia shouted that they would see each other again sometime. The lizards waved goodbye. Returning to the city walls of Nasarka, Zik said that this was where they would say goodbye. Sia suggested meeting up after they had prepared for the quest to Makinia. Zik replied that he would contact Sia. Lizzie said that they would meet again somewhere someday. Lizzie said she would follow him as soon as she delivered the desert rose. Zik got nervous and said she had a conscience to keep following him around. Lizzie shouted, "What conscience are you talking about?" If it weren't for her, Zeke wouldn't have completed the quest on the mountain. Zeke replied that she hadn't done anything at all. Sia watched in shock. Sta, watching the guys fight like two dogs, laughed and said they were such good friends. Zeke walked through Nosark and thought that if he sold the dragon's heart, he would make a lot of money. But he pushed those thoughts away and decided he had to finish the quest. Zik decided that he needed to get the secret technique of the gnomes that Galley had mentioned. How he had been waiting for this. Someone was secretly watching Zik. He thought of an interesting answer. Well, it might be possible in his case. The stranger said that since it was his choice, he would treat him with respect. The children who noticed the stranger laughed. They said, "Look at that old man. He's talking to himself. He's completely lost his mind." Seeing Zik, Galley said he didn't think he would return. He thought he wouldn't be able to get the dragon's heart. Zik asked him to stop giving him impossible quests. Galley handed Zik a scroll. He said that their secret technique was hidden there. Zik happily grabbed the scroll. He said that this was finally what he was looking for. He noticed that the scroll had a strange smell. Zik eagerly unfolded the paper, saying they would see what was inside, but he was surprised. He read something that looked like a resume for the dwarf Galley. He said he was looking for a country to immigrate to. He guaranteed that he could improve his blacksmithing skills. Galley realized he had given Zik the wrong scroll. He immediately replaced it with the correct one. Zik began to argue, asking if Galley really wanted to abandon him. The dwarf asked him to forget about it. It was just in case of an unforeseen situation. Zik grumbled that it was enough. He knew him well. Galley replied that he was grateful to Zik, but all he did was lash out at him. Unfolding the scroll, Zik read about overheated coals. They are created by combining bitumen and craftsman's dust. They allow high-quality iron to be produced. Galley asked Zik if he knew how human tools differed from dwarf tools. Dwarves' iron was already different from human iron. Dwarf iron lasts 10 times longer. It is lighter than ordinary metal. And what is most necessary in the manufacture of dwarf iron is superheated coal. This coal can reach temperatures of over 2,000 degrees Celsius. Galley said that this secret had been known only to the dwarves for many hundreds of years. But times have changed. Galley said it was time to renounce their traditions and tell the whole world about their technique. Zik, as the first human to create superheated coal, would tell the world about their technology. But Zik had already left without hearing the dwarf finish. Having obtained the secret of the dwarves' iron, Zik was delighted. Most of his blacksmithing skills were now at least 4th level. If he used it to make dwarven iron, he could destroy any blacksmith except for the rankers. Zik already had plans for the players. If he could compete on price, he would outdo the dwarves. Zik knew that there was a high demand for repairs of rare items in Nosark, and he began to plan his next steps. Zik walked down the street thinking about how he could find Bars's tools. In the end, his plan seemed perfect. On his way to the meeting, Zik ran into Dylan. He asked Zik if he was listening. Zik replied that he wasn't really. Dylan asked him to listen. Dylan pointed to a huge box. He said it was the iron ore Zik had ordered. He couldn't get in touch with Zik, so he arranged for it to be delivered right away. Dylan said he had written to Zeke but had not received a reply. He had tried to contact him a couple of times, but then Zeke disappeared completely. He was worried because so much time had passed. Zeke replied that he was just busy, that Dylan was angry. Dylan replied that he wasn't angry, just that promises had to be kept. It was common sense. Zik replied casually again, telling Dylan not to worry so much. Dylan was boiling inside, thinking that he was definitely going to get beaten up. Zik said he had decided to stay in Nosark for a while to prepare for the quest in Mycenae. He was going to set up a smithy there. Dylan laughed at the idea of a simple user starting a smithy in Nosark. Even for Zik, it was impossible. Half of the ore had been bought on credit. Zik confidently replied that Dylan shouldn't worry. Zik was determined to succeed. Zik claimed that everything would go according to plan, unless God himself intervened in his affairs. Dylan laughed. He said it was too early for Zik to be surprised. And then a dragon flew out from behind Zeke. Dylan shouted that it was God's will. Running away from the dragon, Dylan said he couldn't believe he would be crushed by a dragon twice in the same place. What a coincidence, what a stupid game. And then the dragon stepped on him. The system wrote that Dylan was dead. Zeke, seeing what was happening, shouted that Galley was a profane man. He said that this time everything would work out. Damn cheating dwarf. Zeke covered his mouth with his hands, hoping the dragon hadn't hurt him, but the monster sat down next to him. Zeke said he had heard him after all. A strange man named Sonsu Don Hansoji II was walking along Nosarku. He was grumbling that he was bored. He wanted something interesting and exciting. Zik rushed past him like lightning. Sonsu Don shouted that he had lifted his skirt. He asked him if he had been taught to apologize. But when he looked back, he saw why Zik was running. A dragon was already above his head. A moment later, the system reported that Sonsu Don Hansoji had died. The warriors who saw what was happening shouted to shoot. This was their chance, given by God. If it was really a dragon, they could get a lot of loot from it. Archers and swordsmen began their attack. Zik turned around. Looking at the clouds of smoke and dust, he thought they had defeated it. But less than a minute later, the dragon's head appeared from the dust. The monster stared at the crowd as if looking for something. Spotting Zik, the dragon lunged at him. Zik ran again. He wondered why the hell the dragon was chasing only him. And then Zik found himself at a dead end. He ran to the city wall. He thought it was the end. He looked at the wall and thought he could break it down and escape. But with his 4th level, he couldn't handle Nosarka's construction. What to do? But then it dawned on him. Wait a minute, he thought. What's going on? He's running away because his little dragon scared him. Zik took out his pickaxe and said that it was the dragon who should run away from him. Zik attacked the dragon. He shouted that he would show it the power of a former dragon slayer. The dragon exposed its snout to the attack. Zik struck with all his might and shouted, "Take that!" But the blow only did 1 point of damage. Zeke's pickaxe broke. He said that Galley had created an amazingly strong dragon. Zeke despaired. In a panic, he thought he should try to break through the wall after all. But then the dragon fell on its back like a domestic kitten and began to whine pitifully. Zeke asked what was happening. A stranger who had been following Zik appeared next to him. He said that the dragon couldn't control itself. The newborn had been given too much strength and a powerful body. Unaware of this truth, its parent was punishing it. How sad. Zik even shuddered at the surprise. He asked what it was. Who was this stranger? The stranger who had suddenly appeared behind Zik disappeared just as quickly. Zik didn't have time to figure out where he had gone. The stranger stood on the dragon's back. He said he was poor. Casting a magic circle, he promised to calm him down. Zik looked at the stranger. The system wrote that he was Anurus, an ancient dragon of the 200th level, the ruler of the northeastern mountains of Nosarka. Meanwhile, the entire top brass of the Arpedian Development Company watched what was happening on the screen in the conference room. The boss slammed his fist on the table. He asked what was going on. Was this really how the story was supposed to unfold? One of the developers replied that Anurus was originally supposed to fly into a rage at the sight of the Mecharakon and destroy Nosarka. How did it come to this? Director Sun Sokshin replied that it was most likely because of the dragon's purple heart. The developer did not understand and asked what that meant. Sun Seokjin explained that because the heart was purple instead of the usual color, a real dragon was born. Andorus felt sorry for it and didn't get angry. The manager was very angry. He shouted that they were saying that the most valuable event had gone down the drain, and again because of this kid. Sun Sok Chin replied that it was great that things weren't going according to plan. I wonder how the story of Arpadi will unfold now. At that moment in the game, Honduras finished his magic ritual. He approached Zik and handed him the little dragon. Honduras told Zik to take responsibility for his child. Zik was in complete shock as he looked at the little dragon. Zik held the dragon in his hands and asked in surprise if it was his child. Honduras replied that it was. He understood the meaning of the words. Zik shouted that he didn't understand anything. He was talking nonsense. Zik was a human, not a dragon. They weren't even the same species. Honduras replied that ancient dragons were an exception. Ordinary dragons are born after their hearts have been infused with life force and mana for a long time. Most often, no living creature is capable of producing the same amount of life force as a dragon. Therefore, it is obvious that a dragon becomes a parent. However, Zik was there at the moment of the child's birth. Therefore, the responsibility lies with him. Zik shouted that he was mocking him. Who was he to force him to raise a dragon just because he happened to be there at the moment of its birth? Zik handed the little dragon to Honduras. He said that since he was also a dragon, he should take care of it himself. Zik thought, who knows when this thing will go crazy again? He couldn't handle a ticking time bomb on his own. Honduras fired a barrage of ice arrows at Zik. He asked if he was saying he was giving up. Zik hugged the little dragon close and replied, of course not. He was feeling lonely. What luck. Zik had to promise to take full responsibility and raise him. Honduras said he was glad that Zik was a responsible person. Meanwhile, a group of warriors was searching Nosark for the stupid dragon. They shouted for him to come out and fight them. Hearing this, Zik was frightened. He asked Lord Honduras what to do, but he had appeared as suddenly as he had disappeared. Zik couldn't think of anything better than to pass the dragon off to Gali. He put him in a box and stuck a note on it saying that this was Gali's dragon and that he should take care of him. Zik told the dragon that this was now his home. He felt sorry for him, but he wasn't leaving the dragon because he was bad. People are looking for the mecha dragon. If someone takes the baby with them, who knows what they'll do to it. And Zik didn't want to get into trouble. He didn't care what happened to the dragon. Zik thought about it. After saying that, he really did look like some kind of villain. But Zik didn't have time to leave. He heard voices behind him saying they were here. Weapons were pointed at him. One of the newcomers asked if he was Zik, Gali's accomplice and informant. He was under arrest for terrorism and attempting to overthrow the Nosark regime. Zik ran away. He shouted for them to wait. It wasn't him. They had all misunderstood. At that moment, Lizzie was walking through the city. She was upset that Zik wasn't responding to her messages. She said there was no point in adding him as a friend if he didn't even look at her. If he was making money behind her back, she said she would kill him. She had to find him quickly. Suddenly, Zik rushed past Lizzie faster than lightning. She screamed, asking where he was going. But when she turned around, Lizzie realized where Zik was running. A whole crowd of armed men was chasing him. All she could say was, oh my god. Zik managed to jump over the city wall and hide in the forest. The crowd was looking for him. Someone noticed his tracks and everyone ran after them. Watching the armed men disappear, Zik breathed a sigh of relief. But suddenly Lizzie jumped out of the bushes behind him. He screamed in fear, asking where she had come from. Following Lizzie, a little dragon jumped out of the bushes. Zik asked when this thing had started following him. The little dragon purred that it had always been there. Zik asked what it was babbling about. Lizzie grabbed the dragon and said how cute it was. She asked what its name was. Hearing Pop, she said that was cute. She asked if it was looking for Zik too. Zik sighed. 2 freeloaders. But there's nothing we can do. Even if we ask them not to follow him, they'll still come along. Zik went down the path. He told the stalker and the lizard to get moving if they were coming with him. They had to get out of there before the gnomes returned. The merchant grumbled that she had told him 100 times that her name was Lizzie, and the baby's name was Popo. Following Zik, Lizzie asked where they were going this time. Zik said he wanted to start a blacksmith shop in Nosarka. But since that was no longer an option, he was considering the kingdom of Abaran. He would open a blacksmith shop in the local neutral zone. The guys arrived at the square of the kingdom of Abaran in the province of Nambaran at the Nambaran market. There was an argument about the price of repairs, which was 1,200 gold coins. The warriors asked the blacksmith if he was mocking them. He replied that they were the ones mocking him. No one else would charge less than that. His was the cheapest shop. He said that if they didn't like it, they should go find another place. The soldiers were indignant that it was not the cheapest. Prices were like that everywhere. The blacksmith replied that it was the minimum price. The knight became angry. He asked if he wanted to play with words. But 2 guys quickly took the knight under their wing. They said that this blacksmith was from the Blue Dawn Guild. They asked if he wanted to fight with their team. The knight immediately backed down. He said it was some kind of misunderstanding. And then one of the guys hit him for 80 points and said, okay then. As he was leaving, he added that he hoped there would be no more misunderstandings and waved his hand. The knight's companions approached him. They said that this was a real ripoff. It had always been expensive here, but with the arrival of Blue Dawn, prices had skyrocketed. As they continued down the street, the guys discussed how nice it would be if there was an inexpensive blacksmith shop here. Meanwhile, not far from the city, Zik had set up a smithy just as he had dreamed. All the preparations were complete, and he was ready to open. At the market, people immediately began discussing the latest news that a blacksmith shop had opened near the mountain range. People asked if they were talking about the Cat Mountains. They were surprised because there were supposed to be a lot of monsters there. They said it was strange, but there were rumors that the monsters no longer appeared there. People didn't believe it was possible. No one knew that it was all because of a little dragon. The most surprising news was that the blacksmith's prices were incredibly low. It was the cheapest shop in Numberin. Zick looked appraisingly at the sign Lizzie had made. He said it was nonsense. She shouted that he couldn't have done better himself. Lizzie argued that the effect was important here. He was a blockhead who didn't understand the basics of business. Lizzie said that his business wouldn't work like that. How about letting her handle the promotion? Zeke replied that there was no way. He had already signed a contract with Gold Rush. Lizzie lamented that she was too late, but she decided she would find another way to profit from this. Zeke decided to try out the new technology he got from the gnome. He made a long sword. It really turned out different because of the overheated coal. Zeke was pleased with himself. He said, "Look at that shine and how hard it is. Even the texture is perfect." But Lizzie interrupted his joy. She hit Zeke and told him to stop fooling around. Couldn't he see that customers were already approaching? Zeke saw the line at the smithy. The customers were discussing how their gnome-level armor only cost 3,000 gold pieces. What a thrill! Zeke replied that he was working. Lizzie snapped at him to work faster. He quickly grabbed the hammer and got to work. Zeke grumbled that it was his shop and got to work. Lizzie went to offer her goods to the people in line. Lizzie offered an iron ingot to a witch. She asked what she needed it for. Lizzie showed her that the iron ingot could be used to feed a dragon. The players were touched by the beautiful creature. Lizzie started a brisk trade. Popo's favorite food for only 500 gold pieces. The players, enchanted by the little dragon, went to buy iron ingots for gold. Zick grumbled that Lizzie was a swindler. 500 gold coins for an iron ingot the size of a peanut. She clearly had no conscience. A group of warriors approached Zeke from behind. They grabbed him and asked how he dared to open a shop without their knowledge. As punishment, he would have to repair all their equipment for free. Everyone laughed. They were the Red Tigers. Zeke thought that was why he hadn't told them. How did they even find out where he was? He replied that if they wanted it repaired, they would have to pay. Guilford asked Zeke if he wanted them to pay. He decided to disobey his coach. He threatened to teach him a lesson. Zeke shouted, "What's wrong with this old man? He's completely lost his mind." Guilford's right-hand man replied that he was just jealous. He found out that Zeke was playing with Che-Rin. Zeke replied, "So what? Why is he taking it out on him?" Guilford flew into a rage. He remembered how, when he had suggested playing with Che-Rin, she had shyly replied that she didn't want to. Consumed by rage, Guilford lunged at Zeke, but Loki blocked his path. Guilford stopped. Everything around them was covered in dust. By the way, Juhoon also plays with Che-Rin. Guilford shouted that he would never forgive them. If he couldn't, then neither could the others. Guilford's right hand caught him and asked him to calm down. He knew that Ji-Hong had a fight coming up soon. Zeke thought that he would never become like him when he grew up. Loki handed Zeke a scroll and said he wanted to give it to him. Loki thought it might be useful to Zeke. It was a drawing of a guard, one of two. Once the drawing was complete, Zeke would be able to create Deborah's black iron. Zeke was very happy. It was the second part of the drawing he had found earlier. Zeke thanked Loki for simply giving him the drawing. He asked where he got it. Loki remembered how he had fought a huge griffin. After winning in the room with the reward, he found the drawing, but he told Zeke that he had stumbled upon it by accident. Zeke was surprised, but that was all. That was the whole story. Zeke suggested that Loki found it while completing the Mycenae quest. He remembered that Loki had mentioned something about Deborah's location. Loki confirmed this. Zeke looked at Loki and thought he was really not very talkative. Then the angry Lizzie jumped out of the blacksmith shop. She yelled at Zeke, asking what he was doing. Couldn't he see that people were waiting for him? Get back to work. Zeke replied that he was already working. He told the Red Tigers that they had heard him themselves. So let's get going. Sometime later in the kingdom of Aberon in the province of Numberin, there was a discussion in Lord Numberin's castle about the reduction in taxes. Lord Numberin asked how this had happened. A subordinate explained that it was all because of a smithy that had opened near the mountain range. They offer high-quality tools and repairs at low prices. The Lord was surprised. He asked if taxes could be collected from them. The subordinate replied that it was a neutral zone. The Lord used magic to wrap a chain around his subordinate's neck. He asked if it was a trick and demanded an answer. This was Lord Nambarina Cage, rank 78, a mage swordsman. Meanwhile, Zeke finished his workday. He was very tired. He said he hadn't worked like that in a long time. But then Guilford appeared before him and asked what he meant by finished. He still had to repair the Red Tiger's equipment. Zeke fell to the ground and shouted that he was tired as a dog. Couldn't Guilford see that? Guilford replied that he could. He grabbed Zeke by the legs and started spinning him around. He said that if it was so hard for him, then one lesson wasn't enough. Loki entered the smithy and saw the little dragon. He said it was cute and bent down to pet it, but Popo bit him. Lizzie grabbed the dragon and shouted at him. Popo didn't like that and said not to touch him without permission. Then Loki took out his wallet and told Lizzie to give him all the remaining ingots. Her attitude changed immediately. She replied that she would give them to him right away. In the courtyard, Zika was having a friendly conversation with the Red Tigers. There were a few customers left. Then a voice was heard from behind. It was Focus, the treasurer of Namarin. The bystanders scattered. Only the red tigers remained. Focus saw the wound on Loki's hand, approached him, and asked if he was okay. Where did all the blood come from? Guilford noticed the dragon on Lizzie's hands and asked what kind of lizard it was. Loki replied that he was a lizard himself, and that the baby's name was Popo. GN said that Popo likes metal things. He has sharp teeth, he bites, but it's cute and charming, and Loki has no idea where he came from. Guilford asked Loki what was broken, but Jackal explained that Loki just liked cute things. The uninvited guest, realizing that no one was paying attention to him, loudly announced that he was a martial arts master named Focus, the treasurer of Nambarina. He had come to collect taxes from the blacksmith who had opened a shop here without permission. He looked at the crowd and shouted for the blacksmith to come forward and obey his orders. Unperturbed, Zik asked them if they had lost their minds. This was a neutral zone. It was not Namarin's territory or anyone else's. Zik said that if Focus could read, he should look at the main page and familiarize himself with it. Focus shouted that the only brainless one here was Zeke. This place was recognized as indirect territory of Nambarin by a special law. Zik was confused. Focus announced that blacksmiths in Nambarin were required to pay taxes. If they didn't, they would be declared enemies of the Blue Dawn Guild. Those present were surprised to hear about Blue Dawn. It was a subsidiary guild that had split off from the high-ranking Iron Cross. They aggressively expanded their territory using the prestige and capital of their patron. Thanks to the support of the Iron Cross, the guild has gained a large number of members and mercenaries. Due to their extremely aggressive stance, few dare to stand in their way. Zik thought about it. He had heard that the ruler of Nambarin had indeed been replaced. Apparently the Blue Dawn had taken his place. He answered clearly. Zik understood that if he got involved with a large guild, he would have no end of problems, especially when that guild ruled the surrounding territory. Scratching the back of his head, Zik asked how much he would have to pay. Focus explained that the initial fee was 200,000, the monthly fee was 100,000, and 40% of income had to be paid daily. They also had to provide weapons if needed. Zik shouted and finally lost his temper. That's too much. Even beaten up bullies leave money for transportation by picking pockets. But they're crossing the line. Focus replied that he wanted the best, but he decided to challenge Blue Dawn. He asked Zik if he really dared to fight Blue Dawn's mad dog. Zik shouted, of course, he'd rather close the shop than pay all their taxes. He asked why Focus was standing there. He ordered him to attack. Focus grinned and said that Zik would regret it. He stood in a fighting stance. A few minutes later, Focus was sitting on the ground. He shouted that they had overwhelmed him. Cowards, he called them. The tigers thought they hadn't done anything. Focus was worried. If he returned empty-handed, Lord Cage would be furious. He had to think of something. Guilford's right-hand man asked Zik if he had gained strength. Guilford grumbled that he still had a lot of growing to do. Zik replied that training in the dojo had paid off. Taking advantage of everyone's distraction, Focus snatched the dragon from Lizzie's hands. He asked if everyone could see the cute little lizard. If they didn't pay their taxes willingly, he would destroy it. But as soon as he finished speaking, his head flew off. Loki had destroyed Focus. Loki said that the bald dog wanted to die. He wasn't even worth feeding to the dogs. Loki was angry and said many terrible things over Focus's remains. Zik screamed in shock. The system wrote that since Loki of the Red Tigers had destroyed Focus, Blue Dawn had the right to call the Tigers to the guild battle. Lord Cage was dissatisfied when Focus returned empty-handed. He justified himself by saying that he couldn't defeat a crowd of people at once. Focus added that he had been destroyed by one of the members of the Red Tigers Guild. Lord Cage asked about the Red Tigers. Focus said that they seemed to be protecting the forge. He thought they were on friendly terms. Lord Cage thought for a moment. He said, "The Red Tiger says, Focus confirmed this." The Lord said that he was free to go. When Focus left, Lord Cage smiled ominously and said that the game was getting more interesting. Sometime later, training was underway in the dojo. Guilford's right-hand man said that Yuhan was talented. He asked if he really didn't want to be a professional athlete. Han's imagination conjured up images of professional training. He replied that there was no way he would do that. The coach replied that he needed time to think about it. Kang Yuhan began to get upset, saying that he had already said no. He asked where everyone was. The coach replied that they had gone to a capsule cafe to make ID cards. They had a guild battle next week, so the boss had rented out the entire cafe so that everyone could gather together. Kang Yuhan thought about the capsule cafe. He said, "That's it." Then he asked him to repeat it again. Meanwhile, at the Iron Cross Guild, Lord Cage was asking for help in the guild battle. Guild representative Moon Yontek was indignant that they hadn't paid for the last war over territory, and now they were asking for help. He asked them what was wrong with their heads. Lord Cage replied that this was not just a whim. He explained that their enemy was none other than the Red Tigers. Another member of the Iron Cross said that the Red Tigers would not have agreed to a guild battle so easily. Cage explained that one of their members had destroyed his subordinate, and the rules of the system did not allow them to refuse if Cage challenged them, although he was surprised by their agreement that the battle would be to the death. Lord Cage turned to Behemoth and asked if he remembered that every time they tried to take the Central Territory, the Central Alliance interfered. The Central Alliance insisted that the Central Zone was for newcomers. This guild alliance used the Central lands as their base. The Lord said that the Red Tigers were their main power. If they were defeated, it would be much easier to recapture the center. He asked the others if they agreed. The head of the Iron Cross Guild, Behemoth, thought about it and agreed. He said that if he could destroy the Red Tigers once and for all, then Behemoth would write off all of Blue Dawn's debts, including support in the guild battle. Lord Cage was already delighted. Behemoth said that if he failed, he would pay with his head. He asked the Lord if he understood everything. The Lord became visibly nervous. Meanwhile, on the plains of Tazar, Dylan entered the Traveler's Tavern. He apologized for being late. Dylan explained that the work had taken longer than expected. Zik, sitting at the table, replied that it didn't matter. He asked about the information. Dylan began his story saying that he had been delivering goods to the Principality of Kiev. Due to their defeat in the war, there had been a change of government there. Zik tried to ask questions, but Dylan continued recounting the interesting events that had transpired. He did not know if Zik had read the news, but it all began with a military festival. Zik shouted that he wasn't interested. He asked him to give him what he had asked for. Dylan replied that Zik was very impatient. He handed him the piece of paper with the promised information. Dylan asked why Zik wanted information about the Blue Dawn. Zik replied that a guild battle was coming up. Dylan was surprised to hear about the guild battle. He asked Zik if he had joined a guild without telling anyone. Zik replied that it was no big deal. Dylan was puzzled. Why would someone who wasn't in a guild get involved in a guild fight? He asked Mr. Zik if he knew what two things annoyed him the most in the world. The first was when someone stopped speaking mid-sentence. He didn't get to finish because Zeke started shaking over a piece of paper. Dylan asked him if everything was okay. Zeke muttered through clenched teeth that this jerk had forgotten something here. Images from the past flashed before his eyes, showing Kim Pilchun mocking him. In Arpedia Online, he was Lord Cage, a magician swordsman of the Blue Dawn Guild, ranked 78, the ruler of Namarin. Kang Yu Han was immediately surprised during training when he heard that the guild battle would also be to the death. He asked who it was against and why. Then the coach asked if Yuhan remembered the focus that Loki had kicked. They didn't really have a choice. Yuhan was outraged that they had the right to choose the format of the battle. Why agree to annihilation? They were under the Iron Cross. They couldn't defeat the Tigers. The coach laughed. He explained that of course they had studied everything before making their decision. Blue Dawn was already up to its ears in debt, so it wouldn't get any significant support. The coach said that without their mother, Blue Dawn was no match for them. Yuhan thought that life wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. The coach asked Yuhan if he would go with them. He replied, "Why would I?" The coach grabbed Kana and answered for him, saying that he would go because they were from the same dojo. He already knew this, so he had already added his name to the list of contract players. Now Zik told Dylan everything. Dylan was surprised that the Red Tigers were against Blue Dawn. It sounded harsh. Dylan confirmed that Blue Dawn owed a lot to the Iron Cross, but when it came to destroying the Iron Cross, they wouldn't pass up the opportunity to get rid of the Tigers. Zik was nervous. Seeing this, Dylan turned to Mr. Zeke and asked him about becoming an official member of their guild. Zik replied that now was not the time to discuss such matters. Dylan explained that he was partly to blame for the battle between the guilds, but he was not directly involved. If Zik became a member of their guild, they could officially protest his participation as a mercenary for the Red Tigers. It seemed like Zeke really wanted to participate, but simply couldn't. That was the situation. He asked how Zeke felt about the offer. Zik asked Cage if he would also take part in the guild battle. Dylan replied that of course he would. He was the head of the guild. The other day, Charon stopped by her father's gym. She brought him the lunch he had forgotten at home, but no one was there. The whole team was already at the Capsule Cafe. Sun Taisu said, "Great. Finally, the day has come. Everyone knows. Today is the decisive battle." They simply couldn't lose. That meant everyone had to fight as hard as they always did and come back unharmed. A guy walked into the Capsule Cafe. He asked how much it would cost for 2 hours, but the manager at the counter apologized. He said that the guys had rented the entire cafe. The manager suggested that the visitor come back another time. In fact, the manager was a representative of the Iron Cross Guild, Moon Yontek. Meanwhile, in the Kingdom of Aberan, the stands in Belfast Square were already beginning to fill up. Nam Gun Hyuk appeared on the screen. He greeted those present. He announced that he would be broadcasting the guild battle. He said that the strongest in the world of Arpedia were now before them. A battle between the Red Tigers and the Blue Dawn would take place here. The Red Tigers, the strongest mercenary guild, appeared in the arena. It looked like all of its members would be fighting. There were more than 100 people. On the other side was the Blue Dawn Guild. Gun Hyuk was amazed to see such a huge army. The cameramen whispered that, according to their team, the Blue Dawn had about 1,200 people. Gun Hyuk was surprised. As far as he knew, the guild had only 200 members. That meant they had recruited 1,000 mercenaries. That was truly an impressive number. Lord Cage replied that there was no need to make a fuss. What was so special about mercenaries bought with money? The Lord thought that what was truly impressive was the armor that Behemoth had borrowed. The flaming breastplate was one of the few mythical items on the server. Only thanks to it would Cage be able to defeat an enemy 30 levels higher than him. He was no longer the weakling that Guilford had cut down in the battle for Barxis. Cage dreamed that if he could win, his future would be bright. He would destroy the Red Tiger, Nam Gun Hyok announced 5 minutes before the start of the battle. Will the Red Tigers be able to defend their title as the undefeated guild? Guilford said that only cowards rely on numbers. A real man knows how to deal with even 1,000 opponents. Guilford's right-hand man asked if that applied to the captain with his 45th place or Cage with his 78th. He didn't expect them to have so many people. Guilford ordered them to leave the crybaby alone. This was a fight for the honor of the Red Tigers. He asked Loki if that was true. Loki froze. He thought these were bad people who wanted to steal Popo. Guilford asked where Zik was. He had sent them equipment, but he himself was nowhere to be seen. Guilford's right-hand man replied that Zik said he would definitely come, but he wasn't responding to messages. Guilford said that the bastard was scared and ran away. They would have to teach him a lesson after the battle. The timer showed 30 seconds. Guilford said it would start soon. Everyone should get ready for battle. The timer counted down the last seconds. Guilford raised his berserker sword on his shoulder and shouted to the guys to go forward. Lizzie was sitting in the stands. She remembered how she had run into the smithy to hurry Zeke along, but he wasn't there. Lizzie didn't understand what was happening, but then she found a note on the floor that said, "I'm sorry, Zeke." 10 minutes before the start of the fight, bets were being taken at the betting shop. The dealer shouted that the legendary event was about to begin. Players were betting hundreds and thousands on Blue Dawn's victory. The dealer asked if anyone would bet on the Red Tigers. The payout was 10 times the bet. From the silent crowd, the head of the Merchants Guild, Money Dance Millions, replied. He pointed to the screen and told everyone to look there. They couldn't defeat such a crowd. Rumors spread through the crowd that Millions was right. The difference in numbers was too great. It seemed that today was the end of the Red Tigers. Hearing that the Tigers had made a huge mistake by accepting a fight to the death, Lizzie exploded and started shouting that they were stupid noobs. The battle hadn't even started yet. They wouldn't know the outcome until it was over. The dealer approached Lizzie and asked if she wanted to place a bet. Lizzie hesitated and said that gambling wasn't her thing. He thought that she wasn't so sure about the Tigers. Then Dylan stepped out of the crowd and said he would bet 1,000,000 gold pieces on the Red Tigers to win. The crowd was surprised. They began to whisper that it was Dylan from the Gold Rush. Why would he take such a risk? Taking the money, the dealer asked if he knew there would be no refund. Dylan replied that he did, of course. Millions smiled and said that Dylan was losing his touch. Dylan replied that we would have to wait for the result. Then we would know. Turning to Lizzie, he asked if that was true, lady. She was a little confused and replied that it probably was. Now sitting in the stands, Lizzie mentally begged Zeke to come back. After all, if the Tigers lost, she would have to close her shop. Guilford activated Berserk mode and attacked the Blue Dawn mercenaries. His subordinate said, "There's their boss. With such success, they can win." Focus from Blue Dawn also went on the attack and asked how long the Red Tigers would last. Focus stopped Jackal and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time and that it was time to settle the score. In peacetime, he was in charge of finances in Nambaran. But on the battlefield, everyone knew him as the Blue Dawn's Mad Dog, the strongest martial artist. Focus had only just managed to utter his greeting when Loki destroyed him with a single blow of his mace. The audience began to say that the Tigers were not far behind. That's what quality means, not quantity. Looking at the screen, Millions said, "What quality?" In Blue Dawn, Cage alone is worth his weight in gold. 76th rank is no joke. Indeed, Cage was tearing his opponents apart using purgatory combos and tenfold slashes. Guilford knew that Cage would make his way to him. He remained vigilant. As soon as he noticed him, he immediately went on the attack. But he was surprised. He said that Cage shouldn't have reacted to his attack with his current level. Only now did Guilford notice Cage's burning breastplate. He thought the kid had stolen some gear. Cage said it was their first meeting since the battle for Barkus. Cage shouted that this time everything would be different and attacked Guilford. Guilford watched the battle out of the corner of his eye. He thought that if he had to deal with the kid, they could be wiped out. At that moment, Zik arrived at the Tazar Plain. He showed his troops the location of the guild battle. He shouted to his warriors to charge and turn everything upside down. Zik had come up with this plan a week ago in the Wanderer's Tavern while talking to Dylan. At that time, Zik was upset that Kim Pilchun had decided to get him even in the game. But Zik knew for sure that he was no longer the Kan Yu-Han who had endured beatings. He would repay them for everything they had done to him. Zik understood that in order for his revenge to succeed, he had to think with his head, not his heart. Even he could overcome the difference in levels. A guild battle is not fought one-on-one. If Cage brings an army of mercenaries, the Tigers have no chance of winning. He had to decide what to do about this difference. Zeke pondered what to do. He couldn't ask Dylan for help. But then Zeke noticed the earring in Dylan's ear. He asked him where he got it, and Zeke came up with an idea. Now on the battlefield, Guilford realized that any strong attack would be repelled by Cage's breastplate. A weak attack would just buy time. Guilford had already given up hope and thought he was cornered. Cage asked if he was impressed by the fight. He was holding up well against the breastplate. That was exactly what Cage wanted. He had planned that if Guilford focused on him, the rest of Blue Dawn would overwhelm him with their numbers. Millions shouted from the stands that at this rate, Blue Dawn would emerge victorious. Millions said that this time he was right, and Dylan lost 1,000,000 gold coins. Millions laughed and said that Dylan deserved it. Now he would know how to act important. Dylan replied that he was just being loud. He calmly replied that that was why Money Dance was always in third place. Millions asked what the ratings had to do with it. Millions pointed to the screen and told him to look at the huge difference in numbers. He said that the Red Tigers' only hope, Guilford, was busy with Cage. No additional troops could be called in. An unregistered player would be convicted. Millions said that Dylan knows this too and won't say he's wrong. The commentator said that suddenly a deafening noise began to shake the air. The Warriors thought it was an earthquake. Zeke appeared on the battlefield. He waved to the Red Tigers and apologized for being late, but he left a letter, so everything was fine. Guilford replied to Zeke that he appreciated him coming. Cage looked at Zeke and wondered who this kid was. Some kind of noob. Zeke shouted that the freaks from Blue Dawn had better get ready, because he was the Red Tigers' trump card. Cage asked him to repeat that. Cage said that wasn't even funny. He ordered his men to get rid of him quickly. Zeke replied that if that's how they wanted to play, then let's get started. And then an enemy flew at him with an attack. Returning to the conversation about the earring a week ago, Dylan said that after the defeat of the Kiev Principality, their government had changed. Now all power was in the hands of the lizard people. He had taken the earring from there as a souvenir. Zeke remembered his recent acquaintances and went to see them. The leader of the lizard people apologized to Zeke. He replied that he would like to help, but they needed to recover after the battle. He was truly sorry. The man-lizard said he could only send Zeke 1,000 soldiers to help. Zeke smiled. That would be enough. And now, sweeping away everything in his path, Zeke led this army to attack the Red Tigers. He shouted that he would destroy the Blue Dawn. Commentator Gunhook was surprised to see the lizard men on the battlefield. He asked what the lizards who had captured the Kiev Principality were doing there. To the surprise of the spectators, the entire army was led into battle by an unknown player. Judging by his appearance, he was a blacksmith. Looking closer, Gunhook recognized him as Zeke from the Sia family who had discovered the air castle. He said he didn't fully understand what was happening, but a blacksmith named Zeke had appeared on the battlefield with a huge army of lizard men. The situation had changed. Hearing that Blue Dawn was in danger of being left with nothing, Lizzie rejoiced. Everyone who watched the broadcast today understood that the most interesting part was just beginning. Hyun-il, who was watching the broadcast on his smartphone, crushed it in his hands. The guy next to him asked if everything was okay. He pretended that everything was fine, apologized, and said that he seemed to have had a little too much to drink. He said he was going to the restroom and would be right back, but instead he left the VIP room and started making calls. Hyun-il and BFL Behemoth. The voice on the other end of the line asked what they owed him. Behemoth ordered them to proceed with Plan B immediately. Gung-hyuk couldn't believe his eyes that the human lizard creatures were helping the Red Tigers. He said that they were monsters, so they wouldn't be banned for destroying characters in battle. The audience discussed what Zeke was doing. Was he a trainer, or did he have a special skill? Dylan smiled at Millions and said that the outcome of the war couldn't be predicted until it was over. Lizzie screamed, "What is this? Where did they come from?" So he apologized for being late in the note. He should write properly. She knew it would be like this. Jack called out to Zeke and asked when he had managed to pull that off. He asked if he hadn't run away. He asked what kind of monsters they were. Zeke shouted that he would explain later. First, they had to finish the fight. When Jackal was distracted, an enemy almost attacked him, but the man-lizard saved him. In gratitude, he replied that an ally of his ally was his ally too, and there was no need to thank him. Guilford was satisfied. He said he didn't know what Zeke had done, but thanks to his lizard friends, the situation had changed completely. Cage replied that the situation hadn't changed. He saw only a pathetic attempt to even the odds. In fact, Cage was nervous. He didn't understand why the lizard men were attacking them. The situation was extremely dangerous. He planned to quickly deal with Guilford and go help the others. But then Zeke appeared behind him. Cage noticed him out of the corner of his eye and just had time to think, "It's the blacksmith." Zeke struck him in the back. But the flaming breastplate immediately repaired itself after the blow. Zeke tried to inflict damage again and again, but it didn't work. Cage asked him what he was doing. Zeke stubbornly continued. Cage shouted at him to get off him. Then Zeke shouted, "Come on!" Guilford understood him and went on the attack. Cage realized it was a trick to distract him. Cage shouted that it was stupid. His breastplate deflected any attack. Zeke shouted that not everything did. The flaming chestplate has a special characteristic, a skill called the Secret of the Puma. To break through it, you can perform a series of weak attacks and wait until its strength decreases. But there's another way to do it. And then Cage yelled, asking why the skill wasn't working. Zeke used a repair kit. At this time, the breastplate's skill does not work due to a system bug. Zeke had agreed with Guilford beforehand that he would attack while he repaired the breastplate. How did Zeke know about the armor's weaknesses? It had been worn by Bartz before he caught the Dragon of Light. Zeke looked at Cage and realized that it was his armor. Zeke decided that when the guild battle was over, he would force him to confess who gave him the armor. But then things didn't go according to Zeke's plan. Suddenly, Guilford left the game. And then it all started. One by one, all the members of the Red Tiger began to disappear from the game. Zeke was stunned and could only say, "What the hell is going on?" Cage also didn't understand how Guilford had been disconnected. Then he received a message from Latnel saying that Behemoth had given him one last chance. Don't screw up. Cage was delighted. He thanked Hyun-il and prepared for the next battle. It was all just a coincidence. The owner of the capsule cafe where the Red Tigers gathered was absent for some reason. Instead, his son was looking after the cafe. He was Moon Yon Taek from the Iron Cross. He sent a message to Behemoth saying that the Tigers would not be able to connect for a while. Thus, all the accidents coincided and Cheon-il's plan B came to fruition. Now Cage was yelling at Zeke, asking how he could make him do this. He wanted to die so badly that his brain was melting. The operator said that the Red Tigers were at a disadvantage again. Gun Hyuk asked what he meant. Only because of the human-lizard hybrids did they have more fighters. He replied that although their numbers were different, the Blue Dawns had Cage, a high-ranking fighter. Chaerin also heard that if Guilford, who could stop Cage, wasn't on the field, the Tigers were in a bad spot. The conditions were such that as soon as one side had no fighters left, the battle would end. The Red Tigers had only one official player left, Zeke. As soon as the Blacksmith died, the Red Tigers would fall. Meanwhile, Zeke was chained by Cage and was losing HP. Cage gloated. He asked Zeke if he had heard that as soon as the Blacksmith died, the Red Tigers would lose. Zeke was confused about what was happening. Everyone logged out at once. How was this even possible? Zeke thought about the guild battle. As soon as he died, the Tigers' defeat would be guaranteed. He couldn't die. Cage had low mana. His Death Hand skill was deactivated. Zeke fell to the ground. Cage was angry that he had wasted everything while dealing with Guilford, but he decided that he didn't need any special skills to take down a noob. Cage pointed his sword at Zeke, saying it was time for him to die. But then he remembered a skinny guy with a nerdy face. He recognized Kan Yu-han. Meanwhile, the Red Tigers team was rushing around the capsule cafes. Unfortunately, everything was full. Sun Tai-Su was worried. They didn't know how long Zeke could hold out. He ordered the guys to stop messing around and hurry home to log in. Shakal replied that today was a day off and that because of traffic they wouldn't make it anywhere. Sun Tai-Su took his bike and asked what they were talking about. Their legs were there for a reason. He ordered them to grab their bikes. He announced that whoever logged into the game last would have to spar with him all weekend. On the battlefield, Cage pointed his sword at Zeke and asked if he was the same in real life. He decided to be a blacksmith in the game too. The ways of the universe are truly unfathomable. Cage swung his sword saying it was fun to see him again, but then Zeke used weapon destruction. Cage's sword shattered into pieces. Zeke managed to escape thinking that he needed to get away first. Of course he wanted to beat Pilchin up, but if he left now he would lose the battle just like the Red Tigers. And the man-lizards who risked their lives to help Zeke would be dishonored. Cage was furious. He ordered his men to grab the freak. Gung-hyuk was surprised by what was happening. He said that Zeke had run so fast that only his heels were visible. The battle suddenly turned into a chase. But what a nimble blacksmith. He dodged all the attacks. Cage ran after him and ordered his men to attack Zeke from a distance. They were already shooting at him. Zeke ran and thought he would have to run forever, or give up and lose if his team didn't come back. There had to be a way out. Thinking about a way out, Zeke seemed to have come up with something. He said, "That's it. We can try it." But then, looking back, Zeke saw a cloud of arrows flying toward him. He thought it was the end. Zeke screamed, but then a great earthen wall appeared around him. He summoned the Great Guardian, and he found himself protected from the attacks. Cage watched and realized that it was magic. He asked what was happening. Zeke's friends covered him. Irene said that the Sia family was rushing to help. Zeke asked how they found out about the battle. Irene said he should know how many people were watching the broadcast online. They had come to thank Zeke. He had left immediately after the quest. Sia rushed up to Zeke with questions about whether he was okay. Why didn't he tell her about participating in the battle? Why didn't Loki and her father tell her? Gung-hyuk said that more players had suddenly appeared on the field. He asked if that was allowed. He didn't quite understand why they did that, but they didn't break any rules. The users just decided to jump into the middle of the battle. But neither Sia's family nor the humanoid lizards were officially registered in the battle. This meant that the Red Tigers would be defeated if the blacksmith Zeke died. Cage yelled at his warriors that they were frozen in place. All they had to do was catch the blacksmith. He ordered them to grab him before the Red Tigers returned. The Sia family held their ground to protect Zeke. Then the system reported that Guilford had logged in. Sia said that they would all lose if Zeke was killed, so they couldn't let him die. Zika replied that he would have to run until the Red Tigers returned. Magoffin replied that it was no problem. Irene said they would buy him some time. Cage yelled at his warriors to catch Zika before the Red Tigers returned. Magoffin destroyed the player with a single shot of energy. He received the PC mark. Sia received the PC mark next. Then Irene used the holy armor and holy weapon techniques on the lizardmen. She shouted for them to protect Zika. Cage yelled at his warriors that they were brainless morons. They had to catch Zika faster. He sent them to attack. Sia shouted that she wouldn't let them and drew her bow. She shouted for Zeke to run. Zeke thanked the guys and ran as fast as he could. The only thought in his head was that they would definitely come back. The only question was whether he would survive. With their entire force, they would have defeated him long ago. If only the leader were here. And then Guilford loaded into the game. He said, "Don't run." He was back. He shouted for the Razveskites to attack him. But when he looked around, Guilford didn't understand where he was. The system said that he had left the Tazar Plains, the site of the guild battle. Because of this, Guilford would be automatically eliminated. He was in shock and shouted, "What?" Zeke ran from his pursuers. He thought he needed to hold on a little longer, just a little bit more. if he could make it. Then all of Zik's pursuers were defeated by the leader of the lizardmen. He said he had come to help Zik. Zik thanked the lizard warrior. He replied that he was the king of the lizardmen. Now he had to run. Zik ran on. The lizard fought his enemies, but Zik was pursued again. This time Lizzie came to his aid, or rather, a little dragon who deftly bit off all the swords that were aimed at Zeke. Zeke asked Lizzie what she was doing there. She shouted for Zeke not to turn around and to run away. All the spectators froze in front of their screens. Dylan shouted for Zeke to run. There was very little time left before the Red Tigers returned, but Zeke had nowhere to run. He found himself on the edge of a cliff. Cage said it was checkmate. He thought he would have to run forever. Cage said that Zeke had really gotten on his nerves, but victory was theirs after all. Zeke replied that he knew who told him. He took out his pickaxe and shouted, "Pray!" before striking the ground. A few seconds earlier, the guys from the Sia family and the human lizard creatures on the battlefield had already dealt with their enemies. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Sia wondered how Zeke was doing. Had he escaped? Then she saw a cloud of dust approaching behind her. It was Lizzie rushing at full speed. She shouted to Sia that they had to hurry there. Zik was in danger. At that moment, Zik pulled out his pickaxe and replied to Cage that he didn't know what kind of person Yuhan was, but personally, he never gave up. With a cry of "Pray!" Zrenya Zeke struck the ground with his pickaxe. The earth shook. The warriors shouted that he had broken the ground beneath them. Cage couldn't understand what he was up to. He shouted again, "Try to run, you filthy bastard!" Zik found himself standing alone on a piece of rock. Cage shouted that he hadn't changed a bit. He would be a coward his whole life, but no matter how hard he tried, the result would not change. He ordered his warriors to seize Zeke. Cage shouted that there was a swamp of despair below. Falling wouldn't do much damage. By chasing after him, Zeke was only cornering himself. He cut off his own oxygen supply, and that way, they would definitely win. But then his thoughts changed. He thought about the swamp of despair. As he fell into the swamp, Cage asked Zeke why he had thrown them there in the first place. He shouted to all his followers to stand still. And then Cage was hit in the face. Zeke said that he had no intention of running away from the start. Zeke, using the iron hand that Gally had given him, grabbed the edge of the cliff. Looking at Cage, Zeke shouted that it was a trap. Cage cursed as he fell into the swamp. The system wrote that Cage had left the Tazar Plains, the site of the guild battle. The player will be automatically eliminated. Following Cage, his followers fell into the swamp. They were also eliminated. Hanging on the edge of the cliff, Zik thought that he had gotten rid of his pursuers. If no one was left above, the Red Tigers would win. But then, from the depths of the swamp, Cage's voice could be heard. He shouted to stop and managed to activate his dead hand skill. Using magic, Cage yanked Zek's leg and he fell off the edge and plummeted downward. Cage shouted that he wouldn't lose for anything and pulled Zeke toward him. Zeke was flying and thinking that if he fell now, it would be considered a draw. No, if even one enemy remained, they would lose. In the next second, the guys from the Sia family appeared at the edge of the cliff. Cage cursed. Sia rushed forward, reaching out her hand to Zeke. Zeke made an effort and managed to grab Sia's hand. He saw that all his friends were stretching out to form a human chain to catch him. Even the little dinosaur was holding on with all his might. All the spectators were shocked, but they succeeded. The system wrote, Red Tiger Guild survivors 1. Blue Dawn Guild survivors 0. All members of the Blue Dawn Guild had been eliminated. The Red Tigers had won. Zik and all the guys were happy, even though they were terribly tired. Looking at the screen, Million said it was impossible. His money. Dylan chuckled and replied that Zeke really had a talent for surprising people. Zeke couldn't believe it. He asked if he really won. Lizzie said it was all thanks to her. Zeke asked what she had to do with it. Irene agreed, saying that was exactly right. She hadn't really done anything. Lizzie shouted that if it weren't for her and Popo, Zeke would have died long ago. Sia quietly patted Zeke on the shoulder and told him to tell her next time if anything happened. Zeke looked at Sia and paused for a moment. She asked him if he understood, and he did. Zeke came to his senses and said, "Okay." But Sia pressed her shoulder hard and said she couldn't hear him and to speak louder. Zeke shouted that he would tell her and promised to warn her. Irene and Lizzie continued to fight. Lizard told Zeke that he was young and that youth was a good thing. Mag often smiled and said they should go. But then Cage's voice rang out. He had climbed out of the swamp by scrambling up the cliff. He told them to stop. He asked why everyone was so happy. Getting to his feet, Cage said he wanted to close his eyes, but they were all asking for it. Why did they get involved in his fight in the first place? He shouted that Kang Yuhan had completely lost his mind. He called him over and told him to remember the good old days when he used to beat him up. The guys were surprised that Cage called him Kang Yuhan. They asked how he knew his real name, what it all meant. Zeke knew Cage. Cage shouted, "Of course he does. They hung out together so much, right?" It seems his friends don't know much. Cage announced that the blacksmith's real name was Kang Yuhan. He was his toy. He said what a great punching bag he made back then. He asked Yuhan if he remembered how long they had looked for a rope back then. He suggested playing again. Zeke replied, "Let's play. We'll do it the way Cage wants, but if I lose, I'll tell you where I got this armor." Cage laughed. He asked Zik if he really thought he could beat him. He must be disappointed. Zik thought, of course it didn't matter how strong he was in the game. Here he was the strongest conqueror of the world, King Suri, the Dragon Slayer. That didn't change who he was in real life. Zeke reassured himself that everything was fine. There was nothing to worry about. He didn't plan on making friends here anyway. Friendship only gets in the way of playing and moving toward his goal, and his goal now was to catch the hacker. All he had to do was defeat the idiot and track down his location. Zeke gathered his strength and was about to attack, but then a blow from Sia hit Cage in the face. He rolled over several times and fell to the ground. Sia said she thought Yuhan was a nice, sociable guy who smiled a lot. It was all his fault. He was the one who made him like this. Cage started swearing. He yelled at her to stay out of their business. Then Lizzie hit him on the head from behind. She shouted that he knew who he was talking to. Lizzie was on edge. She called Cage names. She shouted that they would never decide such nonsense. Magoff said thoughtfully that he understood. Despite his age, he had no sense of shame. All of Zeke's friends gathered around Cage, who was sitting on the ground, and said that he should be punished and put in a cage. Even the Lizard King said he didn't understand anything but wanted to destroy this man. Zeke called out to his friends in embarrassment. Sia told him not to move. They would take care of it. Cage shouted that they were coming at him in a mob. They had a one-on-one fight with Yuhan. Then Guilford's voice rang out. He had returned with his team. He asked what was going on. The battle was over. Sia pointed at Cage and shouted to her father that it was all his fault. He had bullied Yuhan at school. Guilford approached Cage closely. He said, "You dared to do that to my student, so you were the one who bullied him." Cage got scared and shouted at them. He started calling for Blue Dawn. He shouted, "What are you doing?" Then a message came from Latinel saying that Behemoth had ordered Blue Dawn to disband. Cage shouted, "No!" All the power of King Yuhan's friends came crashing down on him. The whole crowd showed him how to treat their friend. Zeke didn't have time to say a word. The crowd shouted insults. They threatened that if he ever picked on Zeke again, they would destroy him. They demanded that he give them his address and name. The system reported that Cage was dead. Sia smiled and said it was no big deal. His friends smiled at Zeke and asked if he was okay. He froze. Zeke remembered when he was Bars, the blacksmith, and asked why he wanted to be alone so much. All the memories associated with these people flashed through Zeke's mind. He smiled and thought, why indeed? And now, looking at all these happy people who loved him, he asked why they did it. But without answering, the whole company grabbed Zeke and threw him up in the air with shouts of, "Hooray!" Even a week after the guild battle, the commotion had not died down. The battle between the Blue Dawn and the Red Tigers was unusual. It was all because of the blacksmith. He led the guild to victory with his army of man-lizard warriors. At that point, he was already well known to many, but after the guild battle, Zeke became a real star. Gung Hyuk pointed a microphone at Zeke and introduced him as the King of Repairs, the Pioneer of McKean, the General of the Lizards, the Victor of Blue Dawn, and the Battle Tactician. Gung Ho said they would give him a round of applause and asked how Zeke commanded the Lizardmen. Zeke replied that he didn't command them. He just asked for their help. The guys watched the broadcast on their smartphones. Yuha said it was cool, a genius blacksmith who even talks to monsters. Kim Jun-soo gave her a slap on the back and said, "That's enough." Sia said that Yuha was just jealous and showing off. The team approached the capsule cafe that Blue Dawn had cut off from power. The owner apologized profusely and hired a new employee to replace his son. When the entire Sia family team entered the internet cafe, they were very surprised. The new employee welcomed them. They recognized the girl as Lizzie. Yuhan said who would have thought that she would be the new employee. Lizzie replied rudely as usual, asking what difference it made. Kang Yuhan replied that it didn't matter. She just looked a little different in real life. She replied, "Of course. Hair dye and makeup cost money after all." Lizzie shouted that time was money. If he had enough time to chat, he should get back to work on the equipment. After the battle, Millions made an unexpected deal with Dylan. They signed a contract to split Zeke's equipment supplies in half. When Zeke's reputation and Millions' business acumen came together, he could no longer sell weapons. There simply weren't any left. And it seemed that everything was going well. After Cage was destroyed by the armor, messages continued to arrive. Irene was surprised by the talking armor. Lizzie grumbled until the end, deciding to justify herself. A typical example of a third-rate villain. The armor wrote messages repenting for mocking Yuhan, but he did it against his will. Lizzie replied that he was talking nonsense. He didn't know how to say sorry. He would show his pride until the end. He said Behemoth was ranked 4th in the top. It was all him. Sia asked which one of the Iron Crosses he was. What did he have to do with it? Cage told Behemoth that it was actually John Hyun-il. Zeke was very surprised. Zeke said he was the president of the student council at their school. Cage added that Hyun-il is the grandson of the chairman of the Haklim Foundation. It was Hyun-il who came to Kim Pil-chun and asked him to teach Kang Yu-han a lesson for snitching on the school. Zeke asked where he got the armor. Cage said he took it from Behemoth. It was all his fault. Cage himself had done nothing wrong. And now in his workshop, Zeke took apart the armor using Gally the Gnome's method and found a nameplate confirming that it belonged to Bars. Zeke wondered where Hyun-il got Bars's gear. Maybe he accidentally bought a stolen item, or maybe not. During training, Kang Yuhan asked Sun Tai-su if they had logged in from unauthorized devices. He replied in the affirmative. Sun Tai-su said that if it weren't for the bug, they would have returned in an instant and crushed Blue Dawn. In the heat of the moment, he twisted Yuhan's arm. Kang Yuhan thought this bug was strange. It seemed like something was wrong with the coach. The rest of the team rushed to help and shouted to the director that Yuhan was about to die. He had to be stopped. Kang Yuhan continued to wonder if Hyun-il could be a hacker. That would explain everything. Back at the smithy, Zik thought that if he was a hacker, it was likely that he had caused the bug and stolen the item. But why would he need all this? To destroy Zik? Could he have known that it was Bars? Impossible. How could he? Someone peeked into the smithy and asked if this was Zik's smithy. Zik covered himself with his breastplate and said no. He wasn't here. He was at the shop next door. And anyway, it's not working hours. The guest approached Zik and pulled on his breastplate. The visitor removed the breastplate. He answered precisely. He approached and said, "Long time no see, Bars." The visitor walked around the smithy looking around. He smiled at the blacksmith. He said he didn't think he would hide like that. No wonder he couldn't find him. The guest pointed his sword at Zik. Zik thought about it and called him Bars. He knew him. He even had Bars' sword. The guest shouted at Zik to block his attack with his shield and charged at him. Zik hid behind his breastplate and wondered what kind of monster he was. Zik was knocked back by the blow. His HP was at minimum. He asked what was going on. After regaining his senses, Zik saw that only clouds of dust remained of his forge after such an attack. Zik shouted who he was. What kind of behavior was this? Destroying other people's shops for no reason. The guest replied, and Zik managed to block his attack. As expected from an experienced player like him, Zik realized that he wasn't listening to him. He shouted who he was. But the stranger never introduced himself. He attacked again, asking if Zik could block that too. Zik covered himself with his breastplate again. He wondered what the hell this was. It seemed to him that the man was swinging his sword randomly. Zik fought back. The stranger asked how long he could last. Zik realized that there was not a single unnecessary movement in his actions. And the weight. He was definitely at least level 100. Zik couldn't figure out who this was. With skills like that, he must be a high-ranking fighter, although he had never heard of him. And how did he know that Zik was Bart's? Zik wondered if it was Cage. He had told Iron Cross that Zik was Bars. After a few attacks, the guest said that was what he thought. Bars was on a completely different level compared to the other players. Zik didn't understand why the stranger was talking as if he knew him. He asked what his relationship with Bars was. The stranger asked again what their relationship was. He replied that he hadn't forgotten about Bars for a second, since the day they met. Then Bars easily threw his opponent aside, saying that he was just another weakling. The opponent introduced himself as Jenk and promised to defeat him. Bars was struck by Jenk's incredible reaction speed. His movements were, as they say, monstrous. Jenkins went on the attack, but Bars knocked the axe out of his hands with a single swing of his sword. That day, Jenkins was struck by the incredible difference in strength. Jenk said that it all started at that very moment. His goal of becoming the #1 player changed. Now his goal was to defeat Bars. Zeke realized that this guy had nothing to do with the Iron Cross or Hyun-il. Jenk said that today he would finally defeat Bars. Soon everyone in Arpedian would know his name. He would be remembered as King Jenks, the man who defeated Bars. Zik thought he didn't want to cause a commotion. He replied that he was very sorry, but he wasn't Bars. He was just a working-class guy. He couldn't even fight him. Jenks replied that it didn't matter, because the true hidden one was still Bars. Zeke realized that his guest couldn't hear him, and he himself didn't even remember who this Jenks Schnacks was. So he prepared his hammer. Jenks went on the attack. Zeke thought he would have to break his sword, and activated the structure. He finally reached Bars' weapon, but it was the only way to calm this maniac. And he used destruction. Zeke cried in his heart. He apologized to the heavy sword. He promised to repair it later. Jenks fell to his knees and said he couldn't believe it. He had lost to Bars again. It seems that even if you change your profession, a ranker remains a ranker. That's right. Zeke looked at Jenks and thought what a stubborn fool he was. He said he wasn't Bars. Jenks laughed. He said what was expected of his rival. He promised that he would definitely defeat him in the next fight. Jenska got up, asked Zeke to try to live until the next fight, and walked away. Zeke wondered if he was really just going to leave like that. Zeke called after Jenks and asked where he got the sword. He replied that he got it from an elf in the village. It was a reward for a quest from an NPC named Arsene. Zeke asked about Arsene again. Jenks replied that it was strange. He was an elf, but he was a blacksmith. Zeke thought that the elf blacksmith was his clue. It was time to visit the elf village. This time he would catch the hacker. The guy was walking through the forest. Approaching a vine arch, he thought it was the entrance to the elf village. That's what he had been told. Taking another step forward, elves with spears appeared before him. They said that dirty creatures like him were not allowed to enter their forest. Meanwhile, Jenk was about to leave since his sword was broken. Zeke asked him to wait a moment. Zik offered to repair Jenks' sword. Jenks replied that Zik had broken it. Zik responded that Jenks had actively tried to stab him. He said that he had a conscience, and that since he broke it, he should fix it. But if Jenks didn't want him to, he wouldn't insist. Jenkins replied that he would believe him once. He handed Zeke the remains of the sword. He said that Zeke had better do a good job. Zeke replied that he would, of course, but he thought to himself that he had promised to fix the sword, not return it. Saying that they would fight again, Jenks left. Zeke thought to himself, finally. Everything was in one place because of him. Looking around his smithy, Zik was shocked. When would he have time to repair everything? He calmed himself with the thought that he had found Bars' weapon and a clue. Things weren't so bad after all. Holding the remains of the sword in his hands, Zeke said he would remake his baby as soon as he raised his repair level to 100%. He repeated in his head once more. A blacksmith named Arsene from the elf village. Zeke assumed that the hacker had probably sold Barz's weapon to an elf. Zeke decided he needed to go and see for himself. Zeke set off for the elf village. He managed to find the entrance. He had to use a hint. Many players cannot find the elf village, so here are some tips. You need to go to the duchy and go through the eastern exit. Then keep going straight until you start to doubt whether you're going the right way. There's a forest with Chinese ash trees. Inside the forest is the elven village. Passing under the arches of vines, Zeke understood why they hid their village so well. The forest was truly different from anything he had seen before. Zeke hoped that Arsene would give him a normal clue. Was it a waste of time to go to such lengths to find the village? Zeke also daydreamed a little about seeing beautiful elves. But as soon as he took another step under the arch, he was grabbed from behind and a dagger was held to his throat with a shout that the dirty human wasn't to move another inch. Seeing the elf's very strong hand, Zeke wondered who he was. Zeke began to mumble something in response. He wondered what kind of stranglehold this was. An elf archer appeared in front of him. He shot Zeke in the legs. He ordered the dirty human not to move. If he moved even once, he would shoot him in the head. Zeke wondered what to do. On the forum, people wished him luck. Apparently, there were hidden conditions for entering the village. But what could those conditions be? The elf guards ordered the man to leave the forest immediately. They told the dirty little man to get out. Zeke thought that they were the ones keeping him there. In order for the man to leave, they would at least have to let him go. But then someone shouted, "Stop!" And out of the elven forest, the beautiful Sia descended before Zeke. She asked the elves to let him go. She said that Zeke was her friend. They could let him go. He was clean. The elves replied that he was certainly Sia's friend, but they couldn't allow a dirty human to enter. Sia said she didn't expect to meet Zeke here. She would free him right away. She had been living in the village for some time because of a quest and had become friends with the elves. Sia asked Zeke not to be afraid and promised to get him out. She told the elves to look at her. Sia used her magic to launch several tongues of flame into the air. She said that these salamanders would prove that Zeke was pure. Zeke looked closely and saw little lizards in the flames. He was surprised and asked who they were. The lights landed on Zeke and began to lick him. Sia explained that the salamanders were fire spirits. To enter the village, one must obtain permission from the elves. The quickest way to gain the approval of the spirits living with the elves. Sia knew that the salamanders would like Zeke. Zeke said he hadn't done anything. Sia explained that since he was a blacksmith and worked with fire all the time, the salamanders accepted him without any problems. Zeke remembered the heat from his forge. He thought to himself that he never thought trust could be earned that way. The elves discussed how unbelievable it was that the salamanders had accepted such a man. He looked like a dirty worm, but he seemed to work with pure fire. The elves said that since the salamanders had accepted Zeke, they would let him pass. The man could enter, and they led him to the village. In the village, Sia said she would return when she finished her quest. Zeke thought the elves had really rattled his nerves, but finally, he could ask about the hacker. Zeke knocked on the blacksmith's door and froze. Seeing the blacksmith, he thought, "My mother is honest. What a handsome man. He has that same vibe. Look at me. A real elf is here." Pulling himself together, Zeke took out Barz's sword and asked if the blacksmith had sold it. The blacksmith was visibly angry. He replied that he had. He asked who Zeke was. Zeke said to himself that he was the owner of the sword. Zeke thought that the elf had a murderous look in his eyes. "Everyone here is strange. Why are they looking at me like that?" Zeke told the blacksmith that the man who gave him the sword said he got it here. Zeke wanted to know how the blacksmith got it, if possible. The blacksmith replied that he had no idea. The customer had left the sword behind, saying he had no money. Zeke was panicking. He asked who the customer was. He asked if he could at least describe what he looked like. The blacksmith started to talk about the customer, but he fell silent. Zeke asked him why he had stopped talking. What about the customer? The blacksmith started talking about the customer, but then the game froze. The images blurred and the speech became incomprehensible. Zeke told him to stay put and see what was happening. The images around him became blurry and the speech turned into gibberish. It was a bug. Zeke thought to himself that a bug had occurred in Arpady, which was known for its lack of glitches. At that moment, Sia entered the smithy. She said she knew everything. Then, seeing the blurry image, she asked what was going on. Zeke asked Sia if she could see it too. She nodded affirmatively. Sia said they had to report the bug. Where could it have come from? Zeke replied that he had no idea. He was talking to the blacksmith, and then suddenly it appeared. Sia opened the program and asked Zeke to repeat what he had said to the blacksmith. Zeke handed her the sword and asked who had given it to the blacksmith. Going outside, Zeke said he was out of breath. Sia said it was the first time she had seen such a bug. It looked weird. Zeke thought he had never even heard of such a bug. Sia said they should first write to customer support. She would send them the recording. Zeke should do the same. Zeke thought he would have to ask Alton again when he came to his senses. Zeke and Sia were walking through the forest. Zeke asked if they were going the right way. Sia said yes. The elf who gave her the quest told her to go to this forest. Sia pointed to the beautiful forest in front of them. She told them to go there. They would find the elf priestess and that would be the end of it. The guys went on. Zeke asked if this was the end of the quest for Makenia. Sia replied that they had been told to go to the elven village and get the wings of the wind. Sia asked if Zeke had finished his quest. Zeke replied that he had and had finished it a long time ago. Sia said that she was the last one left. Loki and Offen had also finished their quests. Irene said she was almost done. Zeke said that once Sia was done, they would go straight to Mycenae. Sia asked if they really could. Didn't he still have a quest? Zeke replied that everything was fine, but he thought to himself that the hacker was gone anyway. Sia said they should finish quickly and she would contact the Steel Ones. Zeke replied, "Let's do it." This quest had been too long. Sia cheered up and suggested a race to the World Tree. Whoever got there last would pay for dinner. Zeke shouted that it wasn't fair and ran after her. When the kids reached the World Tree, there was a statue and an altar at its base. Sia approached the altar and placed a flower on it. Zeke was surprised by what she was doing. Then a ray of light shone on the flower and a flower fairy appeared. She asked the dear friend of the elves why Sia had called her. Sia replied that she had called the Great Priestess. A message appeared saying that Sia had been given the title of Dear Friend of the Elves. Sia explained that she had helped 124 elves in order to make this meeting possible. It was an honor for her to meet the Great Priestess. The High Priestess asked her to accept her gratitude and blessing. She said that the World Tree had recognized Sia. The High Priestess said that as a token of her gratitude, she would give her this, and an epic item, the Wings of the Wind, appeared in her palm. The Wings of the Wind were a treasure of the elves, a crystal made of pure magic from the World Tree. Perhaps it allowed one to control the wind in a special way. Sia rejoiced and said, "Finally." She reached out her hand to take it, but the priestess pulled it away from her. The others were surprised. Zeke asked what she had given and then taken back so quickly. The priestess explained that she first wanted to say that she knew who had forced Sia to obtain the item. She asked the Mycenaean magician Ivanian III if it was him. Sia asked how the High Priestess knew this. The fairy replied that Sia had earned the Wings of the Wind. As for Ivan, she had her doubts. The High Priestess asked the children how much they knew about Mycenae. Sia explained that it was an ancient country that had been destroyed many years ago. Zeke asked if they were hiding something. The priestess replied that Ivanian was smart, but he was also very arrogant. He thought he was better than other people. When he first asked for the Wings of the Wind, the High Priestess thought he needed them to build the air fortress. Zeke realized that Ivanian had used the Wings of the Wind for his own purposes. The High Priestess asked Sia to remember one thing: good intentions do not always lead to good results. The High Priestess handed the Wings of the Wind to Sia and told her to take them. She was more than worthy. Sia saw 2 crystals fall into her palms. The priestess told Sia to give one to Ivan. She kept the second one for herself. The High Priestess warned Sia not to forget that Ivan was definitely not a good person. The system said that the quest was complete. Sia had to deliver the item to Ivan to receive her reward. After some time, Sia's entire family gathered near Zika's blacksmith shop. The mage Offen said it had been a long time since they had all gathered together. Sia replied that the last time they had seen each other was in real life. Everyone had been so busy with their quests. Irene boasted to the team that she had snatched a rare item. The others agreed that it was cool. Irene said she had paid a lot for it. Offen replied that now their party would be even stronger. They had also leveled up. Irene started grumbling about why Zeke wasn't there yet. He was the one who gathered everyone, and now he was late. Zika jumped out of the smithy. He apologized and said he had to grab something. Irene continued to grumble about how he could have called everyone and then be late himself. Zeke replied that he had apologized. He suggested they hurry to the air fortress. While the guys were gone, a new map of Arpedian appeared, the northern part of Nosarka, the air fortress. The city was already bustling with trade. There was a bakery that was definitely worth a visit. There were shops with limited goods and the lowest prices. At the entrance to the palace, the guys were arguing about why they weren't being allowed in. It's an open map. The lizard at the entrance said that people without permission were not allowed to enter. Those who tried to enter shouted that it was obvious there was some kind of quest there. New arrivals asked if anyone knew what was going on. There was no information, even in the community. Then the entire Sia family guild approached the crowd. Zeke beeped to let them pass to the palace. Other players began to complain that they had arrived first. Then they recognized Zeke. They asked if he was the blacksmith who had subjugated the lizard army. What was he doing here? The guard at the palace entrance bowed and said that Lady Sia had arrived with her companions. Passing by the other players, Sia said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. She asked if they were late. The guard replied that they had been waiting for their return. He opened the door and asked the guys to come in. The players who remained outside argued about why they couldn't pass. They hurried to take a screenshot to complain. In the throne room, the group was greeted by Ivan. He asked if they had returned as proud heroes. Sia replied that they had prepared everything that was required. Sia said she had brought the Wings of the Wind. Irene reported that she had holy water with her. Offen reported that he had mastered levitation magic. Loki reported that he had made progress on Deborah. Zeke said that he had reached the required level of assembly. Ivan III was satisfied. He said that they were ready to return. He gave the guys a reward of 30,000 gold coins for the first phase of the air fortress reconstruction. The guys were happy. It was a nice reward for half of the quest. Immediately, the second task for the reconstruction of the air fortress arrived. Pour holy water in the designated locations. Set up a magic circle. Create a system of self-government. Activate the wings of the wind. The guard cat told the kids that he would take them to the quest location. The cat led the kids to the garden. Irene asked if she should just pour the water there. The cat said yes. Sia asked about the wings of the wind. The cat said that the item must be given to him. Sia remembered the warning of the high priestess. Sia said she would give the crystal to the king herself. The cat replied that she could do as she wished. At that moment, the magician often descended into the basement of Mycenae. He said it was more spacious than he had thought. Drawing the magic circle could take some time. In the forge of Mycenae, Zik was working on his task. First, he had to create large gears. Zik set to work, but he couldn't manage to create the large gear. He was surprised that it wasn't as easy as it looked. Zik tried again and again. Considering how difficult it was, he wondered what the next reward would be. After some time, Zik managed to create the large gear. His skill level rose to 120. Zik was satisfied. For further work, he needed a detailed control system. With some effort, Zik successfully created a detailed control system. His skill level rose to 170. Everything was ready. All that remained was to add one thing that Zik had taken from the forge. Soon, everything needed to revive their dying kingdom lay before Ivan. He spoke truly magnificently. The servants reported to the king that the magic circle was working properly. The holy water also turned out to be real. Ivan attached the Windwings crystal to his crown and said that everything was very good. The king activated the self-governing system located above the magical levitation circle. The entire castle glowed with a bright purple light. The young people did not understand what had happened. The king said that thanks to the kids, Makinia's long-awaited dream had come true. He would give them a generous reward. The team was happy that the quest was over. Sia sighed and said that the quest had been long. Often was curious about the reward. Zik also opened his page to see what the reward was. It turned out to be the robe of an official of the kingdom of Mycenae. Servants presented each member of the team with a robe of a Mycenaean official. The guys were surprised by the final reward. The king replied that they should consider it an honor. Not everyone can become a member of the kingdom of Mycenae. They had an unprecedented opportunity to become wizards and rule the heavens with them. He said that everyone who crawls on the ground must swear allegiance to the wizards of Mycenae. Irene shouted that he was carrying something. The king's servants grabbed Sia and Irene. They shouted at them. The king's servants also bent the boys over so that they would swear allegiance to his majesty immediately. Zik asked why. The king said that if they refused, the boys would be sacrificed to the air fortress. The inhabitants of the city around the air fortress felt strong tremors. Then the ground began to crack. The city's inhabitants began to disappear. Signs appeared saying that they had been removed from the location by the administrator. People did not understand what was happening. Someone said that they had been tricked. And then the center of the city, where the Air Fortress Palace stood, rose above the ground. Players asked each other why this thing was flying. Its light was confusing them. What the hell was going on? At that time, inside the palace, the Sia family guild was imprisoned in an energy cage. Zik read a message that the kingdom of Makenia was reviving the cursed ancient nation. Ivan's ambitions seemed unusual. They had to choose the path they wanted to take. Everyone had to choose to swear allegiance to Ivan and become a member of Mycenae. Or Mycenae must not be revived. The threat must be eliminated. Sia said she had never seen anything like this before. A choice had to be made. Irene screamed that she had completed the quest and had to be released. The king laughed maliciously. He said that if they swore allegiance, they would be freed. Often, and Irene fell to the floor. They said it felt like their energy was draining out of them. It seemed like the old man had used some kind of magic. The king's servant said that the air fortress was working properly. The energy of the people began to flow into them. The king summoned his servants. He said that the age of wizards had finally arrived. They replied that his word was law. Zik banged his head against the bars and lamented why the quest was so difficult. Irene asked if it was normal for a hidden quest to have such a dark theme. Even the player's magic was being sucked out. It was too much of a debuff. Sia said that the king seemed to be even more of a genius than Deborah. Maybe they should choose path B and try to stop him. Irene shouted for a hint on how to get out of there. Often said that logging out probably wouldn't help. Sia sat down on the floor and said they should have listened to the priestess. Maybe they should have said she couldn't get the wings of the wind. Zik told Sia to stop. She had tried so hard for this quest. It was only fair that she get at least some experience points for it. Sia sighed and said that was true. But still, Zik sat down next to her and told her not to be afraid, that he had a plan. Then the whole fortress began to shake. Often shouted for everyone to hold on tight. Irene screamed that her legs were still shaking. Sia wanted to help Irene, but when she tried, there was another jolt. She flew forward, unable to stay on her feet. Zik caught her. Zeke looked at the door. He told them they needed to figure out what was happening outside. Zeke asked Offen, pointing to the door, if he could dispel the magic. Offen said he would try. He would use all his remaining magic. Offen began. Zik urged him, saying that they couldn't be late. The mage asked him not to rush him. At that moment, the king and his army descended to the ground. He rejoiced that finally the whole world would once again be under the wizard's feet. All the players nearby felt their bodies grow heavy. The level of magic was melting away before their eyes. They couldn't understand what was happening. Meanwhile, King Ivanian absorbed this energy. His army congratulated their king. The king was pleased. He said they should try to persuade those people. It would be a pity to simply destroy them. An assistant told the king that they had no choice. They couldn't break through the magic. All that remained was to swear allegiance to the king. The king said, "Excellent," then used them to take revenge on the cursed witch Deborah who betrayed them. Meanwhile, the guys managed to free themselves from the cage. They weren't very surprised when they realized that the air fortress was floating in the sky. It could really fly because it was made of air. Ivan, seeing the boys, shouted, "What does this mean? How did they get here?" His servant suggested that perhaps the air fortress's takeoff had affected the magic circle. The Sia family caught up with the evil sorcerer. They scolded him for daring to deceive them, and why would they swear allegiance to someone like him? King Ivan III ordered his servants to capture the humans and not let them escape. The guys found themselves surrounded by the king's army. Loki noticed that there were more chimeras. He had hidden them. Zik shouted at King Ivan that he was an old fart. This made him very angry. The king said that Zik was a vile little man. Zik asked the king if he was using the control system he had made to lift the fortress into the air. The king replied that it was their kingdom's technology. They did not rely on magic alone. The essence of magic lay in the combination of well-thought-out magical mechanisms. The air fortress was the result of this. With such a fortress, wizards gained infinite power. The boys were honored to be used for such a great purpose. Zik scratched his ear and asked again if the control system he had made played an important role. Zik took out a small remote control and pressed the red button. There was an explosion. Sia panicked and asked what was happening. Magician often replied that the island was tilting badly. They needed to be more careful. King Ivanian shouted that Zik was a fool. He asked what he had done. Zik replied that he knew it would happen. That's why he had improved the control system a little. When he assembled the mechanism, he added something else. He demonstrated a special bomb, Zik version 33. Sia was amazed. She asked when he had found the time. Irene grumbled about the name. What a mess. Zik shouted at her for saying that. Irene knew how difficult it was to make such a tiny thing. The servants reported to the king that the fortress was falling. The reserve magic wasn't working. At this rate, they would collapse into the ocean. King Ivanian flew into a rage. He gathered his magical power and attacked the kids. Loki shouted for everyone to get behind the shield. The mage often told the guys to stand behind him and Loki. His mana was running out, but he would cover them as best he could. The king managed to get around the shield and hit the ground next to Zeke. The rock broke off and he began to fall. Zeke realized that he was falling very fast, and that the speed of the rope on the mechanical arm might not be enough to catch the edge of the cliff. Saya used the second Wind Wings crystal and caught Zeke as he fell. Zeke was confused and asked if she had saved him. When Sia and Zik returned, Irene started scolding them because she thought Sia had fallen too. Sia apologized for scaring them. Zik asked when Sia had learned such a skill. Sia replied that she did it with the help of the wings of the wind. Thank you, High Priestess. The king was informed that the magic circle and the stone had been destroyed. Mana was no longer flowing. Ivanian scolded the kids, calling them pathetic pests. Often, and Irene noticed that the mana was returning to them. It was full again. Zik said that he knew it would happen. His secret weapon had come in handy. Often replied that, as expected, Zeke had thought everything through. But now, due to malfunctions in the levitation system, the island was tilting heavily to one side. The kids on the huge rock fragment were flying straight into the water. Irene asked them to think of something. Zeke asked them to at least give him an idea. Irene said that even if they fell, they wouldn't die because it was the ocean below. Sia replied that if they fell into the water, the damage wouldn't be that bad. Zeke looked closely and said that it was unusual water, the polar sea. The temperature was minus 100 degrees. If they fell into it, they would instantly turn into ice cubes. In other words, if they fell, they would say goodbye to their lives and their loot. Sia shouted, asking what they should do. Zeke hadn't expected the fortress to be so fast and fly so far. The king was informed that the floating circle was not working. It seemed that the magic stone was damaged. Ivanian ordered to gather as much mana as possible. The advisor replied that even that would not be enough. The king ordered him to shut up and do it. The mage often said he couldn't cast a spell because he was shaking too much. Without the magic circle, he couldn't levitate so many people. Irene was panicking. She screamed that they would die in the ocean. Zik asked if Sia could lift them with her wings of the wind. She replied that she couldn't control them very well. Zik wondered what to do. Were there really no options? Then Irene stumbled and began to fall. Saya rushed to help with her wind wings, but she was falling too fast and couldn't catch her balance. Loki rushed to help Irene, but he also lost his footing and fell after her. Zik prepared his mechanical arm. He knew that even if he caught them with the rope, he wouldn't be able to pull all three of them up. To everyone's surprise, Irene caught Lizzie. She asked the young lady if she was okay. Zeke asked Lizzie where she had come from. She shouted that she had come after him so that she wouldn't earn money without her. Lizzie asked what had happened to the smithy. There was nothing left of it when she arrived. They had almost got it off the ground, and now how could they run the business? He was thinking of leaving. Lizzie arrived in a hot air balloon. She shouted for Zeke to get in. As soon as everything calmed down, he would be finished. Zeke said that he and Offen were going to get into the balloon, but then there was another explosion behind him. The explosion shook the rock Zeke and Offen were standing on, and Zeke fell. Lizzie cursed him for being an idiot. Sia used her wind wings to save him. A moment later, Zeke was lying at the bottom of the balloon basket, happy to be alive. Lizzie grumbled that this wasn't his bedroom. The kids flew away and talked about how the entire island had collapsed into the sea. Apparently, the Mycenaeans had perished. Sia said they couldn't leave the palace because of some curse. Zeke prayed that the island would just sink. Hey, Lizzie started hitting him, shouting that he had just erased the entire map. Lizzie changed abruptly. She asked if Zeke was hurt. His hands were fine. Zeke wondered why she was suddenly so concerned. Lizzie replied that it was obvious. He was her investor. The blacksmith shop was her gold mine. Zeke chuckled that he shouldn't have even asked. Lizzie grumbled at Zeke to sit still. If it got damaged, they would be in big trouble. Zeke shouted at her to get out of there. Irene lamented that they had been through so much and the reward was laughable. They should have at least taken the robe. Saya replied that if she had known it would turn out like this, she wouldn't have wasted so many months. Magician Off said who knew they would use levitation magic like that. Loki was just sad. Sia said that thanks to Zeke, they had survived. They had almost been taken into slavery in that terrible Mania. Irene agreed with Sia. They should be happy, even if the reward was nothing. Zeke asked what she was talking about. Maybe they should read the message first. It said that the quest had been successfully completed. The reward was 1,000,000 gold and a 3-level upgrade. Lizzie's eyes widened. Sia was surprised. She had never seen such a huge amount of gold before. Offen was also pleasantly surprised. He already had a high level, and now he had risen 3 levels at once. Loki was taciturn but satisfied. Zig thought the hidden quest had paid off. With this, he would be able to restore his poor shop. Lizzie smiled slyly and asked Zig if he had forgotten that she was the one who saved them. They were all alive thanks to her. Discussions began in the sphere about how everyone would spend their winnings. Sia asked if the reward was so big because Zeke had destroyed an entire card. Zeke asked if that was a compliment. The ball flew away. King Ivan and his subjects made their way to the shore of the Polar Sea. The servants asked if he was all right. The king asked if he looked okay. The air fortress was destroyed. The ceiling barrier was deactivated. King Evanian shouted in rage that next time he would destroy the blacksmith Zik. At that moment, a deathly silence fell over the game developer's office. Everyone stared at the screen showing the wreckage of the air fortress. Director Sun Sok Chin entered the office. He applauded and said, "Well done, Zik. You really destroyed it." The vice president shouted that he didn't want to say anything else. A huge project that had been in development for months had been ruined by one unfortunate player. Sokjin asked if he knew that they would have to explain themselves. He replied that he would write everything down, and then he would take a couple of days off. The vice president hesitated. He thought that one project was ruined, and if the head of development left now, Arpeggio would be finished. Sun Sokjin understood what he was thinking. He replied that it was a pity that the air fortress had fallen, but they could still save the episode with Makinia. The vice president grabbed his head and heart. He said how they would continue without a plan. They had done so much with just one new feature. Sokjin took the vice president by the shoulder and said, "Come on, we still have this, don't we? Wouldn't it be better to focus the player's attention on one thing instead of distracting them with a new card?" The vice president thought for a moment and said that they definitely still had that. The vice president cheered up. He thought that with this, they wouldn't be dependent on some pathetic player. By this, he meant a global update called Call of the Ancestors. A couple of days later, Sun Sok-jin entered the programmer's office and happily announced that today was the day of the big update. He asked the guys why they looked so glum. He promised them a bonus once the update was complete. So he asked the team to work harder. The guys started downloading the update. Sun Seok-jin looked at the huge monitor and said he couldn't wait to see what Zik would surprise them with this time. In the morning, Kang Yuhan received a message that the update would begin today. The game would automatically shut down. He thought he should go to the dojo. After training, Yuhan took a shower. He said how refreshing it was. Then a message came from Cherin saying that the team was gathering at a cafe. They asked him to come. Yuhan went, of course. All the guys from the Sia Family Guild gathered to watch the Arpeggio update announcement online together. They opened the preview. A new boss, the Ancient Being, appeared in the game. A new progress system was added to the class category. New dimensions and combat mechanics are coming. The seasonal update, The Forgotten Sea. Call of the Ancestors is coming. Players are encouraged to unlock their potential. Everyone was amazed by these changes. Kim Jun-soo said that this was a really big update. Yuhan asked what Dream Max had come up with. Chirin said there would be endless work to do, but at least there would be something to do. Loki asked if they were hinting at martial arts tournaments. Yuhan pointed out to the guys that they can now build smithies and smelters. This is mentioned in the update description. Jun-soo said that at this rate, Zeke would become a millionaire. Chirin replied that it sounded like a new quest. Yuhan pondered the words about the quest and the millionaire. Yuha said they should wait for the update and then jump into the capsules right away. The guys agreed. Hours passed as they waited. The kids were tired of waiting. Jun-soo said maybe they should have waited at home. Kang Yuhan went to see Chirin off. On the way, a message came that Dream Max had passed all 4 technical stages. Chirin told Kang Yuhan that he didn't have to walk her home. He replied that he was going in the same direction. Besides, it was already getting dark. Chirin smiled and said it was okay. Yuhan said thoughtfully that the day was dragging on because he hadn't been able to play. Chaerin looked at Yuhan skeptically. He thought he was already developing withdrawal symptoms. Chaerin asked Yuhan if he remembered the last time they had a race to the World Tree. She had won then. Yuhan replied, sure. Chaerin asked if he wanted to treat her to dinner. Kang Yuhan was surprised. Then he received a series of messages from members of the Sia family saying that the server was up. Kang Yuhan shouted that the guy said the servers were up. He ran off to play. He shouted that he had to check it out right away. Chaerin didn't have time to answer before he disappeared from view. She called after him, telling him to at least eat something before playing. Kang Yuhan rushed to his room like lightning and jumped into the capsule. Player identification and biometric data scanning began. The system loaded the parameters. A message appeared. Welcome, Mr. Zik. Zik didn't understand where he was. Last time, he had left standing in front of the blacksmith's bench. The system said that Zik needed to collect his updated rewards. They were distributed according to his work class. Zik was curious to see what they were. He pressed the Collect Rewards button. Something strange began to happen. Zik felt as if he had fallen into darkness. Then a galaxy appeared before him with the words, Welcome to the Heavenly Gates. There was a flash, and Ziku found himself in front of a huge forge where a man was waiting for him. Seeing Ziku, he said, Here comes the lamb. This man sat on a huge anvil and asked if he was Zeke. Zeke asked who he was. The man stood up, showed him his huge hammer, and said that he was the messenger of the great Thor. He turned to the side, showed his wings, and said that he was an angel in person. Zik thought skeptically, what kind of place is this? The angel began to scold him for thinking that. Zik replied that he had not thought anything of the sort. His companion became angry. He said that if Zik lied to an angel, he would be severely punished. Zik, seeing the angel's size, realized that he would be killed with a single blow. The angel said that he had opened the gates for Zeke. After thinking for a moment, he asked him if he already had a class. Zik couldn't understand what the angel was talking about. What was a class? Under the angel's intense gaze, Zik felt uncomfortable. He wondered why he was staring so intently. The angel said he could see that Zik wasn't ready yet. He lacked abilities. He asked him to come back another time. Zik was mentally indignant that they had brought him here. He asked what he meant by not having enough abilities. The angel replied that when he was ready and the gates of heaven were opened again, then he would be able to compete with him. Zik shouted that he didn't know what he was missing. Zik could become one of the most powerful beings in the world, the Lord of Iron. Zik was a little confused when he heard about the Iron Lord. The angel said yes or no. Nothing is guaranteed. It all depends on him. The angel said that was all. He told the boy to come back with firm intentions next time. Already engulfed by the galaxy that had appeared, Zeke asked to be told exactly what he had to do. This time, the galaxy threw Zik out at the entrance to his forge. He hit the ground hard when he fell. Sitting on the ground, Zik shouted, "Damn them all to hell! What kind of angel is this?" From the disappearing galaxy, he heard a voice saying that next time they would wash his mouth out with soap. Zik sat and grumbled, "Do they have to talk so much about themselves? DreamMax is a stupid company. This isn't an update, it's bullshit." Zik heard Lizzie. She said he had finally shown up. The servers had been open for several hours and he had just arrived. When was he going to start working? He needed to earn money. Zik told Lizzie that when he logged in, a strange system message appeared. She asked if he had seen that angel, a weirdo with wings. Lizzie looked at Zik skeptically. She said he was talking nonsense. Where would angels come from in Arpadi? Zik thought about it. So nothing like that had happened to Lizzie. Why had he been invited to this strange place? Lizzie began to threaten that if Zeke didn't fix her store, she would file a complaint against him. Zeke told her to relax, that he would take care of everything. Zeke called Dylan. He told him that his shop had been destroyed and needed to be repaired urgently. He asked him to come and estimate the cost. He told him not to worry about the price. Zeke turned to Lizzie and said he had called a repairman so she could calm down. Lizzie stood motionless and stared. Zeke asked her what she was staring at. Lizzie replied that she wasn't looking at him. He asked her what she was looking at then. Looking back, Zeke saw a huge eagle approaching them. Dylan was sitting on it. He shouted that he had called Mr. Zeke. Zeke was surprised that Dylan had gotten there so quickly. After climbing down from the eagle, he said that pets had been added in the update. He asked the guys if they knew. Zeke replied that it was cool. He asked how much it cost. Dylan replied that it was about 20,000 gold coins. If he wanted, he could buy his eagle. He would even give him a 10% discount. Zeke thought it was very expensive. He told Dylan that the shop needed repairs. Zeke said he wanted to rebuild it. He also wanted to build a building with a mountain and his personal workshop next to it. Zeke asked Dylan about the smithy, how to build it. It would be nice to have one. Dylan asked him not to distract him so he could calculate the cost. He thought about what would be needed, the price for the renovation and materials. Zeke asked him not to rush. He was thinking about whether it was worth building a smithy, as there would be no shortage of customers. He dreamed that then he would become rich. He imagined how customers would offer him any amount of money to reforge their tools. He imagined that thanks to the pile of orders, his skills would improve and his techniques would become more advanced. And then the angel and the Lord of Iron would recognize him. Zeke would become the Lord of Iron, and it would be much easier to collect Bars's items. Dylan asked Zik if he had already fulfilled the conditions necessary to build a forge. Zik was unaware of this. Dylan explained that only players with a blacksmith reputation that met certain requirements could build forges. He hadn't read the rules yet. Zeke replied that he hadn't read them yet. Dylan said he knew that. Zeke thought Dylan was a freak. The server had only been launched today. He had no offline life. Dylan said that if he didn't read the information in time, he wouldn't get very far, although he didn't think Zeke was qualified enough. As far as he knew, only one blacksmith had been able to start construction. Zeke asked who. Dylan replied that it was Balian, a second-rank blacksmith. To complete the construction, a new unique item must be created. He asked Zeke if he had any ideas. Zeke replied that he didn't have any yet. Dylan said that Zeke could ask the gnomes. He showed him the approximate cost of the work, 500,000 gold pieces. He asked if he wanted to sign a contract. Zeke replied that it was fine overall considering the cost of the additional construction. He asked Dylan if he could start right away. Dylan asked Zeke if he was sure. Lizzie said there was nothing to be surprised about. After all, he had received a reward for the quest. Zeke had plenty of money, and before the guild battle, business at the store had been going very well. Dylan said they should have squeezed more out of them. He thought so and knew that Mr. Zeke knew how to choose quests. Zeke asked Dylan if he realized he had said that out loud. Dylan started saying that Zeke was the best of the best. His favorite client, honor and respect. Zeke didn't bother arguing. Zeke signed the papers. Dylan said the contract had been received. Thanks. Zeke also got a message saying that he had signed the contract. Dylan said that there were rumors that 10 million gold coins would be needed to build the forge. Maybe they were lying, since Zeke had a lot of money. He could afford it. Zeke panicked when he heard about the 10 million. Construction alone would cost 500,000. Now that the store was bigger, they needed more employees. Then there was this and that and the other thing. Zeke grabbed his head. Dylan said it was time for him to go. He was going to look for workers. He thanked the respected customer for the order, and he mounted his eagle. But Zeke didn't hear him. He sat there thinking about 10 million. That's $10,000. Lizzie grumbled that what kind of businessman behaved like that over a couple of extra zeros. You just had to earn more money, that was all. Something stirred in the bushes. Lizzie called out to Popo. She saw that the dragon was eating something. She grabbed it and ordered him to spit it out. After somehow pulling the piece out of the dragon's mouth, Lizzie took a closer look. It was ore. She was delighted and said it was the jackpot. Lizzie pushed Zeke aside and shoved her find into his hands. He said, "Wait, what is this?" Lizzie confirmed that it was indeed what he thought it was. Zeke asked if she was joking. Lizzie said no, her analysis skill was at level 8. Zeke cried with happiness. It was A-rank chrome ore. If processed properly, this ore could be used to make the rare metal chrome. Zeke and Lizzie took Popo and asked him to show them where he found the ore. Popo pointed the way. Popo led the kids to a pile of ore. Zeke said there wasn't much here, but chrome is a rare mineral. Pop showed them that it wasn't just a small pile of ore. He had gnawed a hole in the rock. Zeke looked inside and was delighted at how much they could get for it. He could trade it all his life. Lizzie said that Popo was very tired. Zeke said that his digging skills had probably pushed him to his limit. He advised Lizzie to stay there and rest. Zeke thought that Popo had always seemed like a creature with a bottomless stomach who was constantly chewing on something, and he had helped them so much. Zeke decided that he should finish everything himself. He took out his pickaxe and began digging to widen the passage into the cave with the ore. Chrome ore began to fly out from under the pickaxe. Zeke thought that with it, he would soon be able to build a forge. And then Zeke started to panic. Why did he need a pile of ore if there were no miners? To expand production, he needed to work harder. He couldn't do it alone. He shouldn't have spent money on renovations. Mining is a unique skill of blacksmiths and miners. And where on earth would he find miners? Zeke thought about visiting the master craftsman, but he dismissed the idea, knowing that he would be kicked out on his heels. He had to find another way. Meanwhile, Lizzie was petting the dragon and telling him that her sweetheart had found something to eat without spending a penny. Zeke approached and told Lizzie to stop petting Popo. It was time to go. Lizzie asked Zeke in surprise if he wasn't going to dig any further. Zeke replied that she should know that such things had to be done by law. Zeke said they needed to go to the kingdom. First, they had to buy the land. They would think about the rest later. In the city, Zeke went straight to the land registry office. There he heard that taxes had become much lower than during the reign of the Blue Dawn Guild. Approaching the administrator's desk, Zeke was surprised to see humanoids there. They recognized him too. The administrator said that this was Zeke's friend. He asked why he had come. Zeke asked what they were doing there. The lizard said that Guilford had taken the land for himself. He had given the administration to the humanoid lizards because he didn't want to bother with it. In exchange, the lizard people sparred with the red tigers. That was how they ended up there. Zeke realized that, in other words, Guilford wanted to control Aberon's territory, but he dumped everything on the lizard men so he wouldn't have to bother with it himself. The humanoid lizard asked what had brought Zeke here. He replied that he wanted to buy some land. He opened a map and showed the territory he was interested in. The lizard said he knew Zeke knew the value of money. They didn't expect anything less from their friend. Zeke wondered what they had been saying about him. The lizard said that it would cost 1 million gold coins. It was a neutral zone, which is why it was so cheap. However, Zeke would have to become a citizen of Aberon. Zeke asked again about the million. He was ready for the formalities, but not for the final figures. He couldn't afford the purchase. Zik asked if there was any way to get an installment plan, for example. The lizards asked him what he meant. The lizard people were outraged, asking who he thought they were. Zik immediately replied that that wasn't what he meant. But then the lizard smiled and said that Zik was their savior. He would get a 90% discount. Zik broke out in a sweat. The lizard said that of course they would help him. They just wanted to offer him a discount first. Zik cried with happiness. Zik danced with joy as he left the land registry office. He said that this was why you had to be kind to everyone. In the real world, he was just a hikikomori preparing for the army. But in the game, he was a big landowner. Still dancing with joy, Zik went to look for workers. But he was turned away from all the smithies. The smithies shouted that they already had enough hands, and he had decided to poach their workers. They already had their hands full. If he wasn't there for an order, he should get lost. They had no workers available. When Zik entered the next smithy, he was greeted with words that he had been well and truly shaken up. The owner said that all the smithies were very busy at the moment. It wasn't easy to hire people. By the way, they were looking for an experienced blacksmith. He offered Zik a job. Zik apologized and replied that he was a boss, not a worker. Zik wandered around the city with his head down. The labor exchange had collapsed. It turned out that there were no workers available anywhere. Zik had heard that after the update, the number of players in the manufacturing industry had increased. Zik decided to start a thread to hire workers. There was one suitable ad. A novice miner was looking for a blacksmith. The hiring price was 100 gold. Zik realized that his efforts were doomed. He trudged back to his place. Approaching the workshop, he said he was back. Looking up, Zik saw that construction had begun. Workers were rushing back and forth with materials. Lizzie was running between them, pointing out where to put the rebar and asking when the wood they had ordered would arrive. Zik began to grumble about what Lizzie was doing there. After all, he was the head blacksmith. Lizzie replied that the shop was actually hers. Zik thought she had no shame or conscience. Zik asked the builders how long the work would take. A worker replied that they would be done in a week. Zik sighed. A week then? He thought that would be enough time. He hadn't found any miners yet. Zik planned to hire miners first and then start mining the ore. Zik thought that he had the necessary skills even if they weren't as developed as those of miners. He decided to take Popo with him. He suggested that they play a game. Lizzie noticed that Zik had taken Popo. She asked if he was going to the mine. Zik mentally cursed her third eye. Zik turned around and said that if she wanted to stop him, he wouldn't stop her. And Lizzie left. Lizzie walked along lost in her dreams. She said it was a gold mine. They would make armor and live like kings. The guys walked and had fun. They sang that they would make a mountain out of chrome and a whole house out of chrome. Suddenly, an old man called out to Zik and Lizzie. They were surprised and asked what he wanted. The old man said he had heard that the land in these parts had been sold. He asked if they knew who owned it. Zika was struck by the thought that if he got involved, he would definitely get into trouble. To the surprise of Lizzie and the dragon, Zeke replied that he had no idea. He said they were busy and walked away. The old man heard Lizzie call Zika. He shouted that Zika was the owner of the mountain and grabbed his pickaxe. Zeke barely dodged the blow. He shouted, "What are you doing, old man?" The old man was surprised that Zeke had dodged his pickaxe. The old man said, "Well then," and struck the ground with all his might, commanding, "Break!" Zeke managed to hide under a silver shield. Ask the old man if he's senile or something. What the hell is he doing? The old man replied that the senior was talking to him, and he was trying to run away. He even dared to lie. The old man said he had looked at every single document in the land registry office. Zig thought, here we go. The old man grumbled, "Oh, these young people. They don't respect their elders and lie through their teeth. They've lost all sense of fear." He asked how a simple blacksmith could have bought the land here. Zeke wondered who this old man was and why he was staring at him so intently. The old man offered 2 million gold coins. He was ready to buy the land for that amount. Lizzie was stunned. She asked if she had heard correctly about the 2 million. That was more than anything else in the area. Zik thought he had bought her for 1 million after bidding from 10. The old man was offering twice as much, but he stopped. Zeke remembered how his father once said that if he left the place just because business was booming, he would be doomed. To Lizzie's great surprise, Zeke replied that he had no intention of selling the mountain. Lizzie almost choked him, trying to prove that Zeke was crazy to turn down 2 million. Zeke tried to telepathically tell Lizzie not to interfere. This wasn't about 200 gold pieces anymore. They would make a fortune mining chrome. Watching Zeke's manipulations, Lizzie didn't understand what was happening. She asked him if he was feeling sick. He was acting strangely. Zeke sighed dejectedly, thinking that this was the kind of business partner he had. The old man didn't back down, saying that it was just a distant, rough mountain. If that wasn't enough, he could give Zeke more, just so he would sell him the mountain. Zeke said he was very sorry. It didn't matter how much he offered, and then the number 250 was uttered. Zeke and Lizzie froze for a moment, but then Zeke said again that it wasn't about the money. Lizzie whispered skeptically, "Then what is it?" Zeke replied that he lived there and kept his smithy there. He had no intention of moving. Business was good, so he had no reason to sell the mountain. The old man narrowed his eyes slyly and asked, "What if he bought Zeke's smithy?" Zik asked how much. The old man said 300. Zik replied 500. Lizzie was surprised. She said she didn't know Zik was so obsessed with money. To raise the price from 200 to 500? Zik replied that he wasn't really going to sell. He was just curious to see how high the old man would raise the price. The old man said that since there was no other choice, Zik was already glad that he was leaving. But the old man began to threaten that if Zeke didn't change his mind, he would take the land by force. Hearing such insolence, Zeke began to swear that it was his mountain, and what right did the old man have to threaten him? The old man said his name was Gaston. He was a miner. Zeke thought he understood as the old man was waving his pickaxe. Zeke, tired of arguing, grumbled about why the old man was so persistent. Lizzie, hearing the name Gaston, said, "Stop." She asked him if he was the same Gaston. Zeke asked if she knew him. Lizzie replied that Zeke should know. This old man was not just a miner. He manages 5 mines in the Kazan Principality. They call him the King of the Mines. But why would someone who owns 5 mines need their mountain? Gaston said that was indeed his name, and in keeping with that name, he couldn't give up the mountain. Zik replied that Gaston must have his reasons, but he wouldn't give it up just like that either, and he took out his hammer. Gaston asked if the youngster was sure of himself. He said he would show him the power of experience. He swung his pickaxe and commanded, "Explode!" Zik barely managed to jump out of the way of the exploding ground. He said that was how Gaston wanted to play. He thought that his skill had been a pain in the ass from the very beginning. Realizing the full power of his strength, Gaston asked what Zik was going to do. Zik replied, "What do you think?" And in a moment he was next to him. Gaston realized that Zeke wanted to strike in close combat. Gaston asked him to close the distance, and that was his plan. Zeke replied, no. He commanded Grain to attack. It was a dirty trick, but Zeke was surprised when Gaston's pickaxe didn't even have a scratch on it. Zeke decided that if he couldn't break the pickaxe, he would just crack it. He went on the attack with the pressure break technique. Gaston understood his plan. He shouted as if he would let him and swung for the attack. He commanded Capani. In a powerful attack, Zeke and Gaston's hammer and pickaxe clashed. Neither would give way. But Zeke's hammer still managed to damage Gaston's pickaxe. A crack appeared in it. After the fight, the blacksmith and the miner jumped back in different directions. Gaston said he hadn't seen a production class player of this level in a long time. Gaston said he should retreat for now. Zeke replied that the old man wasn't bad. He almost forced Zeke to give him the mountain. Lizzie watched the men exchange pleasantries and wondered what was going on. Lizzie said sarcastically that it was all just posturing. Why were they even fighting? Gaston said, fine. Where would he find another mountain with gold ore? Finding a new place was no easy task. Lizzie said that Gaston already had 5 mines in the Kazan Principality. What had happened to them? Why did he need this place? Gaston, remembering everything that had happened to him, said with a tremor in his voice that someone had taken those mines.